The way Rei absorbed mana was inherently strange in this world. He didn't need to create any magic circles or any magic within his body. Instead, he absorbed and used the mana in the air, so he had no mana reserves within his body. However, there were currently two sources of mana coexisting within him. One was the bone dragon magic accumulated from healing Zeke's injuries the previous time. Imagine it inside Rei's body as a small dragon. The other mana flow was from sealing magic, similar to the magic that had cursed era mana from a magic circle. Imagine it as a giant serpent that had slithered into Rei's body. Rei's situation was more difficult than Era's because currently, no one but himself could heal him. Within his consciousness, Rei was trying to use the same method he had used to treat Era to cure himself. Rei thought to himself, words are the antidote, the curse magic is still within the body, outside the body, it's simple to heal with mana, so, just like that time, I have to eliminate the curse magic from my body. However, my ability to control mana is restricted, so relying on my own strength alone won't be enough to push it out. If I can move and activate some mana to trigger the bone dragon's magic. Thinking was acting. Rei tried to create a small sphere from his limited amount of normal mana and threw that mana ball towards the bone dragon. The bone dragon, peacefully sleeping, was awakened by Rei's mana ball hitting its head with a smack. It immediately raised its head and looked towards the opposite direction to see who had encroached on its territory. And at this moment, the dragon saw the monstrous serpent nonchalantly sleeping soundly right in front of it. Due to the nature of mana, they couldn't coexist in the same place. Rei knew this well, which is why he deliberately provoked the bone dragon to awaken. The bone dragon would instinctively drive the curse magic out. Of course, the fight wouldn't be easy. Rei, observing from the sidelines, chuckled smugly at his own cleverness. Destroy the enemy from within. The bone dragon will win quickly if it gets some help. However, no matter how powerful the bone dragon magic was, Rei's enemy had been using strong magic for decades. If the dark magic circle defeated the bone dragon, Rei would be finished. Therefore, to prevent risks, Rei had tried to store as much mana as possible during the time he was bedridden. Even though the plan sounded simple and had a high chance of success, all the crazy things happening inside Rei's body would definitely harm him. Rei couldn't help but feel bitter thinking about it. I don't know who created this talent-suppressing magic circle, but if I catch him, I'll make him pay dearly. While Rei was struggling within his body, the situation outside was equally critical. The servants in the house couldn't help but worry and talk amongst themselves. Is it true that Phroxia is very close? The maids sighed heavily, except for the children and the elderly. Everyone else has been called to enlist. Miss Euclid has also gone to the battlefield. In this situation, the maids could only pray, Miss Euclid, may you be strong. On the battlefield, the situation was extremely tense. Euclid, taking command, ordered, Cavalry Corps No.8, retreat a little. The soldiers obeyed her orders promptly. Yes, sir. Euclid continued to command. Now, Magic Corps No.5, unleash magic. Corps No.5 immediately followed the order, launching fireballs and slashing enemies with wind-cutting swords. Euclid then stepped forward. Magic Corps No.5, retreat. Every step she took radiated a bone-chilling coldness. Euclid extended her hand, and a blizzard suddenly swept in, freezing the enemy soldiers. The cold spread across a vast area, causing the soldiers to flee in haste. That's high-level magic. Retreat quickly. Euclid ordered her corps, let the soldiers return to the barracks. There's no need to chase them. Soon after, Euclid's army withdrew to the barracks. The commanders of the corps were all elated by the recent victory. You're always so amazing. You weren't pressured by Phroxia at all. In fact, you dominated the battlefield today. The female commanders excitedly surrounded Euclid. Hey Lorraine, if we were with Miss Euclid, I think we could wipe them all out together. Thanks to that, the soldiers' morale will be greatly boosted. We should feel especially proud of successfully defending Selene. Euclid maintained her cold expression and replied, everyone did very well. In reality, Euclid was extremely worried. Obviously, if we keep fighting like this, not only Selene but also Gariel and Salonia will be exhausted. Euclid pondered. I also have to consider the variables. They are mainly stationed in Gariel, but if they suddenly attack, I might not be able to hold on. I definitely need more reinforcements. After thinking for a while, Euclid gave an order. Lorraine, Glacia, go to Gariel. The two girls responded resolutely. Yes, Commander. Euclid let out a sigh, clearly burdened. Not only was she worried about the war situation but also about Rei, who was cursed with no known way to break it. Suddenly, a premonition flashed through Euclid's mind, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. Euclid turned her head abruptly and looked towards the palace where Rei was staying. She sensed a change happening there. This mana flow, no way. At that exact moment, Ray awoke from his coma, sweating profusely as if he had just experienced a long, agonizing nightmare. Ray opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling with boundless joy. I did it. I finally woke up. He immediately glanced at his left hand, checking for any trace of the bone dragon magic. Moreover, amazing, the dark magic in my left hand has completely disappeared, just as expected. Stimulating the two types of mana to devour each other was a good idea. Ray thought with a bit of smug satisfaction. The bone dragon magic died from exhaustion as soon as the curse was completely destroyed. But damn, I'm so weak now. Ray immediately sought the fastest way to recover his strength. My whole body can't move yet, but I can still absorb mana from the air. He breathed steadily, starting to use healing magic, and thought to himself, I don't need as much mana as when I healed Era. It'll be okay. I can't absorb much at the moment anyway. The healing process, taking longer than usual, made Ray sigh inwardly. It's incomparable to normal magic casting. I have to concentrate more so I won't get distracted at this time. As Ray focused, he discovered something interesting about his left hand. My left hand, which used to absorb dark magic, feels strangely light for some reason. The more Ray observed his left hand, the more astonished he became. Not only that, every blood vessel, every muscle cell of mine, is overflowing with mana. Could this be? The mana in my body has been activated. Is it because my hand has become more accustomed and sensitive to mana, allowing it to absorb more mana? Ray thought with joy, the mana in my left hand is being absorbed very strongly. This helps my body recover its strength faster. I can achieve optimal magic casting efficiency with just a small amount of mana. Ray laughed happily. This means, I've become stronger. I just need to keep doing this, and that's it. I'll perform recovery on my entire body. Immediately after, Ray used healing magic on himself continuously for several hours and kept enhancing his body's mana accumulation ability. He was able to sit up, healthy as ever, without any injuries inside or out. Ray touched his chest comfortably with confidence. I feel light as a feather, like I'm flying. My health has never been better. Ray excitedly clenched his fists with fiery enthusiasm. Well, it's time to return to the fight. Just you wait, you bastards. He confidently declared. Now I am free from all limitations. Meanwhile, at the Salonia front, the appearance of high-ranking swordsmen dealt a heavy blow to Iriel and Zeke's troops. They attacked the Salonia capital at midnight when the Legion's defenses were at their lowest. The panicked guard soldiers announced to everyone, "We are under attack. It's a surprise attack." Iriel immediately ordered the Legion, "All forces retreat. Don't look back." She couldn't help but worry. If we lose more soldiers here, it will be difficult to hold the capital. We must quickly find a way to escape this situation. Iriel resolutely decided to defend alone, thinking to herself, I must find a way to hold them back, otherwise. Just then, Zeke and the Berith group stepped forward to stand beside her. Saintess, we will protect you and the capital. Zeke raised his sword with eyes full of determination. We will do whatever it takes to achieve that. Behind him, the Berith group also resolutely stayed to defend with Zeke. Iriel shouted without hesitation, You cannot do this. While the strongest among us is absent, Zeke resolutely replied, We will do our best. Zeke persuaded Iriel, If you die here now, this battle will end. Iriel pondered for a moment and couldn't argue with his opinion anymore. She was forced to leave first. Before leaving, she raised her hands high and performed the miraculous magic bestowed by the gods. Holy protection, holy seal, blessing. The knights, empowered by the spell, became invigorated. Grand holy magic, this is the Saintess blessing. Counterattack, charge, don't spare any of them. Iriel worriedly watched the energized troops charge forward, whispering in anxiety, Everyone, please don't die. Soon after, Iriel left, and while the troops were arranging their battle formation, a sudden whirlwind swirled around. Zeke immediately commanded the Legion, Everyone, hold your positions and don't let them through. The knights responded in unison, Yes sir. The raspy voice of the dwarf swordsman from the previous day suddenly rang out, startling Zeke, Oh my god, are we a little late? Why isn't the Saintess here? He laughed arrogantly, The battle looks more interesting now, but shouldn't we also chase after her? The old woman in the group replied, I'll let you decide that. The other companion of the old man added, I agree. Zeke gripped his sword tightly with great determination. As expected, they've come, we must stop him from chasing the Saintess. Without hesitation, he charged forward to attack them. Do you think I'll allow you to do that? Wake up, you freaks. Zeke originally aimed for the short old man, but his opponent was the old man's companion. I heard you're the youngest high-ranking swordsman on the continent, right? He easily parried Zeke's sword and then said sarcastically, Well then, let me take care of you. Zeke's hand was already shaking from just exchanging blows with that guy. He glanced at the two old people with a worried look. No, not like this. This can't be. She'll get away like this. Before leaving, the old woman sneered and told her companion, "Go easy on him, he looks cute." Zeke immediately swung his sword, pushing himself back from that position, and turned his eyes towards the two old people chasing Ariel. Immediately after, he ran after the two old people, cursing in frustration. Damn it. Just as the swordsman on the other side was about to chase after Zeke, Greya gave the command, which squad, fireballs. A barrage of fireballs shot towards him, creating a massive wall of fire. Greya stepped forward powerfully and declared, "Zeke, I will support you." Zeke glanced at her with a worried look, while the opposing swordsman laughed with delight. I can't believe there are so many talents in the Holy Kingdom." He wasn't injured at all and even said smugly, "Your enthusiasm bothers me a little, but I guess I can't ignore you guys anymore." Zeke was looking at Greya when his eyes suddenly widened in horror. He shouted to warn her, "Greya, behind you." Greya glanced behind and was shocked to see another enemy approaching, whispering, "You're in my way, little girl." Greya recoiled in horror immediately. As Greya raised her sword to attack, the woman completely ignored her and stepped on her sword, using it as leverage to leap forward. She landed softly in front of the troops, and in the blink of an eye, she jumped up and disappeared into the air. Seeing her shoot towards the soldiers like an arrow, Greya hurriedly commanded the troops, She's coming, run." Two sharp daggers emitting a bright light emerged from the woman's sleeves. Immediately after, she danced with the fabric connected to the daggers, creating a horrific massacre in just a few short seconds. Zeke looked in horror at the soldiers. "Our troops have been annihilated, only 2 of us are left." At this rate, while Zeke was worried about the soldiers, the swordsman suddenly attacked with a provocative voice. "Hey, young man, I want to face you too. Let's see how the youngest high-ranking swordsman in the Holy Kingdom really is." Zeke quickly raised his sword to block the opponent's sudden attack. Damn it, his attacks are too strong. I have no way to defeat him." Suddenly, a small snowflake flew in front of Zeke, distracting him, followed by a cold wind. Zeke looked at the thick frost gradually covering the area and vaguely recognized it. Is that? Euclid's cloaked figure faintly appeared amidst the dense fog. Wherever she went, a field of ice expanded. Each of Euclid's steps brought with it a bone-chilling cold, causing the fierce battle to come to an abrupt halt. The swordsman facing Zeke also stood in amazement looking at Euclid. Is this a mage? There are still people in the Holy Kingdom who can perform this magic. Euclid breathed out a chilling breath and declared to the enemy, "Do not move and surrender quietly." Meanwhile, Ariel was still trying to run away from the area. Only when she reached a dense forest far away did she dare to stop and rest for a moment. "I escaped and tried not to leave any traces. Maybe this will buy me some time." Ariel fell into deep thought. "But what should I do once I get to Salonia? I have no plans and don't know what to do next." Just when Ariel thought she had escaped the clutches of the high-ranking swordsman, the old man's raspy voice reached her ears. "Cuckoo, what a pity." He laughed sarcastically, mocking Ariel. "If you had kept running straight ahead, you might have gotten further." The old woman with him added, "That's right, what a pity." Ariel immediately prepared for battle, thinking, "I anticipated this, but I didn't expect them to arrive so quickly." Ariel boldly declared war on the 2 elders, one by one. "I assure you, I will take you both down, one by one." The old woman, hearing Ariel's challenge, scoffed and said, "Interesting, well, do as you wish." Immediately, the 2 elders charged at Ariel with murderous intent in their eyes and savage smiles. "Go ahead, that is if you can." At the moment Ariel was in imminent danger, a familiar mana flow suddenly appeared. With a whooshing slash, blood splattered everywhere, and a howling wind created an eerie sound that permeated the forest. A slash appeared across the dwarf's chest, cutting through his bones. He looked down at his bloodied body with a bewildered expression, not understanding what had just happened. Ariel's eyes widened with joy as she saw the familiar figure with Ray's characteristic mana flow standing protectively in front of her. At that moment, Ariel was so moved that she wanted to cry. The scene of a hero saving a damsel in distress unfolded once again. Ray's back appeared broader and more powerful than usual, and his mana flow was more abundant than ever. Ray furrowed his brows angrily, glaring at the 2 elders who had dared to cause trouble in his absence. Ray angrily rebuked the 2 elders. "Looks like you had a good time wreaking havoc while I was gone. That damn magic circle caused me a lot of trouble." The old man, despite being slashed across the chest, still managed to speak faintly. "Even that curse only put you in a coma for a month." Ray, upon hearing this, retorted angrily, "What, only a month? Not a whole month. I thought I was going to die of boredom." He immediately gathered mana, preparing for his next attack. The energy sphere in Ray's hand grew larger and larger. He said irritably, "Well, since I'm very busy, I'll kill both of you at once." The two elders couldn't help but panic. This enormous mana flow, I've heard of him, but it's hard to believe he's this powerful. Immediately, the two elders exchanged glances and signaled each other to act. Suddenly, they both rushed forward and grabbed Ray's arms, startling him slightly. Iriel also panicked. They grabbed him. "Don't tell me, mana pressure." The old woman shouted frantically, "No matter how many tons of mana you have in your body, you're still just a human. There's no way you have more mana than two high-ranking swordsmen. Die." After those words, Ray suddenly understood. They're trying to make the mana sources clash, but the mana flow and the caster will also be shattered. Ray's eyes widened, and magical light flickered within them. "Unfortunately, you chose the wrong opponent. For someone who doesn't store mana in their body like me, this trick has no effect." Immediately afterwards, a tremendous energy explosion occurred within the forest. The brilliant blue light of Ray's mana erupted everywhere. As a result of the explosion, the two elders lay sprawled at Ray's feet. He calmly stepped over their bodies. "You should know who you can't touch before using that trick. Sigh. I'm the one who can easily handle both of you at once." Ray turned around and called out to Iriel, who was standing there dumbfounded, looking at him. Ray instructed Iriel, "We don't have time. I'll go ahead. You follow me as fast as you can." Iriel replied, a little flustered, "Ah, all right." Meanwhile, at Zeke's location, an uneven battle raged on. Zeke was covered in blood by his opponent, the swordsman. Euclid, no longer calm, shouted with worry and urgency, "Zeke, can you hold on?" Taking advantage of Euclid's distraction, the woman with hidden daggers in her dress launched a horizontal slash. Fortunately, Euclid was quick to open a shield just in time. Euclid muttered a spell, feeling anxious. Worry leads to mistakes, but Zeke is about to collapse. "I can't stay calm." Euclid summoned ice spears to counterattack, thinking, at all costs, "We can't prolong this fight any longer." The ghostly woman moved swiftly like the wind, dodging all the ice spears that Euclid had created. She thought to herself, "That mage. As expected, that's no ordinary spell." The ghostly woman carefully assessed Euclid. She dispelled one spell and immediately cast another in response. Her control over the angle, timing, and speed of her attack spells is truly astonishing. So this is a 6th-tier archmage. While Euclid was gaining the upper hand, Zeke's scream startled her, causing her to lose focus. Zeke had been stabbed right in the stomach by the opposing swordsman. The sword pierced through his body from front to back. Zeke coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes slowly closing. He lost consciousness as he gradually collapsed. As Zeke fell, Euclid cried out in anguish. The opposing swordsman decisively pulled his sword out of Zeke's stomach and glanced at Euclid. "Phew, he held out long enough. All right, I guess. Now it's your turn." "Huh, lady." The swordsman's gaze, filled with murderous intent, became even more terrifying when combined with his perverted smile. Euclid gritted her teeth in defiance. "Try it if you dare," she thought to herself. "There's no other way." The fierce battle continued, but this time Euclid alone had to contend with the two high-ranking swordsmen using her magic. Time flew by as the fight became increasingly intense. At that moment, a Phroxia soldier screamed and ran for his life. "Everyone, run!" The soldier shouted in despair, "He's here." Immediately following the soldier's warning, a curtain of fire rained down. The flames surged like waves, engulfing all the low-ranking Phroxia soldiers. As the flames subsided, Ray's figure emerged from the smoke. The two remaining high-ranking Phroxia warriors, upon seeing Ray's faint appearance, recoiled in terror. "It's him." Ray strode confidently among the Phroxia soldiers who had been burned to a crisp. He headed straight for where Zeke had fallen. Ray sat down next to Zeke and checked his neck. "His body has lost its warmth. He died about 20 minutes ago." Ray's face darkened as he asked Euclid, "Tell me, Euclid, who killed Zeke?" Euclid lowered her head sadly and said to Ray, "I'm sorry, it's all due to my limited abilities." Ray interrupted her sternly, "No, that's a meaningless question." For the first time, Ray revealed the expression of a murderer with the eyes of a demon. "I will simply cut them all into thousands of pieces, nothing else." The ghostly woman was terrified by Ray's deadly gaze. "That guy is dangerous. We have to avoid him." The swordsman, still trying to appear calm, replied, "He has a truly violent amount of mana." The woman hurriedly discussed their strategy. "I'll create a path out, while you protect the front line," she was saying when Ray's sword flashed across her head before she could even react. After finishing her off, Ray spoke to the swordsman in a harsh tone. "Judging by the angle and size of the wound, it definitely wasn't her." "So it was you, wasn't it?" As soon as Ray finished speaking, he disappeared into thin air, a terrifying mana flow engulfing the area. The swordsman, before dying, managed to say with a forced smile, "You truly are a monster saint." Immediately afterwards, Ray cut him to pieces to avenge Zeke. After dealing with him, Ray turned back and asked Euclid, "Can I entrust this battlefield to you?" Euclid immediately replied, "Yes, Holy One, I will control this place so that you won't be bothered even a little." Ray lifted Zeke's body and hurriedly left. "Thank you, I trust you." Euclid looked at him, slightly confused. "Yes, sir." In her heart, she was extremely worried. "Holy One, what is he planning to do with Zeke's body?" Ray then took Zeke to an empty space and immediately started treating him. "Zeke has died twice in just a few months. What bad luck." Thanks to Ray's divine healing ability, Zeke's body was completely healed without a trace of injury. Ray looked at Zeke's body with concern. "I've tied up the torn spinal cord and stitched his kidney back together, but there's no way to transfuse blood. There's no way to." While Ray was in turmoil, Iriel approached from behind and softly called out, "Holy One." She hesitantly asked Ray, "Has Zeke gone to God?" Ray remained silent, not wanting to accept it and still trying to think of a way to save him. Iriel sadly spoke words of mourning for Zeke. "Instead of this, he should have left in a better condition. Treasure Zeke, everyone will remember your achievements forever." During the commemoration of Zeke, the light of Iriel's holy power radiated and seeped into his body. The moment Ray saw that, his eyes suddenly lit up. He pondered for a moment and muttered, "We can save him." Iriel looked at Ray skeptically. "I'm sorry, but what?" Ray said to Iriel resolutely, "We can save Zeke." Iriel replied hesitantly, "I'm sorry, but Ray, holy magic isn't omnipotent. This might seem obvious, but you can't revive a dead person." Ray immediately said, "I know that." Ray took out his divine surgical knife again and asserted to Iriel, "Holy magic might not be able to save him, but I'll try." Ray cut a line on Zeke's chest without hesitation, causing Iriel to panic and stop him. Perhaps she feared that Zeke wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Iriel tried to persuade Ray, "I completely understand your feelings right now. It's hard to accept this because you care about him so much." Iriel reminded Ray, "But this time is different from last time. Zeke is truly dead. Life and death lie in God's will. Mortals cannot interfere." Ray responded with a determined look, "No, if I give up on a life that can still be saved, I won't be at peace. Even if God doesn't want it, I will do my best to save him." Iriel cried out in panic, "Why are you saying such taboo words? That will..." Just as Ray seemed about to be punished for insulting God, Iriel realized in astonishment, "Oh, nothing bad happened to him." Ray clicked his tongue, trying to persuade the worried girl, "Iriel, I can't explain it to you right now, but just trust me." Iriel clutched her clothes and thought, "Right, just like back then." Iriel recalled the first time she saw Ray use his strange methods to bring Zeke back from the brink of death. At that time, Iriel completely trusted Ray and silently stood behind him, supporting him. Iriel reminisced, "While I was observing him, he used some strange method and revived Zeke." Iriel gradually felt the need to trust Ray like she did back then. "I definitely felt holy power from him, even though he uses mana and speaks words that clash with piety towards God, but those taboo words didn't actually cause anything. This is truly absurd." But, after careful consideration, Iriel sighed and said to Ray, "All right, if there's anything I can help with, just tell me." Ray breathed a sigh of relief that Iriel finally trusted him. He smiled and said, "You've done enough, thank you." Ray turned his full attention back to Zeke. Zeke has suffered brain death. This condition is due to the lack of timely treatment, but just now, with only holy magic, his physical condition has improved as if he were alive. Within 4 minutes of his heart stopping, "I have to save him. Let's start right now, during this golden time." Ray immediately started the surgery step by step. "First, I'll cut the rib cage surrounding the heart. Aside from the heart, everything else is normal." Ray pondered, "I wish I had an automated external defibrillator right now, but there's no way to get one here." In that case, a bold idea flashed in Ray's mind: lightning. Through regular electrical cycles, the heart's activity is restored. It will gradually show a rhythm from the ventricles and atria. Actually, a defibrillator is a solution that transmits an electric current to rescue a victim of cardiac arrest. It helps increase the victim's chances of survival. Therefore, I will use magic to do the same, controlling a small electric current and directing it to the heart. At the same time, I will follow a specific rhythm to manually massage the heart and promote blood circulation. Ray thought and acted at the same time, as there wasn't much time for him to search for other solutions. Ray repeatedly performed manual defibrillation and silently prayed, "Please, please, please." Ray focused all his mind on Zeke's heart and silently encouraged it, "Start pumping blood again, come on, come on." After a long minute, Zeke's heart finally started beating again. Both Ray and Iriel were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Ray himself was surprised that this method had actually worked. Iriel, sensing life from Zeke, asked eagerly, Ray, just now, was that? Ray hurriedly called her over. It worked. Iriel, come quickly, heal him. Iriel rushed over and used her holy power immediately, still astonished by what had just happened. No, impossible. Iriel exclaimed with excitement, Zeke's complexion has improved, and he's breathing again. Iriel looked at Ray in amazement. Who are you really? How did you do that? Ray humbly replied, I couldn't have done it alone. Immediately afterwards, he winked at Iriel. We did it, didn't we? However, Iriel completely rejected any credit with a suspicious look. Ray, what are you talking about? There's no way I would perform black magic. Ray was taken aback by her reaction and replied, Hey, don't call it black magic, it's medicine. He quickly changed the subject. More importantly, let's quickly move Zeke to the infirmary and help Yuklawud, Iriel asked in surprise. Aren't you coming with me? Ray turned to leave immediately. I need to meet the Pope. Alright, I'll go first. Before Iriel could grasp the situation, Ray had already zoomed away. She looked after Ray as he walked away, feeling uneasy. I'm not sure if going to see the Pope right now is the right thing to do. Meanwhile, at the battlefield of Gariel, which was literally ablaze, the Phroxia forces had engulfed the place in a sea of fire. The voice of Priest George echoed gleefully from a nearby cliff. Like this, Gariel is finished. Kiki. He laughed with delight as he saw the entire city being destroyed. Ha ha ha, soon, they will take me to a safe place, as long as I hide quietly. Ha ha, I can save my life and get what I want, as they promised. However, Priest George's laughter stopped abruptly as a sharp blade was pressed against his neck. The mysterious person whispered threateningly, Don't move. Priest George didn't obey and turned around abruptly. You, who are you? The sword then slashed across his arm. Priest George screamed and writhed on the ground. Ugh, my hand. My hand, Sayong, one of the 7 messengers of the Dane clan, said to him. Now, answer my question directly. Priest George panicked and tried to escape. Damn it, what's going on? I definitely placed defensive mana stones all around this place. Besides, why can't I sense his presence? What kind of monster is he? Seeing Priest George about to escape, a slender foot kicked him down. We just warned you not to move. Hong Yong stepped on Priest George and interrogated him. Who is your superior? The old man was now terrified. There's more than one. Priest George still dared to lie with a straight face. Archbishop Xavier. Hong Yong pressed her foot harder on his face, losing patience. I'm asking who in Phroxia gave you orders. Priest George panicked even more. How do they know? Hong Yong lifted her foot in annoyance and said to So Yong, It seems like he's not going to say anything. So Yong sighed. Why can't you just tell the truth all at once? You're such a nuisance. So-young looked into Priest George's eyes and used her special ability. You know, the feeling of having your mind controlled is the worst. Priest George fell into despair, unable to resist at all. Impossible. Is this an unorthodox interrogation method using holy magic that attacks the human mind? How can this be? Even the Archbishop and the Holy One can't do this easily. After the interrogation, Priest George foamed at the mouth. So-young said tiredly, Done, mostly useless information. Hong Yong clicked her tongue and replied, All right, let's go then. So-young wiped away her sweat, looking exhausted. I'll hand over the rest to you. Hong Yong nodded. Jik Yong, carry her, and Chong Yong. Make sure you clean up everything here and follow us. We're going to the Holy One. Chong Yong received the order and immediately drew his sword, finishing off the traitorous priest. Hong Yong thought to herself, by now, he must have reached the Vatican. As Hong Yong predicted, Ray had arrived at the Vatican and was entering the palace. He thought to himself, assessing the current situation, the neighboring countries must have formed an alliance and established the Phroxia Union. It's not a weak, isolated force, even though it's newly formed. If I only infiltrate the core organization of the Holy Kingdom, it won't be enough. It's difficult to resolve this issue with just my influence. I don't want to do this, but in this war situation, the person with the greatest power in the Holy Kingdom is that person. Ray rushed straight to the Pope, surprising the guard priest. He told the priest, Is the Pope inside? Go tell him I want to see him, now. Ray thought to himself, the Pope's assistance is my only option. Ray rushed towards the Pope, startling the guard priest. Welcome, Holy One. Ray urgently told the priest, Is the Pope inside? Go and tell him I want to meet him, now. After hearing Ray's brief report, the Pope exclaimed in shock, What? There are traitors within the Holy Kingdom? Ray replied decisively, In short, the Phroxia organization didn't just appear out of nowhere. More precisely, it's an alliance of neighboring kingdoms, and now it turns out our Holy Kingdom is also involved with that organization. The Pope became increasingly agitated as he listened. How dare they do this under Gaia's benevolent rule? I will find them immediately. However, Ray suddenly stopped the Pope. Don't. He said with a calm expression, Just leave them alone, the Pope exclaimed in confusion. How can that be? Ray continued calmly, you must wait. If you want to uproot the weeds, any action we take now will only make Phroxia more cautious. However, the Pope still insisted on doing things his way. No way, I can't let things just happen. The Pope became increasingly harsh. How can you expect a priest to turn a blind eye to those heretics? I, the Pope, will strike them down one by one. I am certain that every citizen of Gaia will support this. The Pope declared forcefully, even if I have to turn the Holy Kingdom upside down, I will punish those heretics. Ray sighed inwardly. I didn't expect him to react like this. Even a devout person wouldn't be like this. Why is he overreacting so much? Ray sighed with helplessness, trying to calm the Pope. Holy Father, I must say it again, you have to leave them alone. He patiently persuaded the Pope, please don't let emotions control you, and use your wisdom to guide the Holy Kingdom on the right path. Without waiting for the Pope's response, Ray turned and left the room immediately. I've said my piece, I have to go now. As Ray walked out of the room, the Pope's bony hand immediately gripped the armrest in anger. The Pope felt his authority insulted and silently cursed Ray, that insolent brat. Meanwhile, Ray left the Pope's room, still pondering his harsh reaction. I don't understand what the Pope is thinking anymore. He's putting all his mind into one issue while the life and death of an entire kingdom is at stake. I shouldn't have told him. I can't believe someone like that is the leader of a nation. After a sigh of disgust, Ray put aside his worries about the Pope and thought about something else. Phroxia, so far, the number of high-ranking swordsmen they have that we know of is 6. So, are there any more of them in their army? Such an army is enough to destroy a small or medium-sized country in an instant. If they abandon their attack on the Holy Kingdom and switch to attacking another kingdom, in the worst-case scenario, they could quickly become so powerful that I wouldn't be able to stop them. It would be great if I could predict their actions and stop them beforehand, but I need information to do that. After some thought, Ray clicked his tongue and thought to himself, how about I try to work with him? Meanwhile, in the capital city of Salonia, the sun had begun to rise, and peace had returned after the Empire had overcome a difficult attack. Zeke, having been healed, quickly woke up from his coma and left the capital city on horseback with a heavy heart. As Zeke rode, he thought back to what Iriel had told him earlier. Zeke, you are not allowed on the battlefield anymore. Zeke, shocked, had questioned Iriel. What do you mean? Zeke said frankly, with all due respect, Saintus, I am a high-ranking swordsman. Excluding me would be a great loss to our army. However, Iriel remained firm. No, it's actually the opposite. She calmly explained to Zeke, the entire army sees high-ranking swordsmen as pillars, so you always need to be at the front lines. The enemies that are about to appear may be even stronger. The recent battle has helped us understand the army's mindset. If you were the commander, you would have to face those dangerous enemies again. I need you to rest. When Zeke was about to argue, Iriel immediately said, I'm sure you don't want the Holy One to revive you again, do you? Zeke immediately lowered his head bitterly. Then, Iriel continued without hesitation, the 3 clans and I will handle this battle. Seeing Zeke's reluctance, Iriel ignored it and coldly ordered, therefore, I want you to leave the battlefield and go find the Holy One. In the end, Zeke reluctantly left the capital with a heavy heart, thinking to himself that he was like a child. On the way, he continued to sink into his thoughts. Those who had high expectations of me called me a prodigy swordsman. I became the youngest person to achieve the title of high-ranking swordsman. As a citizen of Trey, my destiny was predetermined to assist God's representative, the Holy One. I never had any doubts about this faith, and I lived with that pride every day. Then, God chose a new saint. I met him a little early, and he blocked my sword with his bare hands. My heart suddenly beat fast at that moment. It was the first time I felt overwhelmed in my life, and I felt like I could dedicate everything to him. I wanted to serve him all my life and become the sword in his hands. But that was just what I thought. Far from becoming his sword, I became a burden to him. Not once, but twice. He had to save me. The more Zeke thought about it, the more he felt self-blame and torment for his uselessness, to the point that he almost burst into tears. In his anger and self-blame for his incompetence, Zeke jabbed his horse's belly, causing it to whinny loudly. He sped away on the road, tormented relentlessly. What kind of damned guardian am I? While Zeke left the capital, Iriel stood in her office, watching him thoughtfully with a feeling of worry. Will he be alright like this? After a sigh, Iriel could only harbor her worries and ask herself, I've removed Zeke from the battlefield as you said, but what exactly are you planning, Ray? After Ray left the Vatican, he went to the dark and damp prison where the necromancer was held. Ray approached the cell with a look of disgust. It's been a while, huh? The necromancer immediately burst into laughter upon seeing him. Kakik, I was wondering when you would come. The necromancer laughed maliciously and mocked Ray. The state of the Holy Kingdom isn't good right now, is it? Kakik, Ray replied calmly, you're right, whether it's Phroxia or someone else causing it, it's a complete mess. Ray spoke directly to the necromancer, so I came here to ask you a few things. The necromancer laughed gleefully. Kakik, do you think I'll obediently tell you everything? Seeing the necromancer's arrogance, Ray gave a sly smile and replied, of course not. Do you think I would come here and ask you without offering anything in return? Suddenly, Ray began diagnosing the necromancer, leaving him confused about what was happening. Creaking joints, declining eyesight, aging and wrinkled skin, and also, tooth loss, muscle loss, as well as your cardiovascular system, coronary artery system, kidneys, urinary system, immune system, and many other organs are weakening simultaneously. Your body is no longer what it used to be, right? If I were to heal them for you, then you wouldn't be able to receive the treatment for free, and you would tell me everything I want to know, right? Ray smiled wickedly as he picked up a bone saw he had specially made. His eyes gleamed with the light of medical knowledge and the curiosity of a researcher. While the necromancer was bewildered, Ray added another threat. You know, I've always been curious why trolls and orcs have bodies similar to humans. Of these two species, which one do you think is more compatible with the human body? The necromancer, terrified by Ray's insane laughter, screamed, what the hell are you planning? Wait. For Ray, who was proficient in modern medicine, he knew countless ways to inflict pain on the body without causing death, and so, the necromancer's mournful screams echoed throughout the prison. Shortly after, the necromancer was rejuvenated back to the appearance of a middle-aged woman, but she cried out miserably, stop, please, stop, I'll tell you, let me tell you the true identity of Phroxia, it's the magic fortress. Ray displayed a dissatisfied expression and grumbled at the necromancer, why did you tell me so soon? I still have many things to try. The necromancer, completely broken, screamed, you demon, giving you the title of Holy One is a waste. Ray shrugged nonchalantly, oh well, alright, continue talking. From the necromancer's mouth, Ray learned that the legendary magic fortresses had disappeared when the Age of Magic ended. The Black Fortress, the Red Fortress, the Green Fortress, the Golden Fortress, and the Yellow Fortress, a total of 5 magic fortresses. These fortresses maintained a balance of power with each other and preserved the magical order among nations. However, fearing the growing power of the magic fortresses, an army from a continental alliance attacked them. That battle involved the Black Fortress summoning bone dragons and the undead, destroying countless kingdoms and ending the Age of Magic. The necromancer roared with resentment. Afterwards, the remaining magic fortresses joined forces, waiting for the day they could take revenge on you. Phroxia still has 15 high-ranking swordsmen and 7 6th-tier mages, and the first 7th-tier archmage of mankind is also sharpening his sword for revenge. Then, she laughed arrogantly and declared, Kuaha, no matter how strong you are, you have no chance against them. Ray ignored the necromancer's threats and continued his interrogation. Alright, then where is their headquarters located? The necromancer, realizing Ray's intention to go to Phroxia's lair, immediately revealed a cunning smile. She was certain that Ray would be dead if he went there, so she revealed the location without hesitation, with a malicious expression. It's in the Grentia mountain range. The Grentia mountain range was the first mountain range on the entire continent, where dwarves and elves lived together. It was a neutral zone that didn't cooperate with any kingdom and was also a fertile land with rich soil and abundant resources. However, this became the reason why dwarves and elves were always fighting each other, and why humans weren't suitable for living there. Ray, after pondering the characteristics of this land, whispered, confirming the necromancer's words were true. To be honest, it's hard to think of a better place for them to gather their forces and build their organization away from the eyes of other kingdoms. Ray left the necromancer's cell with a frustrated look. A part of me wants to rain down a meteor shower on that mountain range to solve this damn problem, but I can't let those innocent dwarves and elves get caught in the crossfire. Ray continued to think carefully about what the necromancer had said. 15 high-ranking swordsmen, 7 6th-tier archmages, and even the first 7th-tier archmage of the continent. I understand why the necromancer was so happy. With such an army, conquering the entire continent wouldn't just be a dream. This battle will be more difficult than I thought. After some time strategizing in his head, Ray suddenly called out, Hong Yong, are you there? Hong Yong immediately appeared behind him, present, awaiting orders. Ray immediately gave instructions to Hong Yong, each of you, go to the neighboring countries. I want you to monitor Phroxia's activities there and report everything to me, even the smallest details. Hong Yong immediately nodded, understood. Seeing that Hong Yong had received the order but was still hesitant to leave, Ray asked perceptively, what's the matter? Do you want to report something? Hong Yong replied hesitantly, we will obey your orders at all costs, but we just thought we could also help you in the battles on the battlefield, Ray asked in surprise. You guys? Hong Yong replied resolutely, yes, the enemy has a large number of vanguard troops, so, Ray grinned and explained to Hong Yong, you have a point, but it's alright, this situation requires us to divide our actions more effectively, as well as using accurate information to act before the enemy makes any surprise moves, rather than just having more reinforcements for the front lines. Just one battle on the front lines isn't as important as the mission you've been given. Besides, regarding the vanguard troops, we can also organize some small squads to support them. As soon as he finished speaking, Ray turned away with a mysterious and sinister smile, making Hong Yong shudder slightly. That night, after a whole day of non-stop travel, Zeke arrived at Ray's mansion, sighing continuously from dejection throughout the journey. Zeke stood hesitantly in front of Ray's door with a restless heart. Finally, I've arrived at the Holy One's place, but I don't know if I can face him. At that moment, the maid announced to Ray, Holy One, Sir Zeke has arrived. Ray replied, tell him to come in. The door was opened immediately. As soon as Zeke entered the room, he bowed his head. Greetings, Holy One. Ray nodded slightly in greeting. Zeke. Looking at Zeke's self-reproachful expression, Ray thought to himself, he looks so dejected, but I guess that's understandable. After the brief greeting, there was an awkward silence between the two. Zeke had no idea what to say to Ray about his uselessness in the battle. Seeing Ray quietly approaching, Zeke closed his eyes in resignation, mentally prepared for a reprimand. Suddenly, Ray placed a hand on Zeke's shoulder and patted it. Come to the training ground tomorrow morning. Zeke opened his eyes wide in surprise. What, Holy One? Zeke cautiously clenched his fists in worry and asked Ray directly, aren't you going to dismiss me? Ray exclaimed in surprise, what nonsense are you talking about? Why would I dismiss you? Then, Ray explained kindly, I will make you into someone who is unbeatable, so just focus on the next 10 days. Forget about everything else, your only goal is to become stronger. Seeing that Zeke still seemed hesitant, Ray added, I know how much you suffered in that battle, trying to fill the gap and help everyone while I was in a coma. If there's anyone who deserves my support, it's you. Don't forget that. Ray's sincere words moved Zeke and made his eyes widen. Ray continued, with a smile full of trust, looking directly into Zeke's eyes, you are my sword. At that moment, Zeke seemed to sense a radiant halo emanating from Ray. Deeply moved, Zeke knelt down on one knee before Ray without hesitation. Zeke bowed his head respectfully and shouted loudly, as you command, Holy One. The next morning, even before the sun had risen, Zeke was already present at the training ground with burning enthusiasm. Greetings, Holy One. Ray yawned and complained, you came here so early, the sun hasn't even risen yet. Zeke shouted energetically, yes, Holy One. Zeke, the sword of the Holy One, cannot let his lord wait. Ray could only complain to himself, now the pressure is twice as much as usual. After a few stretches, Ray walked over to the training dummy and told Zeke, alright, first create a wind blade like you usually do. Zeke immediately responded with excitement, as you command. Seeing Zeke struggling to create a faint aura around his sword, Ray immediately stopped him. No, stop. Immediately after, Ray approached Zeke from behind and began to instruct him, now, abandon your old habits. This isn't just about turning your mana into a shape that resembles a sword. Seeing Zeke's confusion, Ray continued, the wind blade is all about balance. However, Zeke still looked at Ray with a bewildered expression. Balance. Ray tried to explain it clearly to Zeke. Yes, so imagine a sword with 3 equal parts, the tip, the body, and the hilt. Distribute your mana equally among all 3 parts. Immediately after, Ray held the hilt of the sword and assisted Zeke in his training. Now, start controlling the mana within your body to create a wind blade yourself. Very quickly, thanks to Ray's detailed instructions, Zeke was able to coat his sword with a much more abundant aura than before, even surprising himself. Zeke stared at the brightly shining aura in amazement. The power of this sword, it's reached a completely different level, as if the surrounding air is swirling towards the blade. It's hard to believe that just a little bit of balance could turn my aura into a sword like this. Ray let go of his hand with satisfaction and asked Zeke, alright, do you feel it? Try it again yourself. Zeke nodded enthusiastically, yes. Using the same method as when he practiced with Ray, Zeke was able to create the wind blade he desired on his own. However, things were still quite difficult as his wind blade was unstable and prone to dissipating. Seeing Zeke sigh slightly because of his unstable wind blade, Ray encouraged him, that's because you're trying to force something invisible into a certain proportion and hold it together. I assure you, if you succeed in this step, your wind blade will improve dramatically. Zeke, encouraged once again, became cheerful. Really? Ray grinned and assigned Zeke a task, 3 days. master this skill within 3 days. You have to do it. Zeke accepted the task with determination. Yes, I will do my best. After helping Zeke train for a tiring day, Ray returned to his room to take a bath and rest. Ray stretched out on the chair and pondered. I told Zeke 3 days, but I don't have high expectations for him to complete the training in 3 days because training the aura is extremely difficult. My goal is to wait until Zeke is strong enough for me to entrust the Holy Kingdom to him while I'm away in Grentia. Ray looked out at the peaceful city bathed in sunshine with a cheerful expression. His heart was filled with excitement. Now I just have to wait. Suddenly, Ray sensed a familiar mana flow appearing in his room. Ray turned his head towards the source of the mana flow and saw Era suddenly flying out of a spatial portal. As soon as Ray saw Era, he exclaimed her name in joy. Era. Era, seeing that Ray had recovered, also shouted his name in surprise and joy. Ray. Immediately, the two of them rushed to embrace each other like lovebirds. Seeing Era crying tears of joy and trembling, Ray smiled tenderly, embraced her, and gently stroked her trembling back. After a long embrace, they finally let go of each other and started talking about important matters. Era, upon hearing the name Grentia, expressed surprise. It's Grentia. Ray nodded curiously. Yes. Do you know anything about that place? Era pondered for a moment and shook her head. I don't govern the mountains and forests there. That place is under the control of other high elves. Ray exclaimed in surprise. What? Ray couldn't help but worry. Things are even more complicated than I thought. Whether the plan to eliminate Phroxia is large or small, there's no way the elves will ignore even the slightest movement. Elves are known for being suspicious of outsiders. Naturally, they wouldn't be happy if strangers entered their territory to fight. If Ray ended up having to fight the high elves, it would be a huge problem. Not only the elves in the village but also those in the surrounding areas wouldn't leave him alone if he messed with one of them. Ray anxiously asked Era, how strong is that high elf? Era replied, all high elves are a level above ordinary elves, but they are not on the same level as me, because I am the guardian deity of all such high elves. Ray's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this. Guardian deity. His heart grew even more worried. So if I become an enemy of those high elves, even Era will be in trouble. After a moment of contemplation, Ray said to Era miserably, I'll try to avoid any conflict with the elves. Era smiled and replied, alright, thank you. After a brief conversation, Era hurriedly opened the portal once more. It's time for me to go. Knowing you're awake puts my mind at ease. Ray grinned and replied, thank you for your concern. I know it's not easy for you to make time to come here. Thank you for visiting me so often. Era looked at Ray with a gentle smile. You've helped me a lot in the past too, so I should thank you as well. Before leaving, Era offered Ray some encouragement. Don't worry too much. The Grentia elves are quite easygoing, so as long as you don't do anything outrageous, you'll be fine. Ray forced a smile and waved goodbye to Era, his mind still uneasy. Easygoing, those Phroxia bastards, they chose such a troublesome place to establish their lair. Oh well, I don't think worrying will solve the problem. If I go there, maybe I'll have a better idea. Ray carried his worries about the trip to Grentia and thought about Zeke. I wonder how Zeke is doing. I hope he doesn't need more than a week to make progress. 3 days later, as scheduled with Zeke, Ray visited the training ground to check on his progress. This time, when Ray checked, Zeke could maintain a wind blade for a longer duration and with more stability than before. He could even use his aura to create a sword without needing a real one. Ray was stunned by Zeke's performance and said, I didn't tell you to do this. However, Zeke misunderstood it as a reprimand and immediately became flustered. I'm sorry. Zeke tried to explain. When you controlled my aura and guided my magic, it was as if something awakened within me. I kept thinking about that strange feeling and I felt like I could reach the state I was in when I fought Zahard. Ray was increasingly amazed as he listened. He can not only control the aura, but he has even reached the level where he can maintain the shape of a sword with his aura for a short time. The activation of mana has indeed awakened the senses in Zeke's body, but to be able to achieve this in such a short time, he truly deserves to be called the youngest genius to reach the level of a high-ranking swordsman in the Holy Kingdom. Ray thought to himself with satisfaction, this is enough. Now I can entrust the Holy Kingdom to him and leave. Then, Ray said to Zeke cheerfully, a state similar to that time. That's great. You want to become even stronger, right? Zeke responded excitedly, yes. Immediately after, Ray waved his hand in the air and used his aura. Then, now, let's have a sparring match. Ray created an aura sword and pointed it at Zeke. Are you ready to use all your strength to try and block my sword? Zeke shouted with enthusiasm and determination. Yes, sir, come at me anytime. Ray walked slowly towards Zeke, his movements unhurried, unlike someone preparing for a sparring match. Immediately after, he raised his sword high with a completely calm expression. Seeing this, Zeke thought, he's underestimating me. In the moment Ray slashed down, Zeke raised his sword to block and thought to himself, the azure aura, as if the essence of mana has been refined and purified, but I can sense that the proportion of aura in his sword is not much different from mine. I can block it. Just when Zeke thought he had succeeded, Ray's sword suddenly changed, losing its original shape as if it were disappearing into thin air. The scene left Zeke frozen, unable to react. Ray said to Zeke with a delighted smile, "This is the last lesson you have to learn. How does it feel to experience it yourself?" Meanwhile, Ray's blade had bypassed Zeke's sword and was pressed against his face, leaving him both surprised and panicked. A sword that can't be blocked. As Ray withdrew his sword with a proud smile, Zeke, still in shock, asked with wide eyes, "Is there really no way to block it?" Ray replied vaguely, "Who knows, you just keep figuring it out until I come back." Zeke stared at Ray blankly, "What do you mean?" At this point, Ray revealed his plan. "Zeke, I'm planning to go to Froxia's lair." Zeke immediately became excited and said, "Then I will go with you." However, Zeke's offer was immediately rejected by Ray with a painful flick to the forehead. "Oh, no, I won't allow it." Ray clicked his tongue and grumbled, "I told you already, you're the one suited to replace me when I'm not here. You haven't forgotten that, have you?" Zeke responded dejectedly, "Forgive me, I will protect the kingdom with my life." Ray nodded in satisfaction. "All right, I'm counting on you." Suddenly, Ray noticed something unusual about Zeke's mental state. He furrowed his brows and asked suspiciously, "You must have been practicing very hard, haven't you?" Zeke looked up at Ray with haggard eyes. "Thank you for thinking so. Ever since the day you taught me, I haven't stopped practicing." At that moment, a flash of horror crossed Ray's mind. "You've been practicing non-stop since then. Don't tell me," Ray asked Zeke in shock. "Have you eaten or drunk anything?" Zeke immediately displayed a face full of enthusiasm and said, "Holy One, you have bestowed upon me grace by teaching me such a vast and boundless lesson. How could I possibly stop practicing to eat or drink? That's unthinkable." Ray was completely shocked by Zeke's unusual thinking. Immediately after, he hurriedly told Zeke, "Now I'll take you to eat right away. Follow me." Zeke exclaimed excitedly, "Yes, Holy One." A few days later, after Ray had left his mansion, Eclay asked her subordinate, "You did as I instructed, right?" The priest under Eclay's command replied, "Yes, the Holy One's trip is a pilgrimage, and no one will be escorting him." Eclay smiled and nodded in satisfaction, "Very good." Suddenly, the priest hesitated and added, "Lady Eclay, there's one more thing." Eclay glanced at the priest, signaling him to speak. The priest continued with a confused expression, "It seems the Inquisition has started taking action." Eclay became agitated upon hearing about the Inquisition. "What?" She slammed her fist on the table and stood up in shock and anger. "They acted without my permission while I'm the head of the archbishops." The priest added cautiously, "They said, the Pope himself ordered them to act." Eclay immediately gritted her teeth in anger. "That crazy old man, he's complicating things unnecessarily." Immediately after, Eclay stormed out of the office in a fit of rage. "Follow me." The priest hurriedly followed her. "Yes." Meanwhile, Ray arrived at a land covered in ice and swirling snow. He carefully took each step, feeling his way through the thick, white snow. Despite wearing layers of thick clothing, Ray kept sneezing. "I can't get used to the weather in this snowy mountain range." He looked around at the white landscape with a disgusted expression. "I'm wearing clothes with warming magic, but the weather is still too cold. It definitely wasn't like this before, but the weather has changed significantly, hasn't it?" After moving for a while without finding a way out, Ray stopped and thought carefully. "The snow is falling heavier and heavier. I can't see anything ahead anymore. Should I just set up camp here?" After a moment of hesitation, Ray finally set up a small tent and started a fire to warm himself. However, the fire didn't seem warm enough, so Ray thought to himself, "I need to make the fire burn stronger." Ray immediately looked around for dry firewood. "Is there something over there that I can use, like firewood?" Suddenly, Ray's eyes landed on a short, stubby tree. "What kind of tree is that?" "Whatever, as long as it burns." Immediately after, he went to pick up the tree trunk, but a loud scream erupted from the tree. "Hey, let go." Ray stopped in his tracks when he saw the tree talking. When the tree saw that Ray wouldn't let go of its branch, it turned around and bared its teeth at him. "I said let go." Ray was startled and quickly retreated. "Is this a monster? No wonder it looks so strange." The tree glared at him with a judging look. "I didn't expect to meet a human here." Ray clicked his tongue and retorted, "I also didn't expect to meet a tree spirit here." The tree replied indignantly, "I'm not a tree spirit, I'm a tree fairy." Ray immediately displayed a skeptical expression, thinking about the usually beautiful appearance of tree fairies. He blurted out, "How can you lie so blatantly?" The tree said angrily, "What, you punk, I'll prove it to you." As soon as it finished speaking, the tree uprooted itself from the ground and stood up with its roots acting as legs. The tree said to Ray arrogantly, "See, even if you pull my roots out of the ground, I won't die." Ray just uttered an ah sound, then fell into a confused silence about the tree's actions. The tree kept staring at Ray with a scrutinizing gaze. The tense silence between the two made Ray wonder, what now? Suddenly, the tree turned away and acted flustered. "Hey human, you possess extraordinary holy magic, are you a divine being?" Seeing the tree changing the subject, Ray reluctantly introduced himself. "I'm a holy one, my name is Ray." The tree turned back to Ray with a serious expression. "I see, powerful human, Ray, could you share some of your strength with me? I need strength. If you help me, I will grant you one wish." Ray was surprised by the tree's offer. "Grant me a wish? For elves, especially the forest elves, the existence of tree fairies is very valuable as they help make the forest soil fertile. If this little guy is truly a tree fairy, I'm sure the elves in the Grentia mountain range will also cherish him, and they might help me find Phroxia. If not, they at least won't get in my way." Ray became interested in the tree's offer and asked, "You said strength, what kind of strength do you mean?" The tree replied in a deep voice, "Exactly what I said. Make me strong." The tree placed its hand on its chest with a very solemn tone. However, Ray refused him bluntly. "Forgive me, but I don't know how to make a tree fairy stronger." Ray thought to himself, tree fairies are not like Zeke, you can't train them to become stronger. Hearing this, the tree exclaimed in a dejected voice, "What?" The tree lowered its head dejectedly. "No, I need strength to return to the forest." Ray asked, "Forest, is that your home?" The tree sadly recounted, "A group of humans came to the forest and depleted and destroyed it. Their black magic slowly killed us, then they took away our strength and drove us away one by one, turning us into wanderers." Upon hearing this, Ray immediately thought, black magic, is he talking about the forest in the Grentia mountain range? So, it's Phroxia's people. Ray clenched his fists in indignation for the tree. "Isn't this a wonderful coincidence?" Ray declared to the tree with a radiant smile. "Coincidentally, I'm on my way to punish those people in your forest." The tree immediately became cheerful. "Really?" Ray nodded resolutely. "Yes, I may not be able to make you stronger, but I can help you return to your forest." The tree grinned upon receiving Ray's promise of help. After making the promise to the tree, Ray cleared his throat awkwardly. "By the way, where can I get some firewood now? Do I really have to use magic to keep the fire going? I'm tired." The tree replied cheerfully, "Wait a minute." Immediately after, it broke off one of its arms, leaving Ray stunned. The tree threw its arm into the fire nonchalantly. "My body burns quite well and keeps the fire going for a long time." Ray was completely shocked and speechless by the tree's action. Seeing the tree's clueless expression, Ray sighed to himself, "I have to help him get back to the forest soon." The next day, Ray crossed the icy region and arrived at a mountainous area filled with lush greenery and warm sunshine. Ray, escaping the freezing weather, sighed with relief. "Ah, this is how mountains should look." Then, he referred to the map and the markings on the tree bark to assess his location. "I guess I've entered the elven territory." Ray cautiously moved into the forest. First, I want to talk to the high elf in charge of this forest." At that moment, members of the elven tribe emerged from the forest edge and questioned Ray. "Hey, you, why is a human here?" Ray rejoiced inwardly. "Oh, are they the guardians of this village? Saves me the trouble of searching." Ray asked with a friendly smile. "Hello, could I meet the high elf who governs this forest?" However, the elves immediately reacted harshly. "What are you talking about? You think we'll let a strange human into the village? You think someone like you can meet Chersi?" Ray quickly grasped the information. "Chersi, is that the name of the high elf here?" So he grinned and continued, "I understand, that's why I'm politely asking for permission." The elves still refused bluntly. "No, to put it simply, get out of here now." Faced with the elves' harsh attitude, Ray sighed in frustration. "I never expected a warm welcome, but talking like this is hopeless." Just then, a powerful voice rang out. "What's all this commotion?" An elf landed gently at the edge of the forest in front of Ray. Ray heard the other members call the newly arrived girl Chersi, and he realized, so that's Chersi, the high elf. She looks like Era, and more importantly, she seems approachable. Ray smiled with relief, thinking Chersi was a kind and easygoing high elf. Chersi also greeted him warmly. "Hello, do you have some business in our village?" Ray replied cheerfully. "Ah, about that." Suddenly, the bright smile on Chersi's beautiful face gradually disappeared as she looked closely at Ray. The moment Chersi looked at Ray's earring, a strange feeling came over her, and the earring vibrated slightly. Ray, who was grinning, gradually became worried as he saw Chersi's strange reaction. Chersi furrowed her brows with a shocked expression and asked Ray, "Is that Cecily's eyes?" While Ray was still confused, Chersi approached him with murderous intent. "Human, where did you get those earrings? Ray stammered, they were a gift. Chersy's face darkened with clear killing intent. A gift? Those earrings are a precious item of our village, a memento of my mother. I will ask you again, who gave you those earrings? Ray explained honestly, I am the Holy One of the Gaia Holy Kingdom, a high-ranking swordsman from the Lessian Kingdom gave them to me as a diplomatic gift, I believe. Chersy became even more furious after hearing the explanation, gritting her teeth, the Lessian Kingdom. Immediately after, she attacked Ray in a fit of rage. Everything is clear, there's no need for further words, the allies of that kingdom are also our enemies. Ray was bewildered by the sudden turn of events. This is how things start. Immediately afterwards, an energy explosion shook the forest edge as Chersy launched her attack on Ray. The explosion left Ray's clothes in tatters, but of course, he wouldn't die easily, he also couldn't fight the elves, so he was forced to flee. However, Chersy relentlessly pursued Ray with surging rage. You run fast when you're fleeing, return those earrings to me right now. Ray complained as he ran. I know you'll kill me even if I give them to you, murderous elf. Chersy became even more enraged. Who are you calling a murderer? In the end, Ray was forced to use his mana to escape, feeling frustrated. Damn it, I wanted to arrive quietly before approaching Phroxia. In the blink of an eye, Ray vanished from Chersy's sight. Chersy clicked her tongue in annoyance and grumbled, how can a human move like that? Ray, escaping from Chersy, grumbled, why are all those damned elves so violent, except for Era, of course. He irritably removed the earring. I was planning to ask the elves for help in eliminating Phroxia, but I didn't expect things to go so wrong right from the start. This earring has the ability to find the other one. Who would have thought this would be the way to find it? Ray clenched the earring in his hand and thought to himself, the plan deviated a bit, but it's not too bad. Running around this forest all day today helped me get a sense of the place. In summary, the terrain slopes downwards, close to a water source, and the location of the most suitable areas for human habitation. Considering additional aspects like the distance to the elven village, I estimate their lair to be in that area. Ray took a deep breath and gathered his spirit. I should check that direction first. It's getting late now. I'll set up camp here for now. Soon after, Ray managed to build a simple shelter with leaves tied together. Ray smiled wryly at the shabby shelter. I tried to avoid harming the forest as much as possible. I hope those elves won't complain about this. At this time, the sun had set behind the mountains. Ray quickly lay down to rest. Tomorrow morning, I'll go find those Phroxia people. The next day, Ray spent the whole day scouting the forest and was extremely satisfied with his results. Great, I guessed right. Ray returned to his shelter, happily holding the map, the location of the magic fortress where they're stationed, the boundaries of the elven village, and even the dwarves' dwelling place. I've found them all. While moving, Ray sank into thought. I can sense the evil magic from the magic fortress. It seems they've layered multiple magic circles for defense. A hasty attack might get me into trouble like last time, so I need to think things through. Suddenly, Ray encountered a group of people not far from where he stood. Ray quietly stepped aside to observe. Elves. Oh, and there are a lot of dwarves too. Ray silently assessed the situation. It seems like the elves are in danger. It's true they chased me away and wouldn't let me into the elven village, but I can't just stand by and watch them die. Thinking was acting. Ray instantly appeared between the two groups like a passing breeze. He immediately used holy light to shine towards the dwarves, distracting them. Faced with the strange blinding light, the leading dwarf exclaimed in shock, who are you? However, when the light before the dwarf's eyes disappeared, both Ray and the two injured elves were nowhere to be seen. Ray took the two elves back to his shelter and asked solicitously, now, let me take a look at your wounds. However, the male elf reacted harshly to Ray's kindness. Human, get lost. Ray still tried to force a smile and replied, you must be in a lot of pain. Immediately after, Ray threw the crushed tobacco leaves onto the wound on the elf man's chest. Don't worry, I'll heal you right away. After a scream of pain, the elf man looked down at the wound in surprise. Oh, the pain is gone. Seeing the change in the elf man's attitude, Ray quickly explained, you know there are countless herbs in the forest. I used them to make medicine to heal you. The elf woman softly said, you are very knowledgeable. We owe you our lives. We are very grateful for your help. The elf man also showed respect for Ray. Thank you, human. Please forgive my rudeness earlier. Ray laughed and replied, it's no big deal, but why were you fighting those dwarves? The elf man said, that kind of thing happens here all the time. It's because we are fighting over territory. We recently discovered a mine near my village and those dwarves keep eyeing it. The elf woman added sadly, they just destroy nature recklessly. Really? The elf man also added, barbarians. Ray listened to their story and pondered thoughtfully. Makes sense. The concept of good and evil in these two races is not the same at all. The elf man smiled brightly and looked up at Ray. Compared to them, I prefer your concern for us. My name is Def. The elf woman agreed. Right, that simple hut has shown how much you love nature. My name is Cephia. Ray also laughed along with them. Haha, I'm Ray. Ray secretly sighed in relief. It's good that I built the hut like that. The elf woman curiously asked Ray. But Ray, why did you come here? Ray answered frankly. Well, do you know about the group of people who came here to form an army a while ago? The elf man immediately said. Of course we know. I guess there are about 150 people. Ray was stunned and his eyes widened. 150. He secretly guessed. You have to climb over the cold snowy mountains and cross 2 kingdoms to reach this mountain range. There's no way so many people could come here. Could it be that Phroxia has already controlled the 2 surrounding kingdoms? Ray worriedly told the 2 elves. Now that army is trying to destroy this entire continent. The elf woman exclaimed in panic. Destroy the entire continent. Ray nodded and continued. So I came here to stop them, or rather, make them disappear. The elf woman asked again, full of worry. In the name of justice, what you just said is true, right? The elf woman showed obvious anxiety. Destroy the entire continent. The elf man also frowned thoughtfully. Ray, is there anything we can do to help you? The elves will not forget any favor. You saved our lives. The elf man sincerely offered. If there's anything we can do to help, we want to do it to repay you. Ray thought for a moment and then said. So can you 2 take me to the elf village? He frankly suggested. I want to talk to the high elves in the village. However, the elf woman shyly refused. I'm sorry, but we don't have the authority to decide this. The elf woman tried to explain. Only the elders have the right to decide whether or not to allow other races into the village. Ray sighed softly. TSK. I was happy for nothing. However, he didn't force them any further. It's also very late. You 2 should go back now. The elf woman said embarrassedly. Sorry we couldn't help. Goodbye. As the 2 fairies were about to leave, Ray handed them an earring and instructed. Oh right, please give this earring to Circe. The female fairy was surprised that Ray knew about Circe. For Circe. She glanced at the male fairy with concern and awaited his opinion. After a moment of thought, he finally nodded. All right. As the 2 fairies left, Ray thought to himself, well, I guess I'll have to forget about entering the fairy village. Then, Ray glanced around and immediately came up with a new plan. That night, Ray moved to a place neither too close nor too far from the Phroxia camp. For the next 3 days, he meticulously recorded every move of the Phroxia, whether it was their daily life, culture, or the surrounding environment. Then, Ray devised a cunning and somewhat sinister scheme. In his notebook were basic information about the Phroxia and a chemical formula, along with a drawing of a rat. The next day, Ray wandered through the forest instead of continuing to follow the Phroxia. He was looking for wild rats. Ray tried to catch as many rats as possible. With a bag of wriggling rats in his hand, he smiled sinisterly and his eyes gleamed with excitement. That night, in the Holy Land, the internal situation was becoming increasingly tense after Ray's departure. Hong Yong gathered the other members of the guard team after scouting other countries and asked them, let's organize all the information we've collected. Hong Yong quickly summarized everyone's reports. Veyborn, Glayman, Heron, the investigation in the 3 kingdoms above has revealed that after successfully infiltrating, the Phroxia began to engage in political activities. Young continued, but their influence on the current situation is insignificant, so ultimately the main enemy is concentrated within the Holy Land. So-young also commented, yes, there have been many internal changes in the Holy Land recently. Then, Hyuk-young also added, recently, many guilds have transferred a large amount of capital to the same place, a place that is not only related to prestigious families. Chong-young added, but is also located in the area where those prestigious families often investigate heresy. Hong-young frowned slightly and interrupted Chong-young. You said that the Pope personally manages the Council of Heresy investigation, right? Chong-young nodded in confirmation. Yes, an internal investigation of the Holy Land is necessary. Suddenly, it was So-young's turn to interrupt. Wait, Chong-young. So-young's eyes suddenly lit up as she stared towards the Vatican. While observing, So-young reported to Hong-young, I just detected a mysterious energy source from the Vatican. It's moving outside the Holy See, very fast. Hong-young asked So-young worriedly, the Vatican, how many people? So-young muttered for a moment and then said, 2 people, 8 people outside. Hong-young, without hesitation, instructed, everyone, chase them. You are allowed to eliminate them, but leave someone alive for interrogation. Not long after, the mysterious group continued to move silently towards Clay's residence, and the space there was still covered by a quiet night, without any sign of intruders. in her room, sighing, "That Pope, he's so childish." Suddenly, Eclay heard a noise outside and looked towards the door with vigilance. However, a group of mysterious people abruptly burst into the room, leaving her no time to react. Eclay, despite her worry, still smiled. "I never allowed you to come in here. Who sent you?" In her heart, she was terrified. "They have already passed the guards." The mysterious people directly drew their swords. "You don't need to know, you're going to die anyway." He pointed his sword towards Eclay. "Just quietly bid farewell to this world, Archbishop." Eclay could do nothing but try to step back while considering how to deal with the mysterious group. Just as danger approached, Hong Yong jumped in and kicked the man who had just threatened Eclay right in the head. After dealing with the leader, Hong Yong turned to Eclay and asked, "Archbishop, are you all right?" Eclay, having never known about Ray's group of guards, was shocked and exclaimed, "Who are you?" Meanwhile, in the Grentia forest, Ray was smiling wickedly, thinking, "It's time." He gleefully released the rats, letting them run towards the headquarters of the Phroxia. Time for the plague to make a comeback. The plague is an acute infectious disease with the highest mortality rate in modern history. The disease is spread by fleas that live on rats, which act as vectors for the disease. It is a horrific epidemic that has killed half the population of Asia and Europe, and the hygiene conditions in Phroxia are extremely poor. Despite the presence of magic, the lives of the people here are still backward. This place is no different from medieval Europe. That was also when Ray came up with this idea. He wondered, what would happen if the plague bacillus spread in these living conditions? In a world where penicillin antibiotics do not exist, the only way to fight the plague is to use divine magic. Based on his observations, Ray could assess the resistance of the Phroxia people. In the case of Phroxia, where the number of bishops who can use divine power is very low, the spread of the plague would be a trivial matter. Ray had introduced the pathogens into the rats and was waiting for the fleas that live on them to spread the disease. With that sinister plot, Ray chuckled to himself, thinking, "I can wipe out Phroxia silently." After releasing the plague-carrying rats, Ray calmly returned to his base, thinking, "Alright, then I'll go back and start producing the cure." A few days later, Ray looked at the ingredients of the cure with a smug expression. Wonderful. After just 3 days, the bread had become moldy, which made Ray feel excited. Lucky, they have multiplied so quickly in such a short time. First, he threw away all the bread with brown mold, and he separated those with white and green mold. The mold needed to make penicillin antibiotics is this green mold. Ray sprinkled some water into the bag containing the bread with a smug look, adding moisture to the sorted mold, and if we leave it longer, we can easily turn it into a medicinal substance to make a cure. However, just as Ray was feeling pleased with himself, an incident occurred. His holy power detected the abnormalities and automatically purified the moldy bread. Ray sighed in frustration. "I'm getting tired of these holy powers I have. I almost purified everything." Meanwhile, within the Phroxia group, there was a heated argument. "The Black Tower has cursed everyone, hasn't it? Speak carefully, we haven't done anything." People became panicked and angry as victims of the plague started appearing. "He has so many black spots, and you still deny that it's not black magic. It's not over yet. Everyone has a high fever and is vomiting." The people of the towers continued to argue endlessly. "The entire army is dying. The Black Tower has nothing to do with this." Ray came to see the situation and was very satisfied. As expected, they can no longer trust each other. The side effect of this disease is to cause a civil war, isn't it? Ray chuckled triumphantly. Divine magic will have no effect. Just curing the disease won't change the contaminated environment. Phroxia will collapse on its own without any further intervention from me. Ray silently observed the internal turmoil within Phroxia. However, Ray still had some lingering worries. "I'm still a little concerned about the first 7th level Archmage of Humanity that the Necromancer mentioned. He will definitely cause a lot of trouble in the future, so I have to nip it in the bud." Suddenly, Ray's eyes lit up with excitement. "Well, since they have many scholars from the Age of Magic, it's natural that I can take what they know." Ray skipped away while imagining advanced magic, travel magic. "Using it I won't have to cross the snowy mountains anymore. My beloved spells, teleport, fly up." After a few days, Ray directly infiltrated the Phroxia fortress. The guards panicked and chased after Ray as he ran through the fortress. "He's climbing the fortress. Stop him, at all costs. Don't let him get there." Ray laughed gleefully as he ran around in his ragged clothes. "Kiki, you guys just keep running around. No one is coming to stop me." The plague has also weakened the guards, so infiltration has become much easier. As Ray ran upwards, he thought excitedly, "It seems that all the fortress guards are high-ranking swordsmen, so there must be something very important on the top floor of the fortress, right? Is it treasure, magic tools, travel magic books, or what?" While Ray was lost in his dreams of loot, a group of guards blocked his path. "Who are you? How did you get here?" Ray excitedly wiped out the group of soldiers in one swift motion. "Get out of my way. Do you know what I've been through? If it weren't for you, I could have lived a happy life." Ray rushed towards the top of the fortress with excitement in his eyes. "I'll take some valuables as compensation." Ray quickly opened the door to the highest room in the fortress. He marveled at the room full of books and magical items. "Just as I thought, this room is filled with magic. It seems like this place contains all kinds of magical tools." Ray entered with a joyful smile. "All right, now we should start with." At that moment, he tripped over something on the ground. It seems like there's something under my foot." Ray kicked it a few times and felt that it was heavy, so he immediately bent down to look. Who is this?" The man lying on the ground was kicked a few times before he slowly got up. A man with a dull expression looked up at Ray. You are?" he asked Ray absent-mindedly without any caution. "Who are you? I've never seen you before." Ray looked at him silently with a judging gaze, thinking, "I should be the one saying that." After receiving no answer from Ray, the man released a wave of dark energy. I see. You must be the one who released the rats to spread the plague." The man's dark energy surprised even Ray. Ray quickly recognized this mana source as the same one from the magic circle that had sealed him before. Such abundant mana, so that means this person. Suddenly, Ray burst into laughter. "I didn't expect you to look like this." Ray was surprised that a 7th-level archmage, the leader of Phroxia, was so young. The dark mage responded to Ray with an indifferent expression. You've reached level 7 at such a young age." The mysterious man narrowed his eyes and stared at Ray, scrutinizing him. "Have you also reached the Lord level?" The dark mage continued his monologue. "You defeated the bone dragon in an instant, broke the magic seal by weakening the soul, and you also possessed the knowledge to wipe out an entire city with the plague. I don't know if you're even human anymore." "How interesting." Ray looked at him calmly. "I'm not a lord yet. I'm just an ordinary human. Or let me ask you a question. After all, is Phroxia's sole purpose truly revenge?" The mage asked Ray suspiciously. "Revenge?" Ray nodded. "Yes. I can't understand how you can use such a reason to justify these inhumane acts." However, the mage said indifferently, It's true that many people want revenge, but I have absolutely no interest in that." Ray looked at him suspiciously. "No interest?" The mage continued to explain. "All I want is to explore knowledge. My recent actions were just for experiments and research, but the ignorant fools in the fortress thought it was a way to take revenge." Ray grew more and more frustrated as he listened. "So all the wars, the killings you caused, and those innocent people were just tools to satisfy your thirst for knowledge?" The mage calmly confirmed. "In my grand plan, yes, they request, I plan, and it just repeats like that. All the experiments and research I've done haven't had much meaning, but now that a human like you has come before me, it's truly a wonderful result. Not everything was in vain." Ray couldn't help but stare at the mage in astonishment. What kind of madman are you?" The mage showed no fear before Ray and immediately released his dark energy. "Now then, let me show you who I am," the mage said as he spread his arms wide in a dramatic and arrogant manner. Ray remained unfazed by the mage's dark energy and launched his magic chains towards him. The mage glanced indifferently at the chains. "Are you trying to bind me? That magic circle used this spell better than you. You're not even a lord, so any binding spell you try to cast on me is useless." However, in the next instant, the mage's arrogance completely vanished. "I can't move. No way. I'm actually bound by a spell. A 7th-level archmage like me." Ray charged forward without hesitation, with a powerful energy surging in his hands. "I can't let you live." The mage was astonished by Ray's power but could do nothing to resist. "So that means, this guy." In the blink of an eye, the mage's entire body was enveloped by Ray's powerful energy, and a burst of energy erupted immediately afterwards. That's how Phroxia was completely destroyed. After taking care of the troublesome Phroxia, Ray quickly set off on his journey back to the Holy Land. With his backpack on his shoulder, Ray sighed in relief. "Finally, I'm leaving this miserable life. The battles and the night's sleeping rough are officially over. When I return, there will only be a peaceful life with a pile of medicines. And along the way, I even picked this up as loot." Ray chuckled smugly, looking at the ancient book in his hand. "I didn't take the other things because they were just useless spells, but this forbidden book is different. It's even protected by a sealing spell. I'm sure it must contain some powerful spells, like instant teleportation or something." Ray excitedly used his magic on the book. "Let's see. Dispel the seal." However, the book's seal didn't budge at all. What's wrong with this thing?" Ray tried to dispel the seal repeatedly in frustration, but it had no effect. The book remained as still as a stone, and even though Ray changed the incantation, he couldn't do anything to it. He picked up the book with both resentment and sorrow, feeling an endless sense of disappointment. Ray shouted angrily in frustration, "Why won't it open?" Meanwhile, at Clay's place the night before, the intruders had been completely eradicated. Han Yong explained briefly to Clay, "They are from Night Moon, the top assassin guild in the Eastern Continent. I learned that they received an assassination request from the head of the guild. We've been following them from Vatican." Clay immediately made a judgment. The Pope must be directly involved in this assassin's intrusion. Han Yong agreed, "Yes, that's right." Clay's voice lowered in thought, "So the Pope tried to assassinate me." She recalled a few days ago when she had directly confronted the Pope. "Your Holiness, I recently learned that you have been personally managing the Inquisition Council." However, before Clay could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by the Pope slamming his fist on the table in anger. The Pope roared in fury, "How could the Holy Land become so rotten? It's come to this. Instead of being a country of God, I find this place more like the lair of those vulgar Phroxia." Clay still stood her ground and retorted, "I know the saint is said to leave this matter aside." The Pope became even more enraged. "Only the Pope can decide the future of the Holy Land." He declared fiercely, "I want to intensify the hunt for heretics more than ever before. This is the will of the goddess and the sacred mission bestowed upon me." The Pope directly questioned Clay, "Archbishop, will you follow the will of the saintess or mine?" Clay still tried to argue, "I want to ask this. Does that mean your Holiness will ignore the saintess's declaration as the representative of God?" The Pope remained silent before Clay's critical question, but his hateful gaze said it all. After hearing a brief recount of the events, Han Yong also guessed, "This is also related to the saintess, isn't it?" Clay nodded thoughtfully, "Yes, Ray's reputation is growing day by day, and an archbishop close to him like me is starting to become an eyesore to them." After a moment of thought, Clay turned to look at Han Yong. "You're the messenger, Han Yong, right?" Clay came up with a plan and told Han Yong, "I want to ask for your help with something." At this time, in the Grentia forest, Ray was walking around the woods with his purifying holy power. The Phroxia's lair was completely isolated from the surroundings, but there was still a possibility of the disease spreading from one object to another. Therefore, Ray was very careful in his disease prevention efforts and went around eliminating potential dangers. 3-kilometer radius around Phroxia seemed to have been almost completely purified by Ray, eliminating the places where the disease could spread. Ray clicked his tongue and thought to himself, "Sometimes holy magic is quite useful." Suddenly, a voice reached Ray's ears. "There you are." Ray quickly recognized the voice as Circe's and turned to look at her with worry. Circe, out of breath, chased after Ray. "Finally, I found you." Ray immediately took off running, thinking, "I can't get caught up in another argument." However, Circe quickly stopped him. "Wait, I want to apologize for the last time and thank you for returning my earring." Circe bowed sincerely before Ray. "I heard you saved the children of our village. I think I misunderstood you. My mother died because of the Lessian kingdom, and I couldn't calm down when I thought of another kingdom like them returning my mother's relic. I sincerely apologize." Ray felt anger upon learning the truth. "Those demons from that kingdom dared to give me things they looted." Ray nodded and asked Circe, I see. But then why did you come to find me? It's not just to apologize, right?" Circe hesitated. About that." Finally, she asked for Ray's help. "You said you are the saintess, right? Actually, many children in our village have been near here recently, and they have contracted a strange disease. They have many black spots on their bodies." Ray knew immediately that it was the good deed he had done. Circe, unaware, continued to explain, "We're not sure if it's some kind of special curse, but healing magic can't cure it." Ray said, flustered, "The children in your village have encountered a difficult disease." He sighed inwardly. Who would have thought that the fairy race would come near here at this time? Circe stamped her foot in frustration. "I'm sure this disease was caused by those humans." Ray tried to reassure himself. "Well, it's true that Phroxia caused the spread of this disease, even though I was the one who spread the pathogens." Circe looked up at Ray with pleading eyes. "Speaking of that disease, can you heal the children of our village?" Ray quickly replied, "Of course, I will heal them." Circe exclaimed excitedly, "Really, thank you." Then, Circe led Ray to the fairy village deep in the forest. Ray carefully examined the patient's condition. "Is this thanks to healing magic?" "Thank goodness, the situation isn't too serious. The plague is an extremely dangerous disease, but it's also a simple one. It just needs antibiotics for treatment." Circe came to Ray with a bright smile. "Ray, thank you for your holy magic." But Ray told her, "No, I will make medicine." Seeing Circe's confusion, Ray explained, "I can cure them without using holy magic. I will make medicine." Circe tilted her head in doubt. "Medicine? You mean those pills that humans use?" Ray nodded. "Similar to that. First, I need medicinal herbs to make the medicine." Just then, Two fairies whom Ray had previously helped arrived. They asked Ray cheerfully, "Do you need any medicinal herbs? Just tell me the names. Whatever you need, I'll bring them all." Ray said to them with a gentle smile, "Wonderful, then I will write a list of medicinal herbs. Please help me find them." A moment later, Ray laid out a pile of preparation tools on the table, which made Chircy very curious. "Can you really make medicine with these herbs?" Ray nodded in confirmation. "Yes, really, to be more precise, they're not exactly medicinal herbs yet, just individual ingredients." Ray took out the bag of moldy bread and said, "I will turn these into medicinal ingredients." Chircy was surprised when she saw the moldy bread. "Isn't this just moldy bread?" Ray nodded and replied, "I won't use it like this." Then, he began preparing the medicine in front of them. First, he soaked the bread in water to soften it and then filtered the mixture. Then, Ray poured in rapeseed oil and mixed it together. Impurities will dissolve in the rapeseed oil, while the components that can be used as medicine will dissolve in the water. After filtering the mixture, it's almost medicine. While grinding charcoal, Ray continued, "We need to repeat the steps above a few more times, then add heat sterilized charcoal to absorb impurities. Then, pour the mixture into a funnel and use clean water to wash away impurities. Next, we'll pour in acidic vinegar to remove alkaline impurities. Finally, we'll pour in a lime water mixture, which is an alkaline solution." Ray looked at the drops of medicine falling with satisfaction. "Only with extremely pure medicinal ingredients like these can we fight the epidemic. This solution is the cure." Then, he took out a syringe and drew in a sufficient amount of medicine. Ray excitedly approached the sickbed. "Let's go try the medicine." Just like that, Ray administered the antibiotics to the fairy patients. He then went around to purify the entire village of any remaining traces of the disease. 3 days later, the patients had fully recovered. Chircy exclaimed excitedly, "I can't believe this medicine worked without using holy magic." Ray said with a satisfied smile, "I've prepared it so you don't need injections anymore, so remember to take the medicine once a day for the next 3 days." Chircy looked at Ray with a radiant smile. "Thank you, Ray. You have been incredibly kind to help us wholeheartedly. I know that our fairy race has always been secluded, but this incident has helped me understand many things." Ray responded with an embarrassed smile. "Ha, come on, you don't have to say that," he thought to himself. "I'm just cleaning up the mess I made." Chircy cheerfully told everyone in the clan, "We should have a party for Ray, our savior." The recovered patients happily agreed. "That's a great idea, Chircy." However, Ray panicked and stopped them. "What? No, don't do that." The fairies immediately showed disappointment. "Why?" Ray replied flustered. It's just..." He was completely stuck with their enthusiasm and tried to come up with a reasonable excuse. Finally, Ray made up an excuse. "I don't have much time. I have to return to the Holy Land right away." Chircy replied with regret. "Really, that's a shame." In the end, the disease spread, but those who Ray helped survived. The next day, Ray was on his way back to the Holy Land and had to cross the snowy mountain again. He kept sneezing along the way. Ray grumbled while shivering in the cold, "I can't believe I have to cross these snowy mountains again." Ray was busy cursing in his head and didn't notice the tree that was following him. Damn those Phroxia bastards, they were useless in the end. Why didn't a fortress like that have even one teleportation spell? The tree saw that Ray wasn't paying attention to it, so it called out, "Ray." It bowed to Ray politely and said, "Thank you, thanks to you, I was able to return to the forest." Ray quickly noticed that its horns had grown much more than before. The tree continued happily, "I can feel my strength gradually returning, so I want to give you a gift to thank you." Ray thought with some surprise. His tone has changed. Did he lose his sanity? Suddenly, the tree broke off one of its horns. It handed the horn to Ray and instructed, "Only once in the lifetime of each tree fairy, I will give you my strongest branch." Ray accepted the gift awkwardly. "Truly a rare item, thank you." Ray didn't know what to do with the branch, so he finally decided, "I should give this to Zeke. After all, I just see it as an ordinary branch." A few days later, in the Holy Land, there was a scene of unimaginable chaos with the cries of suffering people. Innocent people were mercilessly slaughtered. The members of the Inquisition Council declared aggressively, "Men or women, children or the elderly, kill them all. This entire town is full of demons." A woman, facing the spiked mace of the Inquisitor, could only hold her child tightly, pleading, "Please, spare us, even if only my child survives." The Inquisitor shouted, "You heretics, you opened the city gates for the Phroxia and colluded with them, didn't you?" The woman insisted, "No, we haven't done anything like that." However, the Inquisitor still swung the spiked mace towards the mother and child. "You dare to lie even now, die for your sins." At that moment, Ray emerged from the pitch-black smoke and stopped the Inquisitor. "Stop, I just returned to the Holy Land, and what the hell is this?" Ray glared at the Inquisitor. "I initially thought you were bandits, But that's not the case. Who are you? The Inquisitor immediately stared at Ray. Who is this ragged bastard, you scoundrel? How dare you forget your place? You dare to act like this towards an Inquisitor? Ray replied in a frustrated tone. What, forgetting my place? I can't believe it. Immediately after, he unleashed his holy power. The Inquisitor instantly recognized it as extraordinary holy magic. It seems you're the one who doesn't know your place. The Inquisitor hurriedly knelt down. No, it can't be. You are the Saintess. Ray continued to question him. Which group are you a member of? The Inquisitor stammered in panic. The Inquisition Council. Ray furrowed his brows and glared at him. The Inquisition Council. Huh, so that means the damned culprit behind this insane order is the Pope. The woman who was almost killed earlier hurriedly kowtowed before Ray. Your Holiness, Your Holiness. She pleaded with Ray desperately. I swear to God, we haven't done anything, but those people started slaughtering us. They accused us just because we are heretics. Other villagers also spoke up in unison. That's right, Your Holiness, please, please stop this. If you leave like this, we will die. The desperate pleas echoed everywhere. Your Holiness, please save us. Now we can only believe in you, at least for the sake of the children. Ray couldn't ignore the situation and made a promise. Don't worry, I promise on my honor, I will definitely resolve this. The villagers cried tears of joy. Thank you, sob. Your Holiness, we are eternally grateful. Ray then turned to the Inquisitor. You heard, right, in the name of the Saintess, I order you to retreat. But the Inquisitor stubbornly resisted. We have received orders from His Holiness the Pope, so we cannot act hastily on our own. Ray clicked his tongue. You're not wrong. You can't disobey the Pope's orders. The Inquisitor, thinking the matter was settled, breathed a sigh of relief. However, immediately after, Ray declared with a cold expression, then it's like this. If you obey the Pope's orders, you will die by my hand, right now, right here. The Inquisitor, facing Ray's power, could only bow his head and obey. We will follow your orders, Your Holiness. Ray continued to order. All right, inform the Inquisition Council to follow my orders and cease all activities. Also tell the Inquisition Council that if they don't follow my orders, I will tear them all apart. You too, quickly withdraw and assemble in Salonia. The Inquisitor nodded obediently. Yes, yes sir. Ray glanced at the destroyed village with annoyance. I have to stop this madness quickly. Immediately after, he rushed towards Vatican in a grumpy mood. Why is it that every time I complete a dangerous mission and return, the Holy Land always has a pile of trouble? Meanwhile, at Iriel's place, Greya was reporting the situation. Your Holiness, the Inquisition Council is becoming increasingly violent. Our family tried to pressure them, but the Inquisition Council is an independent religious institution of Vatican, so it wasn't effective. Iriel lowered her head sadly. It's the same for me. I can't do as I please. Just one small mistake, and the Inquisition Council's arrows will be pointed directly at me. Suddenly, Iriel felt a familiar holy power along with the shouts of the guards. How dare you come here? How dare you come here begging? Get lost. Ray was using his holy power to prove his identity to the guards. The guard quickly bowed his head. I apologize, sir. You're dressed strangely today. Ray grumbled grumpily. Yeah, I'm just a ragged beggar who came here to beg. As soon as Iriel spotted Ray, she rushed towards him with a bright smile. You're back. Ray greeted Iriel cheerfully. I'm a little late because I had to stay and clean things up. Iriel happily led Ray inside. I understand. Come in. Before entering, Ray still asked the guard with a grumpy tone. Well, me, a ragged beggar, can I go in now? The guard stammered. Your Holiness, my crime is truly deserving of death. After taking a sip of tea, Iriel asked Ray, how are things with Phroxia? Ray replied decisively, they won't be able to attack us anymore. If any of them are still alive, there's nothing to worry about. Ray frowned and continued, more importantly, I heard that the Pope is managing the Inquisition Council. Right, at this rate, the Holy Land will be blockaded. Iriel replied worriedly, after slaughtering its own people, other nations will also blockade the Holy Land. When faith is shaken, neighboring countries will see this as a good omen, and the influence of the Holy Land on the continent will decline. Ray sighed in agreement with Iriel. Yes, that's why I need your help with this. Iriel immediately asked, what is it? Ray answered, the Inquisitor of the Inquisition Council is still here. Right, order him to withdraw the entire Inquisition Council. Iriel looked up at Ray hesitantly. Do you know what you're saying right now? Ray nodded in confirmation. I know. I've thought it through carefully. Just pass down my order. Iriel still worriedly said. They're following the Pope's orders. What the hell are you trying to do? Ray slammed his fist on the table and stood up in frustration. He declared frankly to Iriel, force them to take responsibility. The next day, a major upheaval occurred at the Vatican Inquisition headquarters. Ray stormed in and commanded, all Inquisition personnel, assemble. The inquisitors inside, not understanding the situation, retorted, "What's going on? How dare you?" But as soon as they saw Rei entering, they stammered, Your Holiness." Rei went straight to the main issue, who is the head of the Inquisition Council. A fat man stepped forward and declared boldly, "It's me. Greetings, Your Holiness, I am Deos, Chief Inquisitor of the Inquisition Council." Deos asked Rei arrogantly, "What wind brings you here so unexpectedly, Your Holiness?" Rei calmly replied, "An order. I want you to gather all the Inquisitors of the Inquisition Council to Salonia immediately." Deos replied with a haughty laugh, "I beg your pardon, Your Holiness, but this is an order to be carried out within a month, issued by the seal of the Holy Father." Rei asked him impatiently, "So, you won't follow my orders?" Deos continued to act arrogantly, "Yes, this is beyond my ability." Without further ado, Rei used his holy power, causing all the Inquisitors to be horrified. This insane holy power. The Inquisitors clutched their chests in panic, with excruciating pain, feeling like their bodies were about to explode. Rei calmly asked Deos, "Have you changed your mind?" However, Deos still spoke stubbornly, "Stop it, doing so won't change the Pope's orders." "Your Holiness, do you really think you can fight the Pope?" Rei calmly replied, "Call it a confrontation if you like." He declared boldly, "I only do what is beneficial for the people, because this is the duty of the Saintus, the position bestowed upon me by the people and God." Rei glared and ordered Deos, "I'll give you 1 week to call every one of them back to Salonia. If you don't." Rei mercilessly hurled a fireball, destroying the headquarters ceiling without any hesitation. After creating a hole in the roof, Rei calmly finished his sentence, "I'll demolish the rest of this place too, understand?" Deos finally submitted and knelt down subserviently, "I will do as you wish." After settling the matter with the Inquisitors, Rei quickly moved on. Now the only thing left is, he went to the Pope's residence immediately afterward and barged in without anyone's permission. When Rei arrived at the Pope's location, the Pope's expression showed no fear for his wrongdoings. Rei directly criticized the Pope upon meeting him, "You've created a mess." However, the Pope responded indifferently, "A mess? This Pope is merely punishing heretics." Rei couldn't help but laugh sarcastically, "Punishing heretics? How ridiculous, slaughtering innocent people without a trial, just calling it punishing heretics." The Pope responded with an indifferent expression, "Convict, why should I do that?" Rei became furious upon hearing this. "What?" The Pope stubbornly declared boldly, "I am the Pope, my words are the law of the Holy Land, the will of God." Rei angrily criticized him, "Look at you, speaking nonsense so confidently, tell me the truth, the real reason isn't that, is it? Before coming here, I investigated a village you were scrutinizing." The Pope felt guilty upon hearing this and clenched his fists on the chair. His face turned fierce as he stared at Rei. "What are you trying to say?" Rei spoke frankly, "No matter how much I think about it, I cannot comprehend your faith." Rei directly accused the Pope, "You're just using your faith as an excuse to massacre innocent people, you must be trying to hide something." The Pope, having his true intentions exposed, roared, "How dare you? How dare you be so insolent? How dare you use such falsehoods to belittle me?" He hastily ordered the soldiers, "Guards, make the Saintus kneel before me at once." Rei also didn't hesitate to prepare to resist. "So you're going this far, huh?" Just as the situation was becoming tense, Eclay's voice rang out along with the door swinging open, "Wait." Eclay entered with a stern expression, staring at the Pope, "There's no need to dirty your hands, Your Holiness." Eclay took out a scroll and declared, "As of this moment, Pope Glicior will be arrested and tried for heresy." The Pope continued to arrogantly order the soldiers, "Arrest me, ha, how ridiculous, what are you waiting for, arrest those rebels immediately." However, Eclay calmly interrupted the Pope, "It's useless, Your Holiness." Eclay unrolled the scroll and said, "This is the agreement for the construction of the Academy buildings. All construction work was entrusted to Phryxia, and the Holy Land received compensation of 1,800 platinum coins." Eclay presented irrefutable evidence. Later, if those buildings did not meet standards or they broke the law, the Holy Land could not question them. "That's what's written in the agreement." The Pope's eyes widened in shock. Where did you get that?" Eclay replied with a smug smile, "I had the help of some capable friends. This is an official document with the Pope's seal, so don't make any excuses." Immediately after, Eclay commanded the soldiers with a clear voice, "Now, all of you, seize the Pope and imprison him." The soldiers immediately obeyed Eclay and rushed forward. "Yes, sir." However, the Pope still laughed arrogantly, "Ha, don't be ridiculous." Then, he unleashed his holy power with a terrifying pressure and declared, "I am the king of this kingdom, the Pope chosen by Gaia. Those who disobey me disobey God. With the divine power bestowed upon me, I will punish you all." The Pope roared, revealing a sinister smile like a demon. Ray, unable to contain his anger, rushed forward and punched the Pope right in the face. What a piece of trash. After that, Pope Glacior was imprisoned. It seemed like the chaos was about to end. However, he still cursed continuously in prison. The gods will never abandon me. You must hold a trial for me. Finally, the Holy Land regained its peaceful days after so much turmoil from both foreign wars and civil wars. But at this moment, the throne remained vacant. The archbishops and nobles were vying for the powerful position of Pope. Faced with this situation, Ray approached Eclay and proposed, "Eclay, I want you to become the Pope." Eclay was stunned and couldn't believe her ears. What? Ray tried to persuade Eclay, "You haven't joined any faction, and you're also the most powerful among the archbishops. You can bring a fresh perspective to this tarnished position as the first female pope ever." Eclay replied hesitantly, "I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm capable enough." Iriel also came to persuade Eclay with a bright smile. "You worry too much." Then, Iriel handed Eclay a piece of paper filled with writing. Iriel said that it was a list of names of people who wanted to ascend to the position of pope. As soon as Eclay read it, she became agitated and shouted, "What the hell? These 3 pieces of trash also want to become pope." Not wanting to let the Holy Land fall into the hands of useless people, Eclay immediately agreed, "Great, don't worry about anything, I will become the pope." Finally, with strong support from the Saintess and the Saint, Eclay became the first female pope of the Holy Land. In the days that followed, peace came to the Holy Land, but not to Iriel's office. Iriel was buried in a pile of paperwork that Ray was not capable of handling. Feeling guilty, Ray served tea to Iriel with utmost care. "So much work, here you go." Iriel replied wearily, "Nothing new, thank you." Ray silently admired Iriel. I can't believe she went back to work right away. Before Ray could even mention the hot tea, Iriel had already drained it tiredly. Ray thought to himself, Iriel has always helped me countless times after returning to the Holy Land. So he used purification magic to help Iriel's mind relax. However, her spirit was still incredibly sluggish. Indeed, magic is truly wondrous, but holy magic can't help me with fatigue. Ray replied with an apologetic smile, "If you need anything else, just tell me." Seeing Ray being overly attentive, Iriel became suspicious. "What's wrong with you? Did you eat something strange today?" Ray clicked his tongue and sighed, "I'm helping you, and you're causing trouble." Iriel glanced at Ray playfully. "Don't tell me you like me." Seeing Ray's face darken, Iriel burst out laughing. "Just kidding, just kidding. You're doing this to thank me for always helping you, right?" Ray thought to himself, "She's just like a ghost." Iriel continued to joke, "But it wouldn't be strange if you liked me, a beautiful woman like me who can help both physically and mentally." Ray finally couldn't help but smile at Iriel's cuteness. He suddenly patted Iriel's head gently. "You're right, thank you." Iriel blushed at Ray's unusually intimate gesture. She fumbled, trying to find a way to avoid it. "What are you doing? Do you think I'm a child?" Ray chuckled to himself. "I'm actually older than you, counting my previous life. I'm over 50 years old now." Suddenly, Iriel stood up abruptly in surprise. She said to Ray anxiously, "Ah, that's right. I was so busy working that I almost forgot about this. Oh my, if we start now, we'll be in trouble." Ray looked at Iriel in confusion, not knowing the reason for her panic. Seeing Ray's clueless expression, Iriel grumbled, "Ray, now is not the time for you to act like this." Ray, still not understanding, asked, "What's wrong? Is there something important today?" At that moment, he also suddenly remembered a major event that was about to take place. Both of them exclaimed in panic, the Pope's inauguration banquet. That evening, with the hurried preparation of the servants, they were finally able to get ready for the banquet. Ray, dressed smartly, muttered to himself, "Great, it's not too late to start going now, right?" Just then, the servant outside announced, "Your Holiness, Zeke has arrived." Ray replied, "Tell him to come in." Zeke, upon opening the door, greeted Ray respectfully, "Your Holiness." Immediately after, he was overjoyed to see Ray's attire. "You look amazing," Ray replied with a wry smile. "Thanks, but why are you here? Where's Yuklawud?" Zeke explained, "I heard the war is over, but you still have a lot to deal with, so I came here today to work for you." Ray nodded, all right. Oh, I have a gift for you." Zeke immediately became excited upon hearing about a gift from his idol. "A gift for me." Ray took out the tree fairy's branch and handed it to Zeke. Ray explained shyly, "This might not look very valuable, but," however, before Ray could finish his sentence, Zeke was so moved that his hands trembled. "Your Holiness," he said with tears of joy, "the first gift you've ever given me. I'm so touched. I will cherish it like a family heirloom of the Trey family." Ray thought to himself in amazement, "I didn't even need to convince him that this is a branch of the tree fairy." Then, Ray asked with a wry smile, changing the subject, "Ah, right, you know how to block my sword now, right?" Zeke replied enthusiastically, "Yes, I figured it out." Ray's eyes widened in astonishment. He found a way. Ray found it hard to believe and asked Zeke again, "You really found a way to block the sword?" Zeke said excitedly, "If it's the same sword you attacked me with the other day, I'm sure I can block it." Ray exclaimed in amazement, "You're a genius." Zeke looked at the tree fairy branch with excitement. "Then I will prove it to you soon." His strange expression gave Ray goosebumps. Where is he looking? Meanwhile, in the banquet hall, a large number of nobles and envoys had gathered for the inauguration celebration. Greya whispered to Iriel, "As expected, all the families have gathered for the Pope's inauguration banquet." Iriel nodded with a smile. "Yes, I knew it." Suddenly, Iriel's gaze sharpened as she looked at a group of strangers. "I don't think I've met these people before." Greya introduced them. "They are the diplomatic mission from the Hurhan Kingdom." Iriel muttered with annoyance, "When we asked for reinforcements, they didn't help, and now they come. Their goal is obviously..." Just then, Ray appeared and added to Iriel, re-establishing trade between the two countries. Ray greeted Iriel and Greya cheerfully. "You're early, Iriel." "Greya, long time no see." Greya bowed respectfully to Ray. "Greya Teeps greets your holiness." Ray praised her warmly. "I heard you contributed a lot during the recent war." Iriel added in praise of Greya, "That's right, she has also decided to help me with the work of the Holy Land in the future." Zeke chuckled. "What a great honor." Ray, however, asked Greya with concern, "So you're not going back to the academy?" Greya thought for a moment and said, "I guess so. It's only difficult at the beginning." "Right." Ray silently lamented the loss of a future medical student. Seeing Ray's disappointment, Greya comforted him. "But if you open a medical school, I will definitely make time to attend, no matter what." Ray immediately brightened up. "Really?" While the group of four were laughing and talking happily, the envoys of Hurhan approached them. "Your Holiness." The envoy introduced himself warmly. "Eloin from the Hurhan Kingdom greets your Holiness." Ray quickly realized that when the Holy Land was in danger, they didn't show their faces, yet now they dared to shamelessly come here and talk to him. Therefore, Ray replied coldly, "Nice to meet you." Eloin said with a flattering smile, "It's an honor for us to meet all the heroes who fought against Phroxia to protect the continent." Iriel bluntly interrupted him. "Enough with the pleasantries, just get to the point." Iriel didn't hide her annoyance. "I'm sure you realize that people who just stood by and watched without offering any help, like you, are not welcome here, right? We're only willing to listen to you because you've traveled such a long way to get here." Eloin cleared his throat awkwardly and replied, "Currently, trade between the Hurhan Kingdom and the Holy Land has been suspended due to the war. But according to the trade agreement as a friendly kingdom, we should be the only kingdom with the right to import grain from the Holy Land. Therefore, we have come here to request the restoration of trade." While Eloin was speaking, he was interrupted by the surrounding nobles. "Shut your filthy mouth." Eloin looked around in panic and continued to endure the insults. "Do you think just because you have a mouth, you can spout such nonsense? Get lost." Iriel immediately took the opportunity to speak frankly. "You heard them. This is the Holy Land's stance. You have come a long way, but now you should leave." Instead of pleading, Eloin threatened, "So you're trying to cancel the trade agreement between our two kingdoms? It seems like you haven't considered the consequences for the Holy Land's diplomatic image." Ray, annoyed, interrupted, "We can't unilaterally cancel the agreement." Ray spoke kindly. "The Hurhan Kingdom is completely dependent on trade, but now they are facing difficulties. I'm sure the goddess would also want us to help this neighboring kingdom." Eloin burst out laughing. As expected, only the hero, the savior of this continent, understands reason. However, Ray immediately followed up with, import grain at double the price." Eloin immediately objected, "That's ridiculous, you would also." However, Ray responded indifferently, "Don't tell me you're thinking of breaking the agreement." Ray smiled cunningly. "As a friendly kingdom, that wouldn't be very polite of you." Immediately after, Ray's smile turned threatening. "You wouldn't want to become enemies of the Holy Land, would you?" Just as the situation was getting tense, Eclay appeared with a radiant smile. "It's wonderful that both kingdoms can alleviate the pressure. What could be more joyful today? Come on, let's put these complicated matters aside. I hope everyone can continue to enjoy the banquet today." Thanks to that, the bickering between the two sides temporarily subsided. While the banquet was going on lively inside, Ray and Iriel sneaked outside for some fresh air. Iriel said to Ray with a relieved smile, "I used to think this war would never end, but somehow, it's over." Ray laughed along with Iriel. "Haha, I knew it." Then Ray became a little worried for Iriel. "But are you sure you can handle everything when I go back to the academy?" Iriel replied confidently, "Of course, I can manage everything here on my own now." Iriel cheerfully encouraged Ray, "You've gone through so much since you arrived in the Holy Land, now you should go and do what you want to do." Ray burst out laughing and replied, "Well, it would be great to meet you occasionally and ask for your help with paperwork." Iriel replied cheerfully, Ah, as you wish. Meanwhile, in the completely devastated area of Phroxia, a terrifying darkness surrounded the fortress. Suddenly, the 7th level mage opened his eyes wide. He wondered in confusion, am I dead? The mage slowly sat up with a dazed look. I can't believe there's a human mage more powerful than a corpse like me. The mage recalled the last scene he saw before losing consciousness, his mana piercing through his heart in an instant. The mage touched his chest with a feeling of extreme tension. That was an enormous mana source, pure and beautiful. It was as if it were the source of all magic. The mage sighed softly with a rising desire. From this moment on, I will seek you out. He sat hesitantly amidst the ruins, filled with a deep admiration for Rei. Oh, my lord. After the war ended, the Holy Kingdom strived to restore its peaceful daily life. It was a challenging task, but with the efforts of Clay and Iriel, it wouldn't take long to get back on track. The academy also began calling for students to return to their studies, and despite the damage to the surrounding area, the academy buildings remained surprisingly intact. However, contrary to the academy's expectations, not all students returned. Some had perished in the war, but a majority were disillusioned by the academy's lack of timely response during the conflict. The common sentiment was that there was no pride in attending such a school, and thus, only a handful of students came back. Only when news spread that the saint, also the kingdom's hero, had returned to the academy and started holding free medical lectures did students from all over the country gradually return. Rei's stature at the academy was no longer the same. Everyone knew about his heroic deeds, and his influence was so powerful that it seemed almost overwhelming for a single person. When the large lecture hall was packed, Rei's lecture officially began. He wrote the lesson title on the board, eager for the moment he had been waiting for. The future of the medical academy would depend on the number of students he could reach with this lecture. Standing at the podium, Rei smiled brightly. All right, let's start today's lesson. Although he felt a sense of tension and nervousness, there was also a pleasant excitement. He tapped the chalk against the board, focusing everyone's attention. Today's lesson will focus on this topic, how to effectively perform first aid on wounds and understanding microorganisms. As it's the first lesson, I've decided to start with a light and relatable topic inspired by the recent war. Explaining it in a way that even those with no knowledge of medicine can understand will help them realize the importance of medical knowledge. Rei began the lecture with a real-life example to capture the students' interest. Throughout the war, we often saw bishops performing healing work, but they are not the only ones who can save patients from the clutches of death. Rei continued to ignite fresh curiosity within his students, emphasizing the stark difference between knowledge and ignorance. As some of you may have experienced or witnessed in the recent battle, there are illnesses and injuries that even the power of magic cannot heal. Rei emphasized with a grave tone, bishops, priests, or even a saint like myself cannot cure all ailments. The students became visibly bewildered, whispering, even the saint. Anxious murmurs arose among the students. Then those people are doomed. Their eyes reflected unease and skepticism towards the life of complete reliance on magic that they had always pursued. Before the whispers could escalate, Rei continued his lecture with a firm slap on the blackboard. However, with different treatment methods, these illnesses can be cured. By studying at the medical academy, you can all achieve this. With the students wide-eyed in astonishment, Rei enthusiastically declared, starting today, the medical academy will begin accepting students and will focus on treating illnesses and external injuries, wounds that even bishops cannot heal. Essentially an invitation for those interested in enrolling. Rei's words were met with excited murmurs throughout the lecture hall. He chuckled inwardly. So, if you want to learn, come and register for my class, Kiki. With the recruitment pitch concluded, Rei delved into the lesson's content. He wrote a few lines on the blackboard and said, from now on, all injuries external to the body will be called external wounds. As expected, no one questioned the definition, so Rei directly posed a question. Before we begin the main content, I have a question. Why did many soldiers who were saved during the battle later die from very minor injuries? A student raised their hand and suggested, is it because the church didn't have enough manpower to treat those minor wounds? Despite the student's quick response, the answer seemed poorly considered. Rei drew a human figure on the board and patiently guided, that's partially correct, but why did the soldiers die from wounds that were clearly not serious? No one rushed to answer Rei's seemingly pointless repetition of the question. After a moment of waiting, Rei finally broke the silence. It's because the external wounds became infected. As the students' eyes began to sparkle with interest and curiosity, Rei explained, there are millions of microorganisms around us that we cannot see. For example, in the palm of the student who just answered my question. Rei provided a simple illustration, but the students were confused as they couldn't see anything in their hands. A student questioned, Are you saying there are creatures called microorganisms living everywhere and on everything? Ray nodded enthusiastically. That's right. The student continued skeptically, but I can't sense any of them around me right now. Ray was slightly taken aback and forced a laugh. Haha, microorganisms are so small that you cannot see them, nor can you sense them with mana. A series of questions arose. Unsatisfied with Ray's explanation, what the hell are these microorganisms? How do you even know about them? We need proof to believe this. Lack of knowledge was one thing, but such bewildered remarks from the students left Ray speechless momentarily. Proof, he thought, if they could sense things below the limit of human sight, at about 0.1 millimeters, they would be a being more powerful than Era. Ray pondered for a moment and then offered a clearer example. If you leave bread at room temperature for a long time, it will get moldy, right? If I say that mold is also a type of microorganism, would that be easier to understand? The students' silence indicated they still didn't understand. Ray thought it might be better to explain why mold grows on such things. Microorganisms have very special properties. They are divided into microalgae, germs, bacteria, yeast, and many others. Even the decomposition of corpses is caused by microorganisms. When microorganisms infect external wounds, it can lead to severe inflammatory reactions, also known as sepsis. Ray wrote on the blackboard again, circling the term sepsis to emphasize its danger. Ray calmly made eye contact with his students. That's why many people died in the recent battle due to minor wounds that weren't treated promptly. The idea that microorganisms are everywhere and can cause sudden death made the students wary. It meant that even falling to the ground could be fatal, and they felt an inexplicable discomfort in the parts of their bodies touching the chairs or tables. After the basic explanations, Ray intended to teach them about first aid. He asked, if injured in war, would you give up treatment or amputate a limb just because of a small wound? The students' gazes conveyed a fear like how can we live in such a scary world? The intense nature of the discussion rendered them speechless, but it was clear that nobody wanted to give up their life or a body part, so they eagerly asked, then, what should we do? Satisfied with the students' attentiveness, Ray continued, as long as the external wounds are properly disinfected, there's nothing to worry about. You can understand disinfection as the act of killing microorganisms to prevent the wound from becoming infected. The students were unaware of the existence of microorganisms, so absorbing all this information at once was naturally overwhelming. Therefore, Ray had to provide an example of a common illness similar to the flu. Most people have had plague. Perhaps you all know that if plague gets too severe, you could die. The student questioned further, are you saying that plague is also caused by microorganisms? Ray shrugged and replied, not exactly microorganisms. This disease is caused by a type of virus, which we will learn more about later, but it's not entirely unrelated. Explaining this vaguely would be endless, so Ray decided to simplify the principle. He cast a spell, creating a bubble filled with water that floated in midair. We can prevent plague through proper disinfection. The method of disinfection is very simple. Ray demonstrated the action of washing hands within the water bubble. Wash your hands. If you wash your hands regularly, you can prevent most of the risks of this disease. Of course, not all microorganisms on your hands will be completely disinfected, but it's not ineffective. The students marveled, both surprised and engrossed by Ray's lecture. He further emphasized, the same applies to minor wounds. Just washing the wound with some clean water will be effective. Ray showed his clean hands to everyone and added an example. Housewives who often do laundry are proof of this, as they rarely get plague. After all, their hands are in contact with water very often. Then, a breakthrough in the lesson unexpectedly emerged when a student raised their hand. Professor, I have a question. Ray happily encouraged the student to ask. Yes, what would you like to ask? The student then posed the question, then how do you explain the magic of dark mages? They use evil power, not microorganisms. This was indeed a very suitable question for someone who had used microorganisms to create the plague that everyone thought was caused by evil power in Phroxia. Ray replied easily, that's a very good question. In the case of that disease caused by dark magic, it wouldn't just appear out of thin air. Rather, the magic simply creates a favorable environment for microorganisms to thrive. The dark magic creates desolate landscapes and swamps, perfect breeding grounds for pestilence. This naturally leads to the spread of disease. The discussion had slightly deviated, so Ray quickly wanted to return to the main topic of the lesson. We've gotten a bit off track. Now we will talk about. Just as Ray was about to retrieve something else from under the podium, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Ray's hand immediately stopped. He looked up at the clock right above the blackboard and almost cursed it out loud. It's already over, but I've only skimmed through a few things. Damn it, the first lesson is the most important one. Ray's heart was filled with worry as he realized he had spent all his time explaining basic knowledge. How can I attract the students' attention with just a brief overview like this? He thought anxiously. However, contrary to Ray's anxious speculations, the students were captivated by his new theory about microorganisms. Cheers erupted. Thank you, Professor. Professor Ray, your lectures are always so interesting. Today's lecture was truly amazing. Ray's heart immediately softened at the positive response from the students. Although it might seem trivial, a wave of hand-washing enthusiasm swept through the academy. With the war-torn state of the country, it was natural for everyone to harbor a fear of disease. Therefore, Ray's lecture became a beacon of hope, showing that such a simple process could prevent illness. Soon, the academy built a facility dedicated solely to hand-washing. Ray's subsequent lectures continued to make waves. In 4 months of free medical science education, basic knowledge of modern medicine was imparted to many people of this world. Finally, the time came for the medical academy to officially open its doors to students. Thanks to Ray's popularity, enrollment in the medical academy surged. Nearly 200 students registered. Considering the general scale for academies, it might seem like a modest number, but for a newly established institution, the response was explosive, leaving Ray extremely excited. Wearing attire similar to a modern doctor's coat, Ray energetically entered the venue for the medical academy's inauguration ceremony. With no other professors, Ray anticipated a hectic schedule with continuous lectures, but he was delighted by it. Ray even felt exhilaration with each step he took. Great, now things are really starting, he thought. It seemed that for him, constant work wasn't an enemy but a frequent companion, and he enjoyed it, at least in this world. Meanwhile, a new admirer of Ray had been following the subtle traces of his mana, crossing a snowy mountain, then a valley, and finally reaching a plain before looking up to see the sky of the Holy Kingdom. After passing through numerous remote villages and cities, Ray's new ardent admirer reached the end of the path marked by his mana traces. He gently landed on the ground after a long flight, thinking, "He's here, I can feel it very clearly." Ray's new admirer was the mage from Phroxia, the one Ray thought he had killed. He had indeed died, but his revival was still possible because he was a lich. At first glance, one might not even recognize him as a dark mage. The lich couldn't help but be surprised as he looked around the academy. For a mage of Ray's caliber, aligning with the Lessian Empire would seem more logical, but to be in the Holy Kingdom, and within an academy no less, was even more astonishing. The lich wanted to meet Ray immediately, but he hesitated, considering Ray's feelings. A person who believed they had killed their enemy, only to have them suddenly appear before them once more. The lich clicked his tongue inwardly. That would be quite reckless, wouldn't it? He might feel offended. So, the lich didn't rashly search for Ray right away. He carefully surveyed the academy, evaluating the situation and devising a plan. How can I meet him again without making him feel offended? The lich was puzzled by the white coats many students were wearing. These humans are all dressed the same. It must be the academy uniform. But what's with the white coat? The lich pondered. Is such attire really necessary, and what purpose does it serve? But after all, they are just academy students. Learning more about their clothes wouldn't be particularly useful. Instead, the lich thought about how to blend into the building. He was torn between choosing a normal mage robe and the white coat. Finally, he made a decision. The lich decided on the white coat. For a 7th circle mage, stealing a uniform and coat from the dormitory was a simple task. Wearing the academy uniform and white coat, the lich stepped out into the garden and blended into the crowd. In fact, there were 3 types of attire for students to choose from at the academy. Some wore no robes and carried swords, while others wore the dark robes typically used by mages. Finally, with the establishment of the medical academy, students wearing white lab coats began to appear. Whether it was due to sharp intuition or sheer luck, this lich had chosen the lab coat. The lich admired his newly acquired uniform with satisfaction. This type of attire, it's quite cool, he thought. Despite having done nothing noteworthy, the moment he stepped into the garden, he attracted the attention of other students. "Hey, are you a new student?" The lich tried to act natural, since they were wearing the same clothes. He assumed they were in the same department and replied curtly, "Yes." The 2 female students exclaimed with faces of delight. "Really? No wonder. He's so handsome. There's no way we wouldn't have noticed him before." The 2 female students chattered excitedly. "Do you know your way around? You know class is about to start, right?" The lich shook his head wearily. "I don't know." The female students immediately offered. "Then come with us. We'll take you to the lecture hall area." The lich hadn't even agreed, but the 2 female students took it for granted that he wanted to go with them. They excitedly discussed, "Maybe we don't need to go there. Today is a practical lesson, right? You said you needed a group of 3 people, didn't you? That's great. We just happen to have 3 people. I can't believe we're going to dissect a whole pig today. It's so scary." Upon hearing this, the lich's eyes suddenly gleamed. we're going to dissect a pig, is that dark magic or something? The two female students laughed brightly, teasing him. Ha ha ha, you look like this, but you like to joke around. Ha, when studying medicine, it's very important to understand the structure of the internal organs in the body. The Lich, upon hearing this, vaguely remembered something. The Lich frowned slightly at the answer of the two female students. Medicine, that was once a trend in the age of magic, wasn't it? This method is far less effective than magic, so it quickly disappeared. The Academy of the Holy Kingdom teaches such useless things. At that moment, a student with a bulky physique walked by and bumped into a female student. However, instead of apologizing, he snapped and cursed. What the hell, are you blind? The female student panicked and bowed her head. I'm sorry. Seeing the actions of the tall guy, the Lich felt annoyed and grumbled. How strange, wasn't he the one who bumped into her? The female student standing next to him sighed. He's just a bully. The female student explained to the Lich with a tired voice. The medical academy has only just been established. Most of the students are just commoners. On the contrary, students in swordsmanship or magic come from the aristocracy, so they feel offended to have to study with commoners like us. The Lich bluntly criticized the bully and urged the frightened girl who was frozen in place. How rude. Hey, let's go. We're going to be late for the practical lesson. The two female students were startled, and even the bully looked surprised. Immediately afterward, the bully glared angrily at the Lich. You guys apologize like that and think you can just leave. The Lich replied with an indifferent expression. Didn't she already apologize to you? The bully's face contorted with further anger as he grumbled. Not sincere enough. She should at least kneel down. At the same time, he emitted a murderous aura, staring at the Lich as if wanting to break his neck. In response to the bully's anger, a blatant mocking smile appeared on the Lich's lips. He had intended to let this matter go because of the seemingly interesting pig dissection lesson, but the bully insisted on getting in his way. The Lich didn't hesitate to show him the proper way to behave. With just a glare and simple magic, the Lich forced the bully's knees to slam onto the ground. You mean like this? For a brief moment, the Lich's eyes shone with intense dark magic power. You dare to be arrogant based solely on your lucky social status. You are truly unparalleled in your vulgarity. The Lich activated the mana within his body and quickly approached the bully, whispering with a menacing glare, From now on, you are an orc. The Lich's characteristic cruel smile spread across his lips. You will go into the forest and build a tribe, rolling around in mud. This will be your only life and joy from this point onward. As the Lich spoke, the bully's eyes became dark and distant, an unmistakable sign that the spell had taken effect. Under the influence of hypnosis, the bully snorted like an orc and ran towards the academy gate. The Lich observed the bully's pathetic state and chuckled. Finally, you have returned to your true nature. Ha ha ha. The Lich, with a gleeful smile, turned to the two female students who were still stunned by the bully's abnormal behavior. Come on, lead me to the laboratory. His tone was arrogant, but neither girl minded. They cheerfully replied. Okay, let's go. Entering the laboratory with its array of scalpels and other tools laid out on the tables, the Lich's heart began to pound with excitement. He felt inexplicably drawn to this place. Looking at the pig laid out on the laboratory table, the Lich smirked with delight, as if enjoying entertainment for the first time in centuries. However, he didn't forget to remind himself, after this lesson ends, I will go find my lord right away. However, the Lich's plan was soon disrupted when Ray entered the laboratory and greeted the students. Is everyone ready? The Lich was inwardly shocked as he recognized the face of the person standing on the podium, very similar to the face he had seen in Phroxia. The Lich's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never anticipated such a surprise encounter and inwardly rejoiced. Whoa, I can't believe I met him here, but I'm not mentally prepared yet. At the same time, Ray could also see the Lich's face, and he had never anticipated such a meeting in this place either. Wait, you. At first, he thought he was mistaken and looked again several times, but the more he looked, the more certain he became. Stepping down from the podium, Ray approached the Lich's seat and grabbed his shoulder with a threatening attitude. You know me, don't you? The Lich was caught off guard, like a thief caught red-handed. His reaction became sluggish from the surprise. The Lich stammered in confusion. What? Sensing the fluster in the Lich's eyes, Ray released mana from his fingertips and threatened him. Come on, you know who I am, right? I'm right, aren't I? Tell me you know me. Ray's mana fluctuated as if ready to kill the Lich at any moment. The Lich, sensitive to the flow of mana, clearly felt it and hesitated. If I admit it, he will kill me without any explanation. Of course, death isn't a big deal for a Lich. As long as my phylactery is intact, I can be reborn and find Ray again. However, strangely enough, the Lich didn't want to die. Fear rose within him as he saw Ray's ambiguous expression. neither frowning nor smiling. This fear led him to lie clumsily while avoiding Ray's gaze. I don't know you. Ray was enraged by the Lich's response and roared, "You don't know me, bullshit." Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden burst of mana shot out, aimed directly at the Lich's heart. Startled, the Lich activated his own mana and hurriedly dodged the attack. Immediately afterward, Ray confirmed his suspicions and created a glowing sword in his hand. You bastard, you're still alive. I don't know how you managed to survive, but I'll grind you into 60 billion pieces to make sure you can't live anymore." The Lich tried to defuse the situation. He quickly distanced himself from Ray and cried out in a pleading voice, "That's terrifying, 60 billion pieces. I've never heard of such a barbaric lord. Are you really going to kill me like that? Lord, please listen to me first." Ray couldn't risk harming the other students in the class, so he only flared his mana on the sword to threaten the Lich. "Alright, I'll give you 3 seconds. 3, 2, the Lich hurriedly screamed. "That's not enough time. First of all, I have no intention of attacking you. I only came here to support you, Lord." Ray frowned skeptically. "How can I believe you?" The Lich earnestly explained. "Lower-ranked mages are always like this. Our duty is to show utmost respect to higher-ranked mages." Ray found it even harder to believe. "So you're saying you came to serve me because I'm of a higher class? That's utter nonsense." The Lich knelt and groveled at Ray's feet like a beggar pleading for mercy. "I'm telling the truth. Please believe me." Seeing that the Lich's expression seemed genuinely confused, Ray considered his words. "Well, now that Phroxia has fallen, there's no reason for him to come here and surrender his life like this. It seems he really doesn't intend to attack me, but..." If Ray knew this guy was a Lich, he might still be worried about the possibility of him planning to die together and then resurrect alone, but for now, he still didn't know that, so he decided to temporarily dispel the glowing sword he was holding. However, Ray's mind was still filled with conflict, unsure whether he should eliminate this potential threat immediately. Even if he needed to kill him, there were too many students present, making it difficult to fight, so he decided to use a binding spell to immobilize the Lich. Ray spoke to the Lich in a voice full of suspicion. "Stay there until the end of this lesson." The Lich immediately saw this as an opportunity to build trust with Ray and cheerfully replied, "As you command, no matter what happens, I won't move an inch." In the still tense atmosphere with the presence of a madman who seemed to be a 6th circle or higher mage, Ray announced the start of the lesson. "Alright, don't mind him, let's start practicing from exercises 1 to 5. Despite being immobilized by the binding spell, Lich could still speak. After a long silence, he grumbled, his gaze fixed on the chaotic dissection tables. "How irritating." Lich relentlessly criticized the students as they attempted to dissect the pig. "I was curious to see how skilled you all were," he remarked, "but your technique is pathetic, truly abysmal." His stiff, awkward posture contrasted with his incessant disparaging comments, making it even more difficult for the students to complete the task. The polite tone Lich had used with Ray vanished, replaced by disdain and scorn for the students. "Are you chopping meat? Do you think you're mincing it? Why not just use a hammer then?" Faced with Lich's harsh mockery, the students lowered their heads. Only Ray, his curiosity piqued, inquired, "Do you know how to dissect a pig?" Lich confidently declared, "It's my specialty, my lord." Despite his restraints, he wiggled his hips in eagerness. Sensing his enthusiasm, Ray decided to release Lich. "Alright, give it a try. You know what will happen if you do anything foolish, right?" he warned. Lich responded cheerfully, "Never. I will use my skills to prove my loyalty to you." Freed from his predicament, Lich arrogantly raised the scalpel with a flourish, chuckling, "You fools, watch and learn." Lich's hand moved smoothly, his cuts precise and deliberate, as if he knew exactly what to do next. The speed of his dissection was breathtaking. With no unnecessary movement, Lich displayed an intimate knowledge of not just the pig's organs but also its bones and muscles. He dissected the intricate parts with ease, leaving the other students whispering in awe. However, their admiration meant little to him. The awe of these incompetent, inferior humans wasn't enough to satisfy Lich. He glanced at Ray, awaiting praise from someone he deemed stronger than himself. Ray immediately acknowledged Lich's skill. "Your technique is indeed excellent, good enough to teach others." This was a magnificent dissection. Lich's face puffed up with pride at Ray's praise. "My lord, this is but a trivial matter for me." Ray, intrigued by the idea of further training Lich, asked, "I see, you said you came here to assist me, right?" Lich excitedly replied, "Yes, please grant a flawed individual like me an opportunity." Ray looked at Lich with a mischievous smile. "I understand. I just thought of the perfect job for you." Lich, unable to contain his eagerness, immediately agreed, "Yes, I will follow your arrangements." The following days, Ray was busy designing lectures, his time divided between teaching and burying himself in documents. One day, a messenger knocked on his door, Professor Ray, are you inside? Ray immediately opened the door. I am. What is it? The messenger handed Ray a scroll. This is from your hometown. Your family sent you a letter. Ray accepted the letter, surprised. He had almost forgotten about his parents in this world. They hadn't communicated for a long time, and the distance from the Holy Kingdom to Silica was vast, resulting in slow news transmission. Ray looked at the letter, wondering if something important had happened at home. Meanwhile, at Iriel's residence, a heavy atmosphere prevailed. Iriel had been confined to her office for days, finally succumbing to exhaustion. I can't do this anymore, she lamented. Iriel slumped onto her desk in despair, her once lavish office now overflowing with documents and papers. Despite being the saintess, she looked as haggard as any office worker after months of overtime. Greya, organizing documents beside Iriel, offered a wry smile. Saintess, this is the third time you've said that today. Leave the rest to me, you should get some rest. Iriel sighed with a dejected expression. But I promised to finish everything before Ray returns. When I let him go, I was so confident. I thought I could handle more than the average person, but... Iriel clicked her tongue and lamented, if only our foolish saint would come back, I could rest immediately. Greya chuckled and replied, I've sent a messenger to the saint, he'll be back soon. Back at the academy, Ray received another letter, its contents as surprising as the one from his hometown. More importantly, this was a confidential letter, its contents to be kept secret even from Iriel. After reading the contents of the letter from Greya, Ray burned it immediately. It was a secret letter, and keeping it could cause trouble for both the Holy Kingdom and the sender. The letter's content was simple. The Kingdom of Lessian, the most powerful empire on the continent, requested Ray's presence. Their powerful king, George de Lessian, was critically ill, and the royal family sought Ray's healing abilities. The Lessian royal family used respectful language, calling Ray the saint chosen by God and the one who possesses the ability to heal all illnesses in the world. Though this was common knowledge, its use in a letter from the leading empire carried significant weight. If Ray went to the Lessian Empire but failed to cure the emperor, the responsibility would fall entirely on the Holy Kingdom. Although holy power wasn't omnipotent and couldn't guarantee a cure for all ailments, failing to heal King George would be interpreted as Ray not intending to heal him. In other words, if the treatment failed, Lessian would consider it a refusal by the Holy Kingdom to heal their king, causing immediate strain on their relationship. The more Ray thought about it, the more frustrated he became. He just wanted to focus on medicine. But problems kept arising. Well, it's not that I can't cure him, but... Ray knew that failing to cure King George would be a problem, but succeeding would also be problematic. It would give the Lessian Empire a reason to invite him at any time under the guise of gratitude. It would be a hassle. He couldn't rule out the possibility of being invited to banquets or arranged meetings with important figures as a way of repaying a debt he couldn't refuse. Ray frowned, shook his head, and sighed. He didn't mind treating patients in other kingdoms, but the thought of the complex situation ahead filled him with dread. It's a mess that goes beyond just treating a patient, but I guess I have no choice. Whatever choice Ray made, it seemed like a loss in the current situation. However, maintaining a relationship with the Lessian Empire could benefit the Academy by allowing them to send doctors to various places, so he ultimately decided to comply with the request. Subsequently, Ray appointed Lich as an honorary professor. The students, impressed by his acclaimed pig dissection skills, tried to befriend him, but he responded with indifference. Hey, you, don't talk to me outside of class. Lich sighed inwardly, frustrated at having to interact with these humans he considered inferior. The Lord has requested it, so I have no choice. Thinking of his goal to explore the academic world through Ray's perspective, Lich swallowed his tears and encouraged himself to endure. Just then, a student approached him. Annoyed by the interruption, Lich glared menacingly. I'm sure I told you not to talk to me outside of class. The student, sweating profusely, stammered, yes, Professor Ray is looking for you. So, Lich didn't wait for the student to finish and dashed off like an ostrich, so hasty that he forgot he could fly or teleport. Less than 5 minutes later, Lich arrived at Ray's office, panting heavily. My lord, you called for me. Ray nodded cheerfully. Oh, you're here, say hello. Ray gestured towards Zeke and solemnly introduced him to Lich as his right-hand man. This is Zeke, he'll be watching over you while I'm away. From the first glance, Zeke displayed clear animosity towards Lich. A staring contest immediately erupted, with Zeke and Lich glaring at each other. Lich spoke in a disgruntled voice, feeling unjustly treated. Watching over me? And what do you mean you're going away? What are you talking about? Ray answered casually and handed Lich a scroll. I'll be leaving the academy for a while. Here, take this. Ray carefully instructed Lich. I've written most of the lessons on this parchment. You study them first. Once you understand them thoroughly, you can teach them to the students while I'm away. Lich received the paper with a pitiful expression and groaned. What? But I came here to support you. Suddenly, Zeke interrupted with a critical tone. How dare you talk back to the saint? You must be insane. Fortunately, thanks to Ray's guidance, Zeke no longer resorted to threats of violence but attempted to reason with Lich. Do you know how much the saint values this academy? You should be grateful that he entrusted you with such an important task. Don't you understand? Naturally, another staring contest ensued. Lich grumbled resentfully. What kind of behavior is that? Who are you to interfere? Zeke retorted with wide eyes. The head of the Trey family, one of the 3 families serving the saint. I am Trey Sia Zeke. The heated argument continued. And yet a nameless, lowly wretch like you dares to serve the saint. A nameless wretch, you dare speak to me like that. I'm a level 7 mage, the master of the Black Tower. You have no right to judge me. So what? I'm also a master swordsman. Watching their bickering, Ray had a bad feeling, but somehow, they seemed strangely well suited. After their spat, Lich turned back to Ray, his voice respectful. My lord, I will fulfill the task you have entrusted to me flawlessly and earn your trust, without the need for this lowly creature to watch over me. Zeke also enthusiastically assured Ray. Don't worry, Saint, you can leave with peace of mind. I will keep a close eye on this sly bastard, not missing any of his actions. Immediately after, the verbal sparring between Lich and Zeke resumed, their anger reignited. What kind of pathetic show are you putting on? If the Lord weren't here, I was going to say the same thing. Ray was practically speechless at this point. Ignoring them, Ray packed his belongings, preparing to leave, but their incessant bickering continued to irritate him. I shouldn't have put these two together. It was time to head to the Lessian Empire, but before that, Ray had one thing to do in Salonia. He suddenly realized he had been relying too much on Iriel for work and wanted to help her a bit before leaving. As dusk fell, Ray arrived at Salonia Castle and entered Iriel's office within her residence. He gently knocked but received no response, so he tried opening the door and peeking inside. Hello, Iriel, are you? Ray trailed off as he saw Iriel sound asleep on her desk. She must have been exhausted, as even her usually keen senses didn't react to someone entering the office. Ray felt sorry for the sleeping Iriel. Just as I thought, she said she could handle everything, but it must have been tough. Ray gently touched Iriel's cheek, but she remained motionless. Right after returning to the Holy Kingdom, she started handling so many things, and with the war just ending, many things must have become more complicated than before. Ray then examined the documents on the desk, discovering the vast workload and post-war complexities Iriel was dealing with. Each decision could significantly impact the Holy Kingdom's future. Explaining her deep sleep, Ray picked up Iriel's pen and began writing replies himself. As Ray finished his task and strolled around the office, Iriel woke up as warm sunlight streamed through the window. Oh no, I fell asleep. Ray, hearing her voice, replied, You're awake. Startled by his sudden voice, Iriel jumped to her feet with a surprised yelp of joy. Ray grinned at her. You've been working hard, thank you. Noticing the stack of papers on her desk had vanished, Iriel panicked. Where are the scrolls? Ray chuckled reassuringly. I took care of them, don't worry. Iriel's brow furrowed in confusion. What, even for a special saint like you? This is unbelievable. She didn't understand what he meant by taking care of them. Seeing her unconcealed doubt, Ray pointed towards the tea table behind him. Looking at the stack of papers on the tea table, Iriel gasped in astonishment. You finished all of that in such a short time. Iriel rushed towards the tea table in a panic. You're lying. It would take me at least a week to do this. You didn't just rush through it, did you? I bet you did. Ray clicked his tongue. Well, check them if you want. Opening a sealed letter, Iriel discovered it was written with unexpected neatness. She read through them one by one, as these were responses for important figures across the continent, where even a minor mistake was unacceptable. However, Ray's responses were flawless, instantly dispelling her worries. Ray grinned confidently. I wish I could help you with more, but I don't have much time. Iriel chuckled wryly. Well, there's nothing left to help with anyway. Just then, a maid entered the office. Excuse me, sir. The maid addressed Ray. Saint, your luggage is ready. Ray smiled and nodded at the maid. Oh, is it time already? The Lessian Empire was the most powerful nation on the continent, boasting the most advanced civilization of any kingdom. However, within such a powerful nation, their emperor lay dying, and those coveting the throne were restless. Everyone in the empire knew that if the king died, there would be big trouble. Gale de Lessian, the third prince of the Lessian kingdom, known for his exceptional intelligence among the emperor's sons, sat by his father's sickbed and muttered in a dejected voice, It seems they don't even want father to recover anymore. Looking at King George, unconscious and stiff on the bed, Gale's eyes darkened as he continued his monologue. Moreover, it seems they only crave the position father has held for so long. Gale clutched his father's hand. I have requested the Holy Kingdom to send the saint. Father, you need to wake up quickly and take control of this kingdom again. It wasn't that he didn't care about the throne, but he knew now was not the time. Only an iron-fisted emperor like George could stabilize the empire that was in danger of collapsing from within. Soon, another prince, uncomfortable with the third prince's visit, entered the room and shooed him away. Go back, father needs to rest anyway. Gale stood up without showing any displeasure. I was just about to leave. After all, you're the one responsible for taking care of father. I just stopped by because I felt bad leaving you to handle everything alone. The second prince, Luke de Lessien, walked towards the window with a cold gaze. Ah, don't worry, no need to be polite between brothers. From now on, I'll take care of everything concerning father. The words were seemingly kind but implied. Don't come visit father anymore. Perhaps feeling threatened in the power structure, Luke cut off access to the emperor's sickbed, leaving Gale with no opportunity to intervene. Gale resignedly bowed his head. All right, I'll be going now. With that perfunctory greeting, Gale left the emperor's bedroom. After the door closed, Luke sighed and muttered to himself, I will let you live, so please, don't get involved in this dirty fight, brother. Luke silently turned his gaze towards the night sky. The darkness that enveloped the palace seemed even more ominous with his sinister thoughts about the power struggle. Meanwhile, Ray's journey to the Lessian Empire was uneventful. After all, who would dare attack a carriage escorted by a whole squad of royal knights? Thus, Ray's trip was safer and smoother than any previous journey. Ray stepped out of the carriage, feeling refreshed as if this were a vacation. Hello, I have arrived. For a moment, he had almost forgotten the purpose of his trip. It was late afternoon when Ray arrived at the Lessian Palace, but its magnificent beauty still filled him with admiration. The most powerful empire on the continent, truly spectacular. As Ray was engrossed in observing the building, constructed with unique architecture and far more massive than the Vatican, a polite male voice rang out, Welcome to Lessien. A well-dressed middle-aged man seemed to be waiting to greet him at the gate. Greetings, Saint. I am Count Opil, your receptionist. Ray replied briefly and somewhat informally, Thank you, I'm Ray, the Saint. Count Opil looked at Ray with a pleading gaze, as if begging him to speak more formally, but he didn't dare complain and continued his duty. The journey must have been tiring, so I know this is a lot to ask, but please. Ray cut him off with a casual smile. All right, let's go. Count Opil seemed relieved by Ray's response. He smiled warmly and added, We don't have much time, do we? Thank you for understanding. He quickly led the way, feeling grateful for the smooth progress. This way, please. Count Opil led Ray to a luxurious private room within the royal palace. We've arrived. Please, come in. It's late, so the princes and princesses will arrive after dawn. Ray nodded politely and replied, Thank you. As he stepped into the room, Ray was greeted by a foul odor that made him frown. What a filthy smell. Ray's heart grew bitter. The smell reminded him of Era's case, and he couldn't help but complain. Even if they had to keep the king's illness a secret, couldn't they have at least bathed him? Ray approached the motionless emperor to examine his condition. Let's see. Let me check your condition. As Ray reached out to check King George's pulse, he hesitated. The king's arm felt incredibly firm when he grasped it, but it wasn't the firmness of a healthy person. As Ray felt King George's arm more closely, the muscles seemed stiff and stuck together, startling him. His entire body's muscles are hardened, like rigor mortis. It must be because he hasn't moved for a very long time. Ray immediately checked King George's joints, including his knees, ankles, wrists, and elbows, and was shocked to discover that no part of his body was relaxed. The muscles are so stiff that I can't even stretch any part of his body. However, just stiffness alone isn't enough for a definitive conclusion. Observing King George's condition, Ray fell into deep contemplation. There are quite a few causes that can lead to muscle stiffness. Congenital myotonic dystrophy. Wait, no, the king is old, so it can't be that syndrome. And another issue here is his consciousness. In cases of acute illness causing a decline in consciousness, it often leads to consciousness disorders, progressing from alertness to lethargy, confusion, stupor, and coma. Recovery happens in the reverse order, but I don't know what stage of consciousness disorder the king is in, so I can't make a hasty diagnosis. Ray pensively looked at King George lying on the bed. Simple muscle tension or lumbar strain due to overexertion or muscle damage wouldn't be accompanied by consciousness disorders, so it's more likely that he has complications or lost consciousness for some other reason. As Ray scanned King George's firm arm once more, he was shocked to discover a large bruise hidden beneath the king's baggy sleeve. Intuition told Ray that there were other problems with King George's body. He hurriedly removed the emperor's clothes, revealing large bruises scattered across his abdomen and chest. Ray immediately understood King George's state upon seeing this. These aren't like bruises from a severe injury. Someone actually did something to him while he was unconscious. As Ray carefully lifted King George's stiff body, his expression turned grim. This won't be easy to handle, especially since the illness cannot be accurately identified. Ultimately, Ray had to leave without making any significant progress after assessing King George's condition. The first peaceful night in the Lessian Empire passed, but concerns about King George's condition kept Ray tossing and turning until the next morning. Ray stayed in the palace guest room, constantly reviewing the possibilities of the illness. He may have been in shock for a long time due to internal bleeding, and since his entire body's muscles are stiff, I suspect musculoskeletal injuries as well. As Ray recalled the bruises on King George's body, now stiff as a log, he realized they were far more dangerous than just muscle stiffness. He was certain they were caused by external stimulation. Some madman clearly tried to forcefully manipulate these rigid muscles, leading to muscle tears and internal bleeding. After a while, feeling like he was delving into a serious issue beyond just treatment and possibly even involving politics, Ray quickly dismissed his worries. I don't want to get caught up in a mess. Just then, someone knocked on his door. Saint, are you inside? Ray wondered who would be knocking so early in the morning. Who is it? When he opened the door, the second prince, Luke, was waiting outside. Greetings, Saint. I am Luke de Lessien, the second prince of the Lessian kingdom. After Luke introduced himself, Ray got straight to the point. I'm Ray, the Saint. Why are you here? Luke also stated his purpose directly. I heard that you visited the king last night. How is his current condition? Ray replied frankly, nothing is certain yet. I can only say that treatment will take a long time. Luke nodded, readily accepting this. That's fine, however long it takes, as long as he's cured. More importantly, there's no chance the king's illness is due to poisoning, right? Luke spoke calmly, but his stern expression revealed the seriousness of the matter. Indeed, it was a reasonable and deep concern in this situation. If true, the Empire's atmosphere would immediately become tense. Ray understood this and shook his head firmly. Definitely not. Luke sighed in relief. That's a relief. I understand. I entrust the entire care of the king's illness to you. I'm extremely grateful. I'll take my leave now. Ray watched Luke's departing figure with a contemplative expression. Something about his cold demeanor and aura strongly reminded Ray of Zeke. After seeing off his first unexpected guest of the day, Ray resumed pondering the king's condition. I should return there and figure out a treatment plan soon. Just then, a haughty female voice interrupted his thoughts. Oh dear, I completely forgot. A beautiful woman approached Ray with a smug smile on her crimson lips. She spoke in a tone of feigned regret. I wanted to be the first to welcome you here. The woman elegantly snapped her fan shut and introduced herself. Welcome, Saint. I am the third princess, Luciella de Lessien. Seeing the princess leisurely approaching, Ray couldn't help but feel irritated. I'm so busy, and they just keep coming one after another. Can't they come together? He then gave Luciella a forced smile. I understand. I'm Ray, the Saint. You're also curious about the king's health, right? Luciella's smile remained unwavering despite Ray's seemingly indifferent attitude. Ah, yes, and furthermore, should I admit that I'm more curious about you? Luciella giggled, swaying her fan in front of Ray playfully, as if she considered him a mere toy. Luciella squinted at Ray slyly and said in a teasing voice, You're quite handsome, just like the rumors say. Her laughter turned cunning, and there was even a hint of disdain for Ray. Luciella's presence was like a buzzing fly during Ray's meal, bringing only annoyance. He had realized her intentions. The greeting was merely an evaluation of the invitee from the Holy Kingdom. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, his gaze naturally turning indifferent. Oh, me. Ray chuckled dismissively and turned to leave. Is that so? If you don't mind, I'm busy with a few things. So, ignored, Luciella posed a blunt question. I was just joking. Did I offend you? Or have I bothered you? The arrogant princess had thought Ray would be flustered and back down before this question. After all, she was the princess of the most powerful empire. No one would want to show her open indifference. But Luciella was wrong. Ray calmly replied, yes. It sounded as if Ray was quite satisfied with Luciella's self-admission. The short and definitive answer he gave without hesitation left Luciella speechless in shock. Ray interrupted her speechless surprise with a firm statement. To be honest, yes, you are bothering me. Immediately after, he turned his back on her coldly and without any regard. Ray returned to his room to prepare to see King George, slamming the door shut and not forgetting to warn Luciella, if you have nothing else, don't come looking for me. I'm busy enough treating the king right now. Ray preferred spending time in the emperor's room treating the illness rather than wandering around looking for trouble, but trouble actively sought him out. Luciella glared at him resentfully. I'm the princess of this kingdom, how dare he ignore me? Of course, Ray had done nothing wrong in this situation, his time was too precious to waste on playing games with someone like Luciella, but the princess was too petty to understand that King George's condition was more important than her. A fire of hatred ignited within her. Let's see how long you can remain so arrogant. Luciella then stormed off with angry steps. All her fury was witnessed by those sitting on the scattered tree branches outside the palace corridors. Hyle Yong, concealed on a branch near the corridor window, followed Luciella's every step with a cold gaze. Hyle Yong then sent a signal to Hong Yong. Hong Yong, that person will surely cause trouble for the saint. Should we deal with her beforehand? The presence of the 7 shadows here was not unusual, as without any direct orders, they had followed Ray from the Holy Kingdom. So Yong, receiving the signal, intervened. Shouldn't we wait until she does something? He also said not to interfere, which is almost like an order. After a moment of contemplation with closed eyes, Hong Yong shook her head and signaled to everyone. So Yong is right, leave her be, just keep a close watch and wait. As the second in command after the saint, no one opposed her. However, the cautious Hyle Yong raised his hand to indicate he had something to add. Hyle Yong wasn't objecting but seeking an opinion on the worst-case scenario. If anyone in the Lessian royal family truly plots something or tries to harm the saint. Hong Yong's eyes immediately flashed with killing intent as she looked at Luciella walking down the hallway. She used hand signals to instruct the group without hesitation. We will eliminate them immediately. Of course, Hong Yong wasn't authorizing indiscriminate killing. By unspoken rules, they were allowed to kill anyone they perceived as a threat to Ray, or when their personal judgment deemed it necessary to protect their master. Although Luciella was the princess of the Lessian Empire and Ray's orders had instructed them not to interfere, this was the kill if necessary authority. So, Luciella inadvertently earned the astonishing honor of being closely monitored by 7 pairs of eyes lurking in the shadows. After freshening up and having breakfast, Ray headed back to King George's room. Thinking as he walked, the Lessian Empire secretly sent a formal invitation to the Holy Kingdom, requesting my presence as the saint. If the Lessian Empire invited a saint, it means they've tried all other methods at least once or twice, which would definitely include divine magic. The tricky question is, muscle tension or lumbar strain can be completely cured with divine power. If even divine power can't heal it, then the king's illness isn't some superficial wound or even an internal injury. As Ray considered these issues, he arrived back at King George's room. Having eliminated cases that could be cured with divine magic, Ray began to form a more specific guess. Then the answer must be an immune system disease. Ray looked down at King George, his body strong but stiff as a log, and came to a preliminary conclusion: stiff person syndrome. Stiff person syndrome, an autoimmune disease, causes abnormal muscle stiffness. It's a type of disease that can't be cured with divine power. I recall when I treated the princess of the duchy, divine magic alone couldn't cure her illness, so it's understandable why no one in this kingdom could cure the king. However, I still have many questions. The question here is why King George lost consciousness and why his muscles are so stiff that his entire body is rigid. Ray started undressing King George, intending to re-examine him and clean his body before investigating further, but he was shocked to discover that the bruises had worsened after just one short night. As Ray carefully lifted King George's stiff body, his face became even more alarmed. A body stiffened by muscle rigidity must be handled with care. Due to the nature of muscle spasms and cramps, muscles are easily torn or bruised. But even so, this is too much. Someone must have tried to massage these stiff muscles roughly, worsening the bruises. Ray realized that this must have led to muscle tears and internal bleeding, starting with the skeletal muscles. When these muscles tear, they lose function. But that's not all. Although it wasn't life-threatening at the time, the continuous shock from internal bleeding caused him to lose consciousness. As Ray's speculation turned into certainty, he immediately prepared for King George's abdominal surgery. I'll have to perform laparoscopic surgery to stop the bleeding. Addressing the shock from internal bleeding may help restore consciousness. He carefully locked the door to prevent interruptions. Ray used purification magic on both the Emperor and himself, then slightly loosened his suppression of divine power. As he released his holy power, a divine-powered air purifier around Ray began to swirl violently, rapidly purifying the surrounding environment. King George's room quickly became a sterile environment suitable for surgery. With his mana, Ray created a small scalpel. The incision method in laparoscopic surgery varies depending on the target organ or location. Ray quickly found the appropriate incision site, and the mana-made scalpel cut through the Emperor's peritoneum. He muttered to George, "It'll hurt a bit when you wake up." King George's internal organs came into view. Ray carefully examined each organ, no perforations in the duodenum, stomach, small intestine, or large intestine. There doesn't seem to be any peritonitis either. Continuing his search, he soon identified the bleeding site. A small amount of blood had accumulated in the lower part of the peritoneum and the corner of the descending colon. Ray felt relieved at this discovery as it wasn't a serious case of hemorrhage. With skillful manipulation of his thumb, index, and pinky fingers, Ray used mana threads to suture the wound. He successfully stopped the internal bleeding but discovered a new problem. King George's intestines are abnormally distended, a symptom of intestinal obstruction. However, since it's in the early stages, it doesn't need immediate attention. After completing the surgery, Ray breathed a sigh of relief. The emergency is under control for now. The only remaining issue is the stiff person syndrome. Ray looked at King George with a thoughtful gaze. If it's stiff person syndrome, it's a bit complicated. It needs to be treated with medication, but the problem is, I can't produce the necessary drugs. If I can't make the drugs, I'll have to resort to physical therapy and dietary treatment. However, it doesn't seem likely to be successful. While there might be some improvement, complete cure seems very difficult. Once again, his treatment efforts hit a major roadblock. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner beneath the Lessian royal palace, the seven shadows gathered after investigating the necessary information. Hong Yong, upon meeting, made a request. Sayong, report. Sayong immediately reported what he had investigated about the Lessian Empire's internal affairs. Indeed, there's a fierce struggle for the ruling position within the Lessian royal family. As a result, the atmosphere is always tense, with misinterpretations and assassination attempts being commonplace for those coveting the throne. However, the outward appearance is so peaceful that others can't perceive any strife. The most prominent candidate for the emperor's position is the first prince, Jared de Lessian, followed closely by the second prince, Luke de Lessian. But the princes aren't the only ones vying for power. The first princess, third princess, and fourth princess all support different candidates, and a wrong move could lead to their execution by the future emperor. Currently, the third princess, Luciella de Lessian, supports the first prince, while the first princess supports the second prince. Hong Yong nodded and inquired further, what about information on the others? Sayong continued, the rest aren't as prominent as the first and second princes. Although the second princess is a level 6 archmage, it seems she's not very interested in inheriting the throne. After a moment of thought, Sayong added, one more thing, it seems the fourth prince is dead. The information caused everyone to be slightly shocked. Although they had heard that the power struggle was fierce, they hadn't expected siblings to kill each other. Hong Yong pondered and asked Sayong, did he become a sacrifice in the power struggle? Sayong nodded in confirmation, yes. Subsequently, even the fifth prince, who was close to the fourth prince, eventually joined the power struggle. Hong Yong contemplated and offered her judgment. It seems they suspect the culprit is a member of the royal family. In the current situation, it's likely the work of the first or second prince. Then, Hong Yong turned to So Yong and asked, has the third princess made any moves? So Yong shook her head, not yet. We've been following her and the first prince, but there's nothing noteworthy. After thinking for a moment, Hong Yong turned to Hyuk Yong and instructed, then I'll leave things here to you. Hyuk Yong nodded immediately, yes, Hong Yong. Hong Yong looked around at the other shadows and signaled, Hyuk Yong will stay here with So Yong, the rest will return to the Holy Kingdom with me. So Yong didn't object but was curious about Hong Yong's decision. Just the two of us. So Yong's question was reasonable, as among the shadows, her combat abilities were the weakest. However, Hong Yong remained firm, yes, because what the saint needs now is information and danger detection. What we need isn't combat ability but the sensitivity to detect dangers beforehand. You're the fastest information processor among us. Hong Yong spoke with a voice full of trust. The saint's safety will now be entrusted to you too. In special circumstances, you have the authority to act independently. So Yong and Hyuk Yong nodded in unison, understood. With those instructions and leaving behind only a faint scent, the figures of 5 shadows vanished. So Yong, remaining, said to Hyuk Yong, dig deeper into the royal family, there's still much we haven't discovered. Hyuk Yong nodded in agreement. So Yong also accepted her own task. I'll continue monitoring the third princess. From now on, we'll report here every evening. Alright, let's split up. As soon as the words were spoken, the 2 shadows disappeared as if by magic. The royal castle, guarded like a fortress, was as easily accessible to them as their own rooms, a testament to the skills honed over nearly a millennium of serving saints. Next day, Ray was summoned to a royal gathering early in the morning, taking him by surprise. Now, the maid politely replied, yes, the royal family members are waiting for you in the main hall. Ray knew it was time to meet them but still felt quite surprised. Although not feeling very comfortable, Ray clicked his tongue and encouraged himself. I should take this opportunity to get acquainted with them. He then stepped out of the room, following the maid. All right, let's go. Led by the maid, Ray quickly arrived at the large doors of the main hall. Along the way, he closely observed the corridors. The doors lining the hallways were adorned with precious stones and even magic circles, clearly reinforced against magical attacks. However, it only made Ray marvel at the kingdom's wealth. The maid opened the doors to the main hall and stepped back. This way, please, it's inside here. Inside the room, 4 princes and 3 princesses were waiting for Ray. The age gap between them was quite significant. The sight left Ray a little stunned. 7 of them. It seems the king had a lot of stamina. Glancing around the room, Ray recognized a few of them. I've seen a few familiar faces. Luke, that childish princess, and the princess who visited the Holy Kingdom. More importantly, quite some time had passed since Ray entered, but the princes and princesses remained still. Only the first prince, second prince, third prince, and second princess stood up upon seeing Ray, but there was still no greeting. Their attitude made Ray frown slightly. The others didn't even bother to stand up, looking as if they had conspired together. Ray wasn't one to be easily intimidated or offended. Since they didn't greet him, he decided to stand silently as well. Those people summoned me here and then. What the hell are they trying to do? Even though Ray wasn't a nobleman, Iriel had taught him about etiquette among nobles, where those of lower status should greet those of higher status first. And even though they were from different countries, the title of princess or prince was one rank lower than that of a saint. This thought made Ray even more annoyed with their rudeness. Ray immediately speculated that their disregard for proper etiquette indicated they were either testing him or deliberately trying to publicly humiliate him. Ray couldn't suppress his inner irritation and let out a sigh in the tense atmosphere that filled the room. Immediately after, he casually unleashed a sarcastic remark towards the rude bunch. Even dogs know to bow to adults when they meet. His calm voice held a sharpness that pierced his listeners. Ray's relaxed and composed demeanor, completely contradicting his harsh words, immediately caused a reaction. Luciella spoke up in a haughty tone. How dare you utter such blasphemy before us? The 5th prince also jumped to his feet at her shout. How rude. They were furious, but Ray obviously didn't care if they were angry or not. He was simply annoyed that they had summoned him and then failed to show proper respect. Ray raised his eyebrows and looked at them with disgust. Do you think I wanted to come here? Without King George as a pillar, the Lessian Empire, known as the continent's strongest nation, would quickly fall into chaos. They should have understood the situation and distinguished between those who could be provoked and those who couldn't. Therefore, Ray turned his back and left the main hall without hesitation. As a warning, if this is your attitude, then there's no need for further meetings. The first meeting ended disastrously, and Ray returned to his room with deep concerns about the Lessian royal family's upbringing. The issue wasn't whether a greeting was offered or not, but their ill intentions toward him, the person they were relying on. They clearly had a severely misguided perception. Not to mention, if Ray spread rumors about King George's worsening condition, the empire could collapse even faster. Despite the unpleasant meeting, upon returning to his room, Ray continued to deeply contemplate King George's illness. Business is business. Their attitude has nothing to do with saving the king's life. I need medicine for treatment. Do they have chamomile? While Ray was busy thinking, there was a soft knock from outside the door. He wondered, who could that be? Ray opened the door with a puzzled expression and saw one of the princesses he had just met in the main hall. She seemed a little tense. Upon seeing Ray, she began to bow respectfully and said, Greetings, Saint. I am Selena de Lessien, the 2nd princess of the Lessian Empire. Ray didn't understand why Selena had come. She seemed to notice his confused gaze and continued proactively. I'm very sorry for what happened in the main hall. I sincerely apologize to you. The discomfort in Ray's heart finally subsided somewhat. Selena suggested sheepishly, I have a few things I want to discuss with you. Would you mind if I came in to talk for a moment? After entering Ray's room, Selena shyly confessed the reason behind the events in the main hall. After hearing Selena's explanation, Ray asked skeptically, You're saying that happened because of the psychological warfare for the throne? Selena's expression darkened as she was forced to admit the truth once again. Yes. Selena awkwardly tried to explain further. It's a significant issue regarding which faction would bow to you first. I couldn't make any hasty decisions in such a situation. So, Ray remained silent, as this was exactly what he had heard from the 7 messengers. Selena felt ashamed of her family's actions and offered to Ray, I'll take responsibility for this on their behalf and apologize. I'll do my best to support you on behalf of the royal family. Although recalling the incident in the main hall still made Ray frown, seeing her bow her head, his anger began to subside. Ah, if you say so. However, even as Ray seemed inclined to forgive, Selena's expression remained heavy with worry. "Thank you. I know we were rude earlier, but please continue treating the king." Ray shrugged and replied casually, "Don't worry, I'll continue treating him anyway." Only then could Selena breathe a sigh of relief. "Thank you." She bowed before Ray once more with a respectful attitude. "From now on, if you need me to do anything and I'm not here, feel free to call for me. I promise to uphold my commitment." With those words and a slight nod, she disappeared from the room. Ray had accepted Selena's apology because at least this princess had made such a promise to him, and it would also greatly help him move more freely within the palace. However, Ray hadn't forgiven everyone. He only accepted Selena's apology. He still harbored a small grudge against the others. "I'll think about what to do with the rest later. For now, I need to prepare for the king's treatment. Kindness given can be forgotten, but hatred received must be remembered." In the following days, Ray quietly left the Lessian palace and scoured the bustling markets, searching for ingredients to make medicine for King George. Returning with a bunch of chamomile flowers and a basket of blueberries, Ray sighed tiredly. "I had my suspicions, but I didn't expect finding this herb to be so difficult." Finding blueberries was relatively easy. He simply had to buy them from a fruit vendor. However, chamomile was a challenge. Flower shops repeatedly turned him down. He didn't know where to find this herb, and no one seemed to sell it. Left with no choice, Ray wandered aimlessly through the market. Finally, after more than 4 hours of wandering, he found some chamomile growing by the roadside. A miracle. Upon returning to his room, Ray immediately began preparing the medicine. The first thing he had to do was dry the chamomile flowers using his magic. After grinding the dried flowers into powder, Ray mashed the blueberries to extract their concentrated juice and boiled it. Finally, he mixed the chamomile powder with the blueberry juice in a ratio of 7 parts blueberry to 3 parts chamomile to achieve the right consistency for forming pills. The antioxidants in blueberries will be concentrated like a pill. Although some antioxidants will be lost when boiled, there will still be plenty of vitamin C, which will reduce the king's cortisol levels. After addressing the internal bleeding, King George's shock syndrome would gradually subside. From this point forward, Ray planned to regularly administer the medicine to him and then start physical therapy to help him regain movement. Ray wasn't sure when the emperor would wake up, but as soon as he did, they could almost immediately start treatment, and so, he eagerly focused on preparing the medicine. After a few more hours, George remained motionless on the bed, but a small change was taking place on his rigid face. George slowly opened his eyes. Having been unconscious for a long time, even moving his eyelids felt incredibly difficult, let alone the rest of his body. Moreover, George had no feeling in his abdomen and arms. Sitting up on his own was impossible. All he could do was lie still and blink helplessly. It felt as if his entire body had been crushed. George frowned, looking at the familiar room in complete silence. He wanted to call for someone but couldn't open his mouth. "Have I been lying here all this time? I can't even speak." Just then, the door opened and someone entered. Ray entered the room with the newly prepared medicine and a glass of water. He couldn't help but rejoice upon seeing that King George had opened his eyes. "Oh, you're awake." George frowned in suspicion. "Who is this? I've never seen him before." Ray bowed slightly to the emperor and introduced himself. "I am Ray, the saint from the Holy Kingdom. I was invited here." George was surprised to find that the saint before him was the one he had most desired to invite to his country. "So it's him. I've heard about his achievements." Ray dropped a pill into the glass of water. He had initially thought the emperor could chew the pill, but at the moment, he couldn't even move his jaw muscles. Therefore, dissolving it in water was the only viable option. Soon, a small amount of water started turning purple, like the color of the pill. While waiting for the medicine to dissolve completely, Ray explained to George, "This is a medicine similar to what mercenaries use." Ray then patiently spoon-fed the medicine to George. "From now on, you need to take this medicine 4 times a day. I will bring it to you every morning, noon, evening, and before bed." George was a little confused. "He's not using divine magic, but I can only trust him now. He's a saint." Ray carefully poured the medicine into George's mouth, hoping he would be able to finish the entire cup. "This is a natural herb, so it might be a little less effective, but it won't have any side effects." After administering the medicine, Ray frowned as he looked at George's attire. It was dirty again, as if no one had changed his clothes during the time he was out searching for ingredients. Ray quickly purified George's sweat-soaked, stinky clothes. Even the white had turned yellowish, but no one seemed to notice except him. This struck Ray as odd. From the first day he entered this room, it reeked, and he had purified the entire room during the surgery just a few days ago. There are countless servants working here. There's no way no one came to clean the king's body and room. Someone must have forbidden them from entering. However, Ray wasn't sure who would do such a thing or why. Ray looked down at the Emperor and thought, it wouldn't benefit the first prince to do this, he's already first in line for the throne, but if the second prince is the culprit, it's too reckless. If the second prince is involved in the king's internal bleeding and the restricted access for servants, then besides losing his position in the line of succession, he wouldn't escape execution if discovered. The risk is too great, and the one who benefits in either case is the first prince. Feeling himself getting caught up in extraneous matters again, Ray shook his head and slapped himself to clear his thoughts. Enough, stop thinking about it. Who succeeds the king has nothing to do with me. Ray reminded himself, the only thing I need to focus on now is treating the king. Meanwhile, George watched Ray with panicked eyes. Did he just slap himself? Immediately after, Ray, with 2 red handprints on his face, gave George a cheerful smile. I will cure you. George felt even more deeply skeptical. Is it really okay to trust him? From that day forward, Ray took exclusive care of the Emperor. He visited at least 4 times a day to administer medicine and paid close attention to his meals and the cleanliness of the room. A week passed like this. Ray grew increasingly happy as he thought, he has recovered a lot. Now, he can at least move his head slightly. Although speaking normally was still a challenge, as George's muscles began to relax, he could do things he hadn't imagined while bedridden. This included slowly chewing his food. Previously, he had only been given nutrient powder made from finely ground grains, but now he could eat normally, chewing slowly but surely. Ray felt satisfied with the progress. Just as expected, his recovery rate is definitely increasing. Then if I increase the dosage, his muscles will also relax faster. Today, as usual, Ray gave George his medicine and then set off to return. He was walking through the familiar corridor when he suddenly sensed several unpleasant presences. They were faint but tinged with murderous intent, leaving an unpleasant taste that Ray recognized. Assassination targets. Is it an assassination? Are they targeting the king? Since they were stationary, Ray couldn't pinpoint their exact target. Concerned that they might be aiming for George, he expanded his perception but detected nothing near the king's room. After a moment, Ray realized their true intention and smirked. No, it seems they're targeting me. The people in this palace have gone too far. Even if they begged for forgiveness from God, it wouldn't be granted. Ray immediately called for So-young. She appeared in a flash. Yes, Saint. Ray coldly ordered, eliminate them all, leave only one alive. So-young nodded and turned towards the assassins. As you command, Saint. As soon as the words were spoken, So-young's sword moved without hesitation, tracing a path in the air like a crescent moon, swiftly decapitating the assassins, except for one. Ray approached the surviving assassin. His immense mana bound the assassin after a simple incantation. He also didn't forget to encourage So-young. Well done, So-young. Ray began to interrogate the assassin. From now on, if what I ask is true, blink once. If it's false, blink twice. Did the royal family send you? However, the assassin adamantly refused to reveal his client's information and glared at Ray. Dead or alive, an assassin's creed was their highest virtue. This made Ray sigh in exasperation. So you are indeed a properly trained assassin. As Ray was contemplating how to extract information from the assassin, So-young stepped forward with her mind control ability activated. Saint, I'll take care of this. Then, a brilliant flash of light erupted from the palace corridor, momentarily dispelling the gloomy darkness. What needed to be asked had been asked, and what needed to be known was now known. The next morning, the Lessian palace welcomed the dawn with a clear, sunny sky, a scene as peaceful as a painting. The palace gate was so magnificent that the enraged Ray wanted to destroy it upon sight, and soon, that desire turned into action. Ray blew up the gate of the Lessian palace. With a thunderous explosion, part of the castle wall and the gate crumbled. Ray stood before the palace gate and roared at the people inside, hand over the third princess immediately, otherwise, I'll blow up this entire castle. Ray, burning with anger, began to chant another spell, a fireball in his hand ready to target another wall of the palace. The knights rushed to investigate the commotion. What's going on, Saint? Ray snarled. Hand over the third princess. Upon seeing the scene of destruction before them, chills immediately ran down the knights' spines. The knight captain stammered in response to Ray. Now, the princess is currently having her meal. Ray repeated his words in a mocking tone. Having her meal, this is no time for jokes. After blowing up the next wall, Ray sarcastically remarked, right, the royal princess meal must be prioritized. The knight captain panicked and hastily tried to stop him. Oh dear, please stop, I'll bring the princess out immediately. Ray proved to be magnanimous, willing to wait for the princess to finish her meal. Of course, his intention was to completely destroy the castle first while waiting for the meal to end. As the knight captain prepared to search for the third princess, the first and second princes appeared with scowls on their faces. What the hell is all this noise? The Saint, what are you doing? Rei bluntly stated, someone tried to assassinate me last night. Is the Empire's hospitality expressed through assassination attempts on guests? Jared exclaimed in shock. Assassination? With a stern look, Luke looked at Rei. Is that true? Rei burst out laughing in ridicule at the absurd question. Do you think I'm doing this for fun? Considering that Rei had the audacity to stand right in front of the palace and cause destruction, without any fear of the Lessian Empire and the Holy Kingdom severing ties because of this, Jared's attitude gradually changed. Jared bowed deeply before Rei. I sincerely apologize. This apology will not be just empty words. The royal family, including myself, will participate in the investigation to find the culprit. The people close to Jared exclaimed in alarm. First Prince, even if the Saint said that, you don't need to bow. We don't know the details of the assassination attempt yet. Jared, still displaying a sense of responsibility, declared, enough, regardless of who the culprit is. This assassination attempt occurred within the royal family. As the first prince of the empire, it is my duty to take responsibility for this incident. Luke, at this point, also lowered his voice, vying for responsibility. I apologize for allowing this to happen. I will accept any punishment for my shortcomings that put the Saint in danger. Rei found Jared's actions even more irritating. During our first meeting, he completely disregarded me, and now he wants to show himself as truly worthy of being a prince. Moreover, Rei hadn't acted to demand an apology from them. He wanted to apprehend the culprit, as he already had evidence in hand. Whatever, just bring the third princess here. She's the culprit I'm looking for. Jared immediately recognized Luciella's handwriting on the scroll Rei presented. It was clearly an assassination order. Luke immediately shouted at the knights, bring Luciella here quickly. Tell the princess that we will not tolerate any delay, however brief. Seeing the knights rush off, Rei tried to control his fury and waited in frustration. Fortunately, the knights performed their duty well. They practically dragged Luciella out, as she continued to struggle fiercely. Let me go. How dare you do this to me? The expressions on the two princes' faces as they looked at Luciella were far from pleasant. Is it true that you tried to harm the Saint? You repaid kindness with malice. Have you truly lost your mind? Faced with the accusations from the two princes, Luciella frowned, feigning ignorance. What are you talking about? Me trying to harm the Saint? Luciella shrugged nonchalantly with an arrogant demeanor. I swear I know nothing. Rei scoffed at her clumsy denial and presented the scroll. This paper is yours. Take it back. Luciella's expression stiffened for a moment upon seeing it. No one could miss the brief change in her features. Where did he get that? Luciella had no idea how easily Hyuk Yong and So Young had helped Rei obtain it. However, Luciella stubbornly defended herself. I didn't write this order. Someone must have imitated my handwriting. Rei asked her with a scornful laugh. Who? Luciella, under intense questioning, became flustered. Well, Rei's gaze turned fierce in an instant. Just because I might let some things slide. Do you think you can deceive me? Rei began to unleash his mana. His potent mana could even repel master swordsmen. It surged around him, creating a terrifying sense of pressure. The two princes hastily activated their mana to resist, but it was futile. The more they tried to counter, the more mana surged towards them. Such a frightening amount of mana. Are the rumors about him fighting a necromancer true? As they struggled to defend themselves, Rei slowly approached them, his cold gaze sweeping around. So what the Lessian Empire wants isn't help, but war with the Holy Kingdom. Jared, flustered, tried to justify. Saint, I think you're jumping to conclusions. Lessian has never desired conflict with the Holy Kingdom. Rei obviously wouldn't accept that. You say I'm jumping to conclusions. Rei pointed directly at Luciella. One of Lessian's princesses plotted to assassinate a key figure of the Holy Kingdom, yet you claim Lessian doesn't want war. If Rei lost his temper here, the Empire would surely perish. Jared immediately directed his anger towards Luciella. What are you doing? Beg the Saint for forgiveness immediately. Luciella retorted recklessly. Brother, there are many soldiers here. How can a princess like me bow down before? Luciella couldn't finish her sentence before she was slapped, her vision momentarily flashing with stars. The crisp sound rang out, satisfying to the listener. Jared glared and reminded Luciella, you know I taught you to never feel ashamed of admitting your mistakes. Holding her cheek, Luciella glared at Jared, but he completely ignored his sister's stupidity and continued apologizing to Rei. Saint, once again, please accept my sincere apology for what transpired. Then, Jared tried to negotiate with Rei. We hope to resolve this through dialogue. Why don't we sit down together and discuss? Considering Jared's proposal, Rei paused to think for a moment and replied, dialogue, all right. Ray coldly ordered Jared, summon all the princes and princesses to the main hall immediately. Immediately afterwards, Ray unleashed his mana, destroying another corner of the palace wall as a warning not to do anything foolish. Ray pointed at the half-destroyed wall and warned, if you maintain the same attitude as before, things won't end just like this. Subsequently, the entire royal family gathered in the main hall. After hearing the whole story, the remaining members apologized to Ray, even if it was just for show. Ray accepted their apologies and began to talk about compensation for the dangers he had faced. Ray demanded compensation in two ways. Firstly, closer diplomatic relations between the Lessian Empire and the Holy Kingdom, and secondly, active trade between the two kingdoms. This was a deal that could double the Holy Kingdom's revenue from its current trade relationship with Lessian, and for Lessian, it wasn't a disadvantageous proposition either. Of course, there was a condition that 65% of the non-profit revenue would be paid to the Holy Kingdom, but the Empire still had to accept the agreement as compensation. After concluding the negotiations, Ray exclaimed excitedly upon returning to his room, "Haha, unexpected results, should we thank the third princess?" Only then did Ray relax and remember George's illness. Now it's also time for the king's body to start moving, I should go check on him. Ray then immediately went to George's room, but while the king was alone, significant changes were taking place. George tried to move and felt his body still aching, like a woman about to give birth to another child in her late years. Despite the pain still being clearly felt in every muscle fiber, George felt happy because, thanks to Ray's medicine, he could move a little. Just then, there was the sound of the door opening. Strangely, every time he heard the door open, George would flinch in anxiety. The person who entered was Ray, with a beaming smile. "Oh, you're recovering better than I thought, can you speak now?" Seeing that it was Ray who entered the room, George spoke in a voice as if he had just relieved his anxiety. Thank you." Ray grinned, still elated about the excellent deal he had secured for the Holy Kingdom. "Don't mention it, let me check your condition today, try moving." Seeing George's fingers twitch slightly, Ray was even more delighted. However, he was also a bit worried because the bruises were taking longer to fade than expected, even though they were no longer a serious issue. George fell silent upon hearing about the severe bruises. He seemed to know who the culprit was but couldn't bring himself to say it. George vaguely recalled an incident that occurred a few days before Ray arrived, during a brief moment when he regained consciousness. Unable to move, George could only greet the person who entered the room in the middle of the night with his eyes. A prince with a heavy expression approached George and suddenly knelt down, tears streaming down his face. "I'm sorry, father." Then, channeling mana into his fists, the prince struck his father's abdomen and elbows. George thought he would die from the physical shock at that moment, but the prince kept repeating his apologies desperately. "I'm sorry, father, I'm sorry." Along with the apologies came relentless punches. The prince sobbed heartbreakingly after each punch. "Father, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." George desperately wanted to ask what terrible thing had happened, but being unable to do anything but lie there in pain frustrated him even more. He cried out silently in bitterness, Why? The prince clenched his fists again and channeled mana into them once more as he raised his hands high. With another blow, pouring out all his strength in tears, the prince painfully murmured, "Please, never forgive me." A few days ago, at the request of the Lessian Empire, Ray departed for the Lessian royal palace to treat their king, George, who was in critical condition and had been in a coma for many days. After examination, he finally discovered that the king suffered from stiff person syndrome. After a course of treatment, George finally regained consciousness, but there was still a mystery regarding his illness that has not been resolved. This was the cause of the mysterious bruises found on Jiagra's body. They were unlike the bruises on Era's body before, and seemed to be the result of intentional beating. After thinking carefully about the possible circumstances, Ray couldn't think of any other reason than that this was definitely the action of someone close to George, even one of his children. However, Ray did not want to intervene too deeply in the investigation at this time, so he only focused on treating the king. Meanwhile, the Secret Service had quietly launched an investigation into the Lessian royal family to ensure Ray's safety. They were shocked to discover that the power struggle between the princes and princesses had become so intense that they were plotting and killing each other. Currently, in the silent war for the throne, the Crown Prince Jared and the second Prince Luke were in a dominant position, but their ruthless actions of killing their siblings was a chilling truth that even the king was unaware of. After a tumultuous series of events, when Jiagra woke up, he vaguely recalled what had happened a few days before Ray arrived. In the brief moment he regained consciousness, but couldn't move, a visitor entered his room at midnight. A prince with a heavy demeanor approached Jiagra and suddenly knelt down with tears streaming down his face. "I'm sorry, father, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." His sobbing cries left Jiagra momentarily confused. But soon after, the prince clenched his hands and channeled his mana into a strike against his father's body. With all his strength and tears released, the prince muttered in pain, "Please, never forgive me." A few days later, the royal family remained in chaos. Although they had found common ground regarding Rei's proposed compensation, the power struggle within the royal family became more intense than ever. The situation grew tenser as no one knew anything about the king's health. With growing desperation, the conflict escalated. The fight had reached a point where anyone could be killed at any time, yet no one seemed willing to stop it. Thus, another dirty war began, leading to another funeral in the royal family a week later. Everyone silently bowed before the coffin, but most of them knew the culprit without intending to speak out. The death of the fifth prince, Ian de Lessien, was officially announced and a memorial service was held. Brothers who had been close since childhood had been killing each other to claim the throne, but surprisingly, they could still manage to show sorrow during the funeral. Even Rei, who had only been in the Lessian Empire for a few days, could guess that the death of the fifth prince was not an accident like what the royal family claimed. In his eyes, the emperor's desire for the throne, this prince has reached the point of madness. Although this is only the death of the youngest prince, this event has a huge impact on the entire empire. The announcement of Ian's death also like declaring that the royal conflict had officially begun. Rei originally wanted to stay out of it, but the deadly power struggle unfolding before his eyes compelled him to intervene. To be honest, the identity of the next king didn't matter much, but he wanted to minimize casualties. At that moment, So-young and Hyuk-young, who had been assigned to investigate the fifth prince's death, returned. As soon as Rei saw So-young, he asked, "You've discovered something, haven't you?" So-young nodded and reported, "Yes, the first to act was second Prince Luke. He attacked fifth Prince Ian first." Rei's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't understand why Luke, who was usually quiet, initiated the attack. So-young continued to explain, "While we call it an attack, the truth is that the second prince found faults in the fifth prince to damage his image, thereby lowering his ranking on the list of contenders for the throne." According to So-young's investigation results, because Ian's position was already very low, this was a really strong blow, and Luke's actions were the catalyst for a more fierce power struggle. Which was cornered, Ian had to resort to increasingly extreme measures. He sent assassins to assassinate the first Prince Jared and Luke, even trying to poison their food. In Ian's opinion, this was a necessary evil, as he was the lowest in the line of succession, so this was the only way to become king. Jared and Luke managed to stop Ian's assassination attempts, but without preparation, they could have been killed. With their growing vigilance and anger, the conflict escalated. Ian, Jared, and Luke continued to fight silently. They hired more skilled assassins and gathered more capable guards. A dirty war lasted for a whole week. Jared and Luke both showed surprising composure. It only ended early yesterday morning when the fifth prince's guards were found dead at the gate of his residence, while Ian was found dead in his bed with a clean puncture wound in his neck. The vocal cords and nearby carotid artery were severed neatly, ensuring a silent death while sleeping. Blood was splattered all over the bed. After understanding the situation, Rei asked what he was most worried about. "So who killed the fifth prince?" So-young immediately analyzed. The fifth prince was killed by an unknown assassin and all the members were killed. Members of the royal family all have alibis. But after So-young verified the information, Jared and Luke were actually not at the places they claimed. Rei couldn't help but marvel at how these power-hungry individuals had plotted and executed the murder professionally, even creating fake alibis. The final clue led to two suspects. However, Rei could still guess who the culprit was between the two. No assassin organization in Lessien could silently take down multiple royal guards and then sneak into a prince's bedroom unnoticed. The only person who could move freely around the palace without raising suspicion was someone everyone knew, and who was the most skilled swordsman in the royal family. This explained why the guards were caught off guard and killed instantly. From then on, Rei concluded that the culprit was Luke. From the first time he saw him, Rei had sensed that his mana reserves were already incredibly impressive. While he hadn't reached the level of a master swordsman, he was close, and it was highly likely that he had acted independently in killing Ian. After seeing through the problem, Rei immediately said to So-young and Hyuk-young, "I need you two to do a little more work." The two of them immediately nodded. "Yes, Your Holiness." Rei smirked and instructed So-young and Hyuk-young to continue gathering information. But it wasn't just any information, it would be crucial evidence, information about the royal family's power struggle, focusing on corruption or anything that could incriminate them. Before So-young and Hyuk-young left, Rei especially emphasized that the information gathered must be as dirty as possible. His smile made the two of them shiver slightly. and like that, any scandals, misconduct or anything that could damage the royal family's image are meticulously documented. The next day, even though he had to pay attention to dealing with those insolent princes and princesses, Ray still did not miss George's physical therapy session. Of course, the king was still not ready for daily activities, his muscles are stiff and the muscle tension will not resolve immediately. Following Ray's advice, Jiagra now had to summon his strength to sit up on his own. This strenuous process lasted for over 30 minutes. Usually, most people in this situation would be exhausted and collapse, but the king resolutely persevered. His efforts were finally rewarded, and he managed to sit up by himself. There was an indescribable joy, not just for Jiagra, but for Ray as well. He burst out with excitement. Wow, that's great, it's unbelievable. Sitting up like this isn't easy for someone trying it for the first time. Encouraged by the praise, George felt energized. The extreme loneliness and frustration he felt while lying motionless seemed to disappear instantly. He felt as if he could do anything at this moment. Just a physical movement is a great achievement. Ray looked at the delighted Jiagra with a quiet smile. Then, he gently pushed him to lie down bed. George looked at Ray with a confused expression, his mouth open as if he wanted to scream. Are you crazy? Why did you put me down again after trying to sit up like that? The blue veins were clearly visible on George's forehead. It seemed like he was saying something. Clearly he wanted to swear. Ray immediately smacked his lips and shook his head. I understand what you are saying, but you need to repeat this. Looking at George's frustrated but persistent appearance, Ray immediately smiled with satisfaction. It seemed like the anthocyanin in the medicine was effective. The muscle stiffness had improved significantly. I was still worried that the natural ingredients there may be different effects in this world, but fortunately, they have the same effect. At that moment, Ray sensed a surge of energy and the sound of footsteps slowly approaching the king's room. The sound wasn't loud, but his keen hearing could still detect it. He perked up his ears for a moment before he was sure there was someone outside the door. Jiagra was still struggling on the bed and managed to sit up slightly before Ray cast a spell to stop him, causing him to fall back asleep. It was unfortunate to make him sleep after such a long effort, but it was necessary to avoid being discovered. For Luke, the king being alive was more of a nuisance. If Jared was still alive while the king was awake, there would be no more reckless actions. Therefore, Ray intentionally delayed the announcement of the king's recovery. Thinking that Jiagra was alone, Gale entered the room right after knocking on the door. He greeted Ray in surprise. Oh, are you here? Hello Saint, how are you doing? Ray glanced at George's expression while returning the courtesy greeting. It's fine, thanks to you. At a glance, it was clear that Jiagra was fast asleep. Therefore, Ray directly brought up the issue he had been hiding from the king. I've heard about the fifth prince. I heard he had an accident. Everyone understood that it was an assassination, not an accident, but Gale tried to cover it up with a forced smile. Haha, what a shame. But these things happen in the royal family, you know. Ray felt that he didn't need to reveal his hand at this point, so he asked innocently. He had an accident with his carriage. Accidents involving carriages among nobles happen quite frequently. Horses going berserk or carriages overturning leading to deaths were not uncommon, but Gale seemed to disbelieve Ray's speculation and chuckled. I think it was, you know, a wyvern pack. A simple carriage accident couldn't kill a mana user. Ray nodded knowingly. I also heard that some nearby villages have been attacked by wyverns. Ray couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. It was true that the wyvern's nest was located behind the Empire, since they were considered one of the strongest monsters, so they could justify Ian's death that way. It seems like the royal family is on the same page about the story they're going to tell. However, the fifth prince going out of the palace to enjoy the breeze and coincidentally being attacked by wyverns was still such a ridiculous excuse that Ray had to wonder who came up with it. It was pathetic. Saying Ian was struck by lightning while walking would probably be more believable. Sensing Ray's skepticism, Gale quickly changed the topic. By the way, how is my father doing? Ray smiled and glanced at George. Ah, he will wake up soon. Gale also looked at George and breathed a sigh of relief. Really, that's good news. After looking at his father for a while with a sorrowful gaze, Gale generously offered to Ray, if you need anything, just tell me anytime, I'll help you as much as I can. Ray chuckled at the ambiguous words, half joking and half serious. Ha ha ha, I'd be happy if you could bring some peace. The double meaning in Ray's words startled Gale. He couldn't tell if he was referring to peace between the Holy Kingdom and the Empire, or peace within the royal family. Unable to answer the ambiguous statement directly, Gale could only chuckle. Ha ha, of course. Peace will naturally be achieved. Feeling that something was wrong, Gale was eager to leave. Well then, you continue taking care of my father. I have something to deal with, Ray replied with a polite smile. All right, don't worry about it. Just before leaving the king's room, Gale hesitated for a moment before speaking. This saint don't try to delve too deep into the royal family's affairs. It's a dangerous warning for Ray, perhaps because Gale didn't want him to be involved in danger, or perhaps to protect the royal family's honor. Gale left immediately, the message clear. Gale's warning about not digging too deep into royal affairs hinted at significant developments to come. Ray couldn't help the cunning smile that spread across his face. What remained to be seen was what the royal family's next actions would be. The smile became deeper and deeper. Ray became the most suspicious character in the drama taking place at the Lessian royal palace. Not according to your wishes, you stupid bastards. What kind of peace will come naturally? I will force you to be peaceful. Then at that moment, in the king's room, Ray smiled cruelly looking at George who was sleeping soundly, ending a busy day, busy with many interwoven plans. For about a week afterward, Ray continued to treat George and avoided any actions that might raise suspicion. Seeing two dark shadows suddenly appear in the room, Ray immediately felt satisfied. Everything was going as he planned. The two dark shadows were So Young and Hyuk Young and knelt down before Ray. Holy man, we have gathered information about the dirty deeds of the Lessian royal family. Ray nodded and looked at the scrolls they brought. Well, thank you both for your hard work. Ray was clearly delighted as he picked up the scrolls. Any attempt to refute this information would certainly backfire. This trove of information was ideal evidence to limit freedom of action of extravagant royal members. Ray had already anticipated the dirty deeds of the princes and princesses, but when he read the contents of the reports, he still couldn't help but shiver. These bastards, they're crazy. The first Prince Jared accepted bribes from a merchant guild, allowing them to establish a monopoly, and sometimes Jared even neglected to collect taxes from some nobles. Although the second Prince Luke did not accept bribes, he got into trouble. In addition to his inappropriate relationship with the eldest princess and the scandals caused by her, he also turned a blind eye to his brother's countless dirty deeds. After thinking for a moment, Ray rolled up the scrolls and glanced at Hyuk Young. So Young, the two of them eagerly replied, yes, the saint gives the order. Ray made a surprising decision. Return these to the owner. So Young frowned worriedly. Aren't you afraid that they will try to hide the crime even more thoroughly? Hyuk Young didn't say anything though, but his eyes still conveyed the same skepticism as So Young. In the midst of such fierce internal struggle, subtlety is paramount. Ray understands that clearly and explains to So Young and Hyuk Young, no, they will not dare to risk acting carelessly during this time. Hey, since there was an unknown enemy holding their critical weakness, it would be a formidable control over their behavior. According to Ray's inference, the first prince is already at the top of the line of succession, so there is no need to rush into any action even if this information is leaked. But the story is different for Luke. If his weakness is exposed, he may never raise his head again. So if there is anyone capable of taking action, it is Luke. Delaying the conflict cannot last too long, but before they act, Ray will have time to cure the monarch. At this moment, a weak voice rang out from behind Ray. It was the voice of George, the saint. George's health has improved significantly. Just last week he was struggling to get out of bed, but now he can easily get up to change his clothes, although his gait is still a bit clumsy. But it was enough to make Ray happy. Oh, you can dress yourself now. That's impressive. Geogra smiled appreciatively. It's all thanks to you, Saint. After being silent for a while, George sighed frankly to Ray. I heard that the royal family was in trouble while I was bedridden. Ray didn't hide it anymore and nodded in confirmation. Yes, like you. I heard it earlier. It's quite chaotic. Even though he had recovered quite well and could have celebrated, this news made George unable to be happy. Is that so? Well then, I have to go see my children. I had expected that. Even though they were my children, they seemed more concerned about the throne than their father's illness. That was a statement. Sad. But what's even sadder is the fact that he talks about this matter so calmly. Geogra then asked Ray with a confident voice, my God, will you be by my side when I meet my children? Ray opened his eyes a little surprised. What about me? He feels the intervening further doesn't seem right. George, on the other hand, is even more assertive in his intentions. You've healed me. I'll repay this kindness slowly. Ray smiled and immediately refused. There's no need, just direct your gratitude towards the holy country. Ha ha. George heard that and was even more moved. He even refused my reward. His personality, patriotism and impartiality were admirable. In recognition of his work, the person who saved his life, nothing can compare. To be honest, Ray feels heavy at the thought of Geogra repaying him. He simply wants to avoid any further problems. And it's better you should not blindly accept any favor and then take risks. George did not know these thoughts. He could only admire Ray. Comparing his son with him, the king felt so embarrassed that he did not dare to raise his head. Compared to you, it is clear that I didn't raise the children well. That was George's complaint to himself. But Ray suddenly interjected. Even if he was flawed, It was not a big mistake. Now is the time to correct the mistake. Although flattery was common when around the king, Ray's words were sharp and unflinching. They were so sharp that George felt a pain in his heart. However, it was his straightforwardness, that honesty mixed with encouragement made him more satisfied, and he wanted to ask for advice from him, because I pampered them when they lacked their mother's love, so they became spoiled. But even if I scolded them, if you treat them harshly, will they be more obedient? Ray thought for a moment and suddenly changed his original plan. He smiled mischievously and reached out to George. I think I can help you. Soon, the good news spread throughout the palace when George suddenly appeared on the throne after many months of coma. The princes and princesses quickly gathered in the adoration hall. He finally recovered. Greetings to your majesty. Congratulations on your complete recovery. Everyone bowed to George with a radiant smile. But after expressing their brief joy at their father's recovery, the eyes of the princes and princesses immediately focused on the person sitting next to the monarch. The eldest Princess Eliza was the first to ask, "Why is the saint sitting there?" Ray was yawning and didn't bother to respond to Eliza, so Giagra answered for him. "I asked him. He worked very hard for me to fully recover, so he deserves to sit in this position." George's eyes began to become stern, showing the authority of a king. When Eliza stiffened in confusion at Giagra's harsh attitude, he suddenly changed the subject. "On the other hand, you guys did unforgivable actions. Do you know what I'm talking about?" "No." Jared immediately avoided Giagra's eyes, and Eliza smiled awkwardly. "I don't understand what you're talking about." Faced with stupid children who stubbornly pretended to know nothing, George's sigh couldn't be contained. I'm talking about the death of the fifth prince. His death was hidden, in the name of an accident, but I know the reason is because you guys fought with each other. Selena is the only one outside this struggle, but it cannot be denied that she was indifferent to her brothers and sisters rushing into the war silently. She hesitated to explain but could not justify his indifference. George's criticism continued. "How could you kill your brothers? Didn't I tell you to always love each other? I can't believe these are princes and princesses of Lessian." They all bowed their heads. No one reacted to the monarch. More precisely, they chose not to answer. Even at this moment, their only wish was still the throne. If this means having to sacrifice another brother to achieve their goal, they probably won't hesitate. Ray saw through their attitudes and intentions, so he bluntly criticized them. "Are you so passionate about power that you've abandoned your humanity? You're no different from monsters." Ray's harsh criticism angered the princes and princesses. "You have crossed the line. How dare you disrespect a member of the royal family right in front of them?" However, with the presence and support of the king here, Jared and Eliza's threats disappeared like soap bubbles. Ray continued to lecture loudly. "You guys are so sheltered that you don't understand how does this world work. So what are you planning to do to me now? Are you planning on challenging me? Do you think you can beat me? Of course not. You know it well. You're just shallow people. There's nothing scarier than that. Uneducated idiots sat on the throne." Ray kept scolding them like that, but the princes and princesses couldn't do anything. They could only grit their teeth and endure. After cursing, Ray threw out the evidence he intended to use to threaten them. "This is the evidence of your uneducated wrongdoings." The faces of princes and princesses, the lord, became stiff. Meanwhile, George bewilderedly turned his head to look at Ray, showing that he didn't understand. He immediately told him, "Your Majesty, you should also look at these." George took the scrolls and skimmed through them, clearly shocked. He couldn't understand how the royal family could decline to this extent. From taxes to bribery and even poison, there was no what dirty business have they not been involved in. At this point, they are nothing more than a criminal organization. Members of the royal family, including the king, are speechless. Ray clicked his tongue in disdain. What an exemplary person. Those who do not deserve the throne live and die fighting for it. Only the second Princess Selena is an exception. She did nothing wrong and did not having been caught up in any scandal. Even though she was praised, Selena couldn't smile in this situation. George held his forehead and sighed. He couldn't believe it. How could it be possible? He wondered why things had turned out like this even though he didn't teach his children like that. A deep sense of self-doubt prevailed. Marry him, Eliza and Jared, and still try to make excuses. Dad. However, George did not allow anyone a chance to justify. He was determined to act immediately with a strong order. Everyone except Selena would be grounded for 3 years. "I will not accept any objections. If you don't want to comply, then leave the royal family. Now everyone go out." The strict attitude of the gentle king does not allow any objections, room for any further discussion. Jared and Luke could only grit their teeth and swallow the bitterness. In the end, the princes and princesses had no choice but to obey the orders, which was truly a strong blow, especially at a time like this, when under house arrest, they would losing the ability to step up to the position of successor. Moreover, they will be banned from participating in all domestic and foreign activities. basically living as if they were dead. Jiagra's drastic punishment made Ray very happy in my heart. When everyone had gone out, only Luke was hesitating at the door. George proactively spoke up. "Luke, don't you have anything to say to me? Why did you do that?" It's strange that the king who just got angry just now changed his tone to seem affectionate when looking at Luke. Luke turned to face his father but avoided his eyes. No answer was given. George continued to ask in a sad voice, "I just want to know why you did that, so don't worry, just answer." With every word George said, Luke's shoulders shook. He clearly understood the severity of his behavior. Luke remained silent for a moment longer. George waited patiently, without pushing any further. About 10 minutes later, Luke's tightly closed lips began to move. An amazing truth was revealed. Because, third prince, George's eyebrows twitched slightly in shock. Because of third prince. Luke continued to say, "Yes, I want the third prince to become the successor to the throne." Hearing that, even Ray couldn't help but feel confused. He silently listened to their conversation, even though he couldn't completely sure about the details. But from the context it can be deduced that it was Luke who caused George's internal injuries. Moreover, why support Gale when Luke himself is also a bright candidate for the throne? Yellow. Luke's following words answered Ray's question. Jared and Ian only cared about the Empire's benefit, but Gale was different. Despite his gentle nature, he would be a wise ruler, considerate to his people, and capable of managing his ministers well. Luke's words were surprising but didn't end there. He seemed determined in his thoughts and added, "Whether Jared or Ian, they were both obsessed with the power of the throne. If it continued like this, how could Gale ever become the future king?" In the midst of their relentless power struggle, "I think it's best to eliminate those unworthy candidates myself, rather than letting the throne fall into their hands. They could bring shame to the Empire in the future." Even now, Luke's eyes didn't show any remorse for killing his brothers. But those things didn't explain why he attacked his own father. Jiagra furrowed his brows bitterly, repeating the question, "What I want to know is why you attacked me." Luke lowered his head with a bitter voice, "Your Majesty, you always favored the Grand Prince. The selection ceremony is approaching. The position of Crown Prince is always decided after the selection ceremony. With the current situation, Jared becoming the Crown Prince is a foregone conclusion, isn't it?" Jiagra choked on his own bitterness because of his son's stupidity. "So, you attacked your father to prevent that?" Luke could only lower his head sincerely. "Please punish me severely, Father. I am ready to face the consequences of my actions." Although Luke had repented, the situation was too grave to forgive and forget, especially since the king could have died because of it. This was no different from an assassination, so Jiagra had to be strict with Luke. I understand, this is partly my fault for not disciplining you all tightly. But that doesn't mean I will forgive you. We will discuss this later. Now, leave." Jiagra's face showed exhaustion, not just from his illness, but also from the shocks caused by his rebellious children. After confessing his heart, Luke left with relief. "Yes, Your Majesty." When only Jiagra and Ray remained in the hall, the king let out a long, weary sigh. He leaned against the throne wearily. "This is giving me a headache. I thought they had matured, but it turns out they're still children." Ray laughed heartily, changing the heavy atmosphere. "Haha. Parents always think that way about their children. Even after 10 more years, you'll still see your children as young and inexperienced." Seeing that George's facial muscles had relaxed, Ray reminded him that from now on, you must pay close attention to them. No matter how strict your orders are, there is no guarantee that things will be like this. That won't happen again. George nodded and smiled bitterly. You're right. Letting you see that things like this in the Empire are really shameful." While Ray continued to instruct Jiagra, the king silently observed him. The more he looked, the more he admired Ray's interesting personality. At first, Jiagra thought Ray was rude, but over time, he felt completely different. Despite his youth, Ray was very mature, knowing how to weigh things carefully and caring about everyone in his own way. Moreover, Ray possessed unparalleled power in this world. Although he only came to heal the king, Jiagra no longer wanted to send him back to the Holy Kingdom. After contemplating for a while, Jiagra suddenly broke into a mischievous smile. "If this happens again, then I'll ask the Holy Kingdom to send you here again." Hearing this, Ray froze as if struck by the breath of a frost dragon. Jiagra waved his hand, seeming very amused. "I'm just kidding. Don't worry too much, Holy One," Ray replied with a stiff smile. That's a relief. In his heart, he truly didn't want to get involved in anything similar again, because if, after the current bans were lifted, they started vying for the throne again, it would undoubtedly lead to an even worse problem than before. After his mood improved, Jiagra suddenly changed the subject with a hesitant voice. "By the way, Holy One," Ray tilted his head and looked at him. "Yes." Jiagra's voice suddenly became full of excitement. "What do you think of the second princess?" After a moment of thought, Rei replied without hesitation, the second princess. She appears fragile, but she's braver and more decisive than any of her siblings. More importantly, she's very determined. Once she sets her mind on something, she will accomplish it with unwavering confidence. That's Rei's sincere opinion after spending time with Selena. No parent dislikes hearing praise for their child. Although Jiagro wasn't overly sentimental, he couldn't hide a hint of satisfaction. However, this wasn't the answer he wanted. He squinted and smiled cunningly, suggesting to Rei, "Oh, I asked the wrong question. I meant, would you like her to become your bride?" This time, Rei didn't hesitate to reply, "I already have someone in my heart. She wouldn't support such an arrangement, so, with all due respect, I have to decline your offer, but I appreciate the proposal." Jiagra clearly showed disappointment. I understand, what a pity." He thought it was time to retreat for now but not to give up. He reasoned that Rei's words implied Selena couldn't be his main wife but could be considered as a secondary wife. Ironically, Rei also misinterpreted Jiagra's reply, thinking he had ended the discussion about marriage and was considering other ways to repay him. In any case, Jiagra still wanted to find ways to keep Rei here, so he cautiously mentioned another topic. "If that's the case, would you like to participate in the selection ceremony?" Rei heard about this ceremony for the first time, so he just looked at him blankly. Rei had been through many wars, but he had never participated in any tournament. This sparked a little interest and curiosity in him. "What is the selection ceremony?" Seeing Rei's reaction, Jiagra quickly tempted him. "Our empire holds a tournament of swordsmanship and magic every 3 years. Since it's organized by the empire, the prizes are incomparable to other small tournaments. No matter how you imagine it, the rewards will far exceed anything you can think of," Rei exclaimed with bright eyes. "Even if the prize is just some famous jewelry, Era would definitely be happy if I brought them to her. Participating in 1 or 2 tournaments won't take much time, so this seems like a good idea." According to Jiagra's introduction, the selection ceremony was one of the largest festivals in the empire, held every 3 years. There were no restrictions on participants or their background. The festival included many competition categories, ranging from swordsmanship and magic to academics, debate, and archery. Rei asked excitedly, "Oh, can I participate in all the categories?" Jiagra felt baffled by his confident question. "All of them, according to the rules. You can participate in a maximum of 2 categories. But in the swordsmanship competition, you can only use swordsmanship. Using magic will be disqualified immediately." When Rei casually nodded, Jiagra became even more confused, wondering how a mage would participate in a swordsmanship competition. However, since Rei agreed to stay, Jiagra didn't press further. He laughed happily and instructed him, "The event will be held in 2 weeks. Usually, contestants have to go through regional elimination rounds to reach the finals, but since you're participating as the Holy One, I'll arrange for you to go directly to the final round." Rei smiled brightly in response. "Sounds good. If that's the case, I'll participate in the swordsmanship and magic competition." He wanted to try the debate category too, but the rules clearly stated that one person was not allowed to participate in more than 2 categories, so he had to accept it. Jiagra exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Really? All right. I'll go arrange it right away. In the meantime, get some rest and prepare well." Immediately after that, he disappeared from the room with eagerness. The first step to bind Rei tightly to the empire was complete, but he didn't know that. He only felt that this was an attractive and beneficial opportunity to seize. Seeing Jiagra's eagerness, Rei felt a bit uneasy. A bad feeling suddenly came over him, as if he had fallen into a trap, but he quickly reassured himself. The rewards sound decent, the competition should be fun, and this idea doesn't sound bad, so, let's just go for it. In any case, with Jiagra able to return to his daily activities, Rei could finally relax. He thought it was time to check the situation in the Holy Kingdom. Zeke's lack of communication implied everything was alright, but confirmation was still better. Rei was finally able to return to his room, showering for the first time in a long time. Although he usually used magic to maintain cleanliness, actually bathing brought satisfaction. Different. Then he went to the crystal ball on the table. Before leaving, Rei had given Zeke an orb like a type of phone with only one connected line. Looking at the shiny orb, he gently placed his hand on it and infused it with mana, causing it to glow brightly. The amount of mana required to activate the orb was enormous due to the distance between the Empire and the Holy Kingdom. Minutes passed until a faint figure appeared inside the crystal. However, something seemed wrong with the image. That soft figure with shining hair wasn't Zeke. The image gradually became clearer, revealing a familiar face. Iriel was smiling brightly from the other side of the crystal. "Rei, long time no see." Seeing Iriel, Rei hit his forehead, realizing he had missed a crucial detail. He imagined Zeke's disappointed face in his mind. Zeke couldn't refuse a request from a Holy One. She had the same influence over Zeke as Rei. With a sigh, Rei asked to confirm his speculation. How did you get this crystal? I clearly left it for Zeke. Iriel replied casually. You're asking why? Because I asked him for it, of course. As long as the message is delivered, the messenger doesn't matter anymore. Rei got to the point. Anyway, I was able to restore the king's health, Iriel exclaimed joyfully. As expected, I knew you could handle this. Then Rei asked Iriel how things were going in the Holy Kingdom. Her face immediately turned serious. Well, everything is normal, but the academy is a bit, you know. Rei furrowed his brow and questioned Iriel's vague answer. You're saying you know what? Don't tell me it's that guy. Iriel clicked her tongue and replied. Well, you don't have to worry about the classes. He's doing pretty well. Unexpectedly, he even receives admiration from some students. Rei became even more uneasy and pressed further. Really? So, what's the problem? Iriel described Lich's arrogant demeanor with a sigh. The only issue is that he tends to pick fights with students from other academies. He says things like their standards are too low or something like that. Rei immediately rubbed his forehead and sighed. I'll deal with that later. Seems like I'll have to return later than expected. Iriel was slightly saddened and asked, but didn't you say you finished treating the Emperor? Rei then recounted the problems Lessian Empire was facing. Hearing the story, the smile gradually vanished from Iriel's usually cheerful face. I heard the throne succession had become more intense, but I didn't think it was this bad. Well, since you're already involved and have handled everything smoothly so far, just stay there. Because of the relationship between the Holy Kingdom and Lessian Empire, Rei nodded in agreement. Yes, I think so too. Suddenly, Iriel seemed to remember something. Oh, by the way, there's something I want to tell you. Do you know you've been in the Holy Kingdom for almost a year? Rei was a bit surprised at how quickly time had passed. It's been that long. Iriel chuckled and continued. Time really flies, doesn't it? When you return to the Holy Kingdom, you will have to start visiting other kingdoms. You've almost gotten used to being a Holy One. Now is the time to start activities in your role as a Holy One. The corner of Rei's mouth twitched. He vaguely remembered hearing about this when he first learned the rules. The adaptation period that the Holy Kingdom gave to Holy Ones was 1 year, but during that so-called adaptation period, he had experienced brutal wars beyond imagination. In his heart, Rei could only sigh. Typical Holy Kingdom, a country ruled by a god. Even the adaptation period is incredibly stressful. Seeing Rei's bitter smile, Iriel burst into laughter and teased him. You should spend as much time resting as possible in the Empire. Anyway, no matter what happens, I'm still here in the Holy Kingdom. Iriel's words, accompanied by a cute smile, showed that she could handle her job well in the Holy Kingdom, so Rei could rest assured. But he indifferently disconnected the connection with a bored voice. Okay, goodbye. Rei felt bored thinking about starting activities outside the Holy Kingdom. He just wanted to spend time at the academy, but there were too many things to worry about. For the next 2 weeks, the Empire was busy preparing for the selection ceremony. As it was a festival for all people, the scale was huge. Not only cities but even small villages were busy, creating a festive atmosphere full of excitement day and night. The festival would last a whole week from the start. As Rei looked around, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Well, just as expected from the Empire, it's unbelievable that they used magic tools to illuminate the sky. Selena chuckled at his childish surprise. Were you really surprised by that? Isn't it a bit strange for a mage to be surprised by such things? I mean, you are also a mage. Rei clicked his tongue and replied, magic and magic tools feel a bit different. You know, what really fascinated Rei wasn't the spells but the magic tools. The Lessian Empire's technology in creating magic tools has advanced for decades more than other kingdoms. That's why they can use such advanced magic tools just for a festival, something that other kingdoms can't even imagine. But Selena still chuckled after hearing his explanation. Rei shyly tilted his head. Is there something funny? Selena quickly explained, afraid he would misinterpret her smile as an offense. Oh, sorry, it's just that I remember the first time I met you. Selena hesitantly admitted, honestly, I found you quite scary. Even when George asked Selena to take Rei on a tour of the city, she really wanted to refuse, simply because from the first time they met, he always spoke harshly and looked at her with a cold gaze. Rei knew that he had really acted harshly, so now he could only chuckle awkwardly. But now, when he looks around the city, his eyes are like those of a child seeing everything for the first time. That completely changed Selena's mind. Now it's over, of course. Rei burst out laughing at her correction. Haha, right. After all, you even took me on a tour yourself. After a comfortable laugh, Selena started introducing Ray to the competition area, which is where the swordsmanship competition will be held, and right next to it is a larger arena for the magic competition. Ray has to admit it's really big, seemingly a testament to the financial strength of the Lessian Empire, but it's strange that the magic arena is bigger than the swordsmanship arena, maybe because the magic techniques can be more destructive. The layout of the arena from left to right is the swordsmanship arena, magic arena, and archery arena. However, the archery arena looks really pathetic, while other arenas are lavishly decorated and equipped with magic tools to shine even at night. The archery arena is just a barren patch of sand, nothing but a row of targets lined up in a line in front of them. Ray curiously asked Ariel, "What's going on there?" "Even a doghouse looks better," Selena replied with an awkward smile. "Ah, that's the archery arena." Archery has not been popular since ancient times in the Empire. There are not too many spectators and even fewer participants. It's a miracle that the category hasn't been cancelled. Selena looked regretfully at the shabby archery arena. Ray didn't understand why either. Archery is often used by the nobility and many mercenaries for hunting. It should be popular, but here, archers seem to be not very popular. Its current state seems too dilapidated. The targets are so old and broken that they look like they are about to fall off, making him feel exasperated. Who would be interested in shooting an arrow at that? Then, Selena remembered that the qualifying matches were being held and decided to take Ray to watch so that he could understand more about the competition. Holy Saint, the qualifying matches are about to start. Ray also happily followed. "Okay, let's go watch." At this moment, a match was taking place between a muscular man with a large physique and a young man with a normal physique. One could even say he was skinny. The significant size difference between the two opponents immediately caught attention. They also used different weapons corresponding to their appearances. The muscular guy used double axes, while the skinny young man used a sword. Ray and Selena were watching the matches from the VIP seats. Their eyes widened in amazement as they watched the two opponents attack each other fiercely. The sound of their weapons clashing echoed all the way to the VIP seats. Ray had predicted the outcome. The large man was quickly knocked down. Cheers erupted from the audience. As the sun began to set, the twilight enveloped the arena and the final day's qualifying round before the selection ceremony ended. Selena excitedly asked Ray, "What did you think of the competition today?" Ray replied with a bright smile, "They are all at a pretty high level. It seems like this tournament will be much more exciting than expected." While strolling with Selena, Ray accidentally heard music coming from the fountain in the middle of the square. Seeing that Ray seemed interested in the music, Selena immediately suggested, "That's a street performer. Would you like to go listen for a bit?" Holy Saint, Ray was also curious because the kind of sound he heard was quite familiar. "Okay, we still have some time before dinner." The square was surrounded by a fiery red sunset, making it look like a painting. Next to the fountain, a musician was playing melodious tunes, but what caught Ray's attention the most was the instrument that created that sound. Ray observed for a while and then mumbled with delight, "A violin. Not only in terms of form, but also the number of strings are exactly the same, although it's slightly different in size. But it looks very much like a violin." This was the first time Selena had seen a violin. She curiously tilted her head. "You know that instrument?" Ray smiled warmly with nostalgia. "It reminds me of a similar instrument. Seeing it brings back many memories." The sound that the musician created was truly beautiful, making Ray's heart flutter. "What a beautiful performance. I feel a bit nostalgic." As night fell and the sky became darker, the crowd began to gather around the fountain to listen to music. The square, unlike the nearby streets, had fewer lanterns and was darker. However, the people immersed in the music did not want to leave. The last song finally ended. The musician stopped playing and smiled at the audience. "Thank you everyone." Selena felt satisfied after enjoying such a melodious tune. "What a wonderful performance, right, Holy Saint?" Ray nodded in agreement with her. As they were about to leave, the musician suddenly approached. "Excuse me," Selena immediately asked. "What's wrong?" The musician hesitated, pointing towards Ray. "Earlier, when you saw my instrument, you called it a violin, right?" Ray was surprised that this female musician could hear his mumbling. Her hearing was incredibly sharp. Ray frankly nodded even though he was a bit worried about why this female musician seemed to know about the name violin. "Yes, I did." The female musician continued to ask with an excited voice, "How did you know that name?" As Ray looked down at her instrument case, it was the same as a violin case on Earth. However, the girl's question put Ray in an awkward situation. He couldn't reveal that he knew the term violin from an instrument in a different world. He carefully thought as he looked at the female musician, knowing about violins from the modern world. Could it be that she also came from there? Suspicion crept into his mind. To investigate further, Ray decided to make up a story. I once saw it in a book. Hearing Ray's answer, the female musician looked straight into his eyes and immediately shook her head. Lying. Ray immediately grasped the problem when he realized the girl had truth eyes. This female musician is not an ordinary human. She must be a member of the fairy race, because she possesses the characteristic truth eyes of the fairy race. However, her ears are like human ears, so Ray guessed that she was a half-fairy. Although not common, but in rare cases, a half-fairy will appear from the combination of a human and a fairy. Unable to deceive those truth-seeing eyes, Ray had to concede. I promise I will answer honestly, but first tell me, where did you get this instrument and how do you know how to play it? The female musician took a deep breath before answering. This instrument is an heirloom left by my grandmother. She created it herself and passed it down to her descendants, and she is also the one who taught us how to play this instrument. Now, Ray's suspicion shifted to the girl's grandmother, creating something that looks like a modern violin, even the decorations. Could it be a coincidence? No, it seems impossible, unless her grandmother, like me, came from the modern world. At this moment the female musician asked Ray back. Now it's your turn. I'm asking you the same questions. How did you know about this instrument and where have you seen it? The girl showed a serious and curious expression as if this was the question she had always been looking for an answer to. Ray replied cleverly, I've seen people play this instrument before. I asked and they told me it was a violin. That's why I remember its name. This time, the female musician checked Ray's answer again, clearly seeing nothing wrong through her truth eyes. She sighed with a little disappointment. It's true, Ray smiled cunningly in his heart. There was basically no lie in his story. The problem was that he only told half the truth. Ray had learned to play the violin when he was young. His teacher had performed for him and taught him the name of the instrument. The female musician seemed sad and bowed her head. I apologize for my impolite questions earlier. I thought you knew something and Ray smiled freely and shook his head. I also asked similar questions, so it's okay. Ray wanted to have a deeper conversation with the female musician, so he curiously asked more. Can you tell me about your grandmother? The female musician nodded immediately. Okay, where should I start? She didn't have much interaction while living on the mountain, so having someone to talk to is a great comfort to her. According to the female musician, her grandmother was the kind of person that people often called eccentric, but at the same time she was a talented and admirable person. She had many ideas beyond the imagination of others. One day, she created something called a bicycle. The female musician was incredibly surprised to see her driving it happily and skillfully as if she had known how to drive it before it was created. Hearing this, Ray was certain, her grandmother must have come from the modern age. The violin, the bicycle, all these things that don't exist in this world, creating them with the same name cannot be a coincidence. The female musician also remembers some things her grandmother used to say, that she didn't come from this world, so the girl developed a curiosity about the world her grandmother mentioned, and now she is looking for someone who knows more about her grandmother's world. Then, the female musician suddenly remembered a detail in Ray's story and wondered again. Right, you said you had seen someone playing an instrument similar to this. Can I know who it was? Ray stared up at the sky and mumbled as if talking to himself. Actually, their names or where they lived, I don't remember clearly anymore. Their conversation subsided with the melancholic smile of the female musician. Haha, it seems you're in a similar situation to me, aren't you? It's time for me to go. It was a pleasure meeting someone who also knows about this instrument like you. It was also a pleasure meeting you, Your Highness, Selena said with a warm smile. Yes, thank you for your wonderful performance. The female musician also smiled brightly. I have a feeling we might see each other again someday. After saying that, she waved goodbye and left the fountain. Ray had no intention of stopping her. The female musician quickly disappeared from Ray's sight. Perhaps she had played the violin for decades, even centuries. It was inevitable for her to have a brilliant performance. Although she was a half-elf, her lifespan wasn't much shorter than a full elf. If her music wasn't beautiful, it would be the fault of the listener. At this point, Selena chuckled and looked at Ray. You seem very happy. Did you enjoy our conversation? Ray jokingly smiled back. Did I look that obvious? It was true, he was happy, but Ray had no intention of delving deeper into the story of the female musician's grandmother. Just like her, who lived her life and quietly departed, he should live his second life bestowed upon him. There was no need to try and find reasons for everything. However, he could feel a strange sense of relief knowing he wasn't the only one from the modern world. Ray took a deep breath, savoring the current peacefulness, and muttered, my feeling of loneliness now has subsided a little. He leisurely strolled along the street bathed in the twilight. Let's go back, he thought to himself. A bicycle, not a bad idea. The day of the swordsmanship tournament arrived. The capital of the Lessian Empire was bustling with crowds enjoying the festivities. Furthermore, today was not only the day of the swordsmanship tournament, but also the first time Ray would appear in the official competition. By now, there were no more unskilled contestants left, only those who had passed the qualifying rounds. It was almost time to start. Jiagra personally came to watch the match because he was curious how Ray would win the sword competition. "Holy man, how do you feel?" Ray replied with a grin. "Not bad." George also laughed happily. "So glad. Today is the final of the fighting match, so there will probably be a lot of people coming to watch. I'm also very excited. Do you remember the rules and order of the rounds?" "As you know, it's not simple," George said. Ray nodded calmly and replied, "Oh, you mean the team competition part." The selection ceremony didn't just determine the winner through one-on-one duels. Contestants in both swordsmanship and magic categories would engage in individual duels until they won 3 matches. Then, they would participate in a 5 versus 5 team match in the 4th round. Therefore, victory wasn't just secured through individual skills, but also required a high level of teamwork. Ray thought about it for a moment. "I remember Selena saying communication and coordination are 2 key factors in the final round." Although he acted like he had memorized Selena's instructions, Ray actually had no intention of following them. As it was time to go on stage, George excitedly clasped his hands together and encouraged Ray. "Good luck." Ray waved goodbye to him. "Yes, thank you, I'll head out now." Then, a soldier came to guide Ray. "Are you ready? Please follow me this way." However, the soldier abruptly stopped when he saw that Ray was only bringing himself to the competition. Despite knowing Ray was the Holy One, the soldier still hesitantly reminded him, "Excuse me, but aren't you going to bring a sword?" Ray then suddenly realized he didn't have a weapon. "Ah, right, I forgot to bring my sword." Ray then looked around as if searching for something. By chance, a thin twig caught his eye. Immediately, Ray picked up the twig and held it like a sword. "I'll use this, let's go." The soldier was shocked by his action but felt it was better to say nothing. The duel was about to begin. The referee, standing in the middle of the arena, shouted, "Contestants, get ready for the match." Upon hearing the command, the contestants began checking their weapons and stretching. Ray's opponent was a high-level aura user, Horus. Meanwhile, Ray simply leaned to the side, silently observing his opponent with a calm smile. That indifferent attitude, coupled with the twig in Ray's hand, made his opponent frown in annoyance. Feeling disrespected, Horus loudly questioned Ray, "You even prepare so carelessly. Are you looking down on me? Where's your sword?" Ray feigned innocence, brushing aside Horus's criticism with an excuse. "I stretched this morning. I don't need to do it again, and this is a wooden sword. It's a family heirloom. My parents passed it down to me. It's very precious to me." Horus was immediately flustered by Ray's ridiculous explanation. "I was out of line. I apologize for speaking so rudely." Ray breathed a sigh of relief when the fabricated story successfully helped him avoid a bad reputation. He mentally told himself that he must be fully prepared next time to avoid misunderstandings. After a short conversation between the 2 contestants, the referee spoke again. "Say, remember, if anyone lands any fatal blows or is found to have the intention of killing their opponent, they will be eliminated immediately." As the arena became lively, the referee immediately waved his hand to signal the start of the duel. While the referee's words still echoed, Ray's figure began to fade like an illusion. After honing his hiding skills like the unfaithful messengers, Ray was now displaying techniques reaching their level. Although Ray was right in front of him, Horus couldn't detect his presence. It was strange. He tried to locate Ray in vain. You disappeared." At that moment, Ray suddenly appeared behind his opponent with a sly smile. Ray focused his power on the twig and swung it hard towards Horus, causing a loud explosion that echoed throughout the arena. Horus's entire body was blown away as if hit by a tornado. All eyes in the stands were fixed on Ray. However, the spectators couldn't fully understand the match because they couldn't see anything. They even forgot to cheer, especially because the display of invisibility was incredibly astonishing. Ray's first match ended effortlessly. He didn't even need to use his aura sword, just a twig was enough. At this time, So-young and Hyuk-young were standing in the distance watching the match. So-young couldn't help but gesture towards Hyuk-young in amazement. "Just now. Isn't that our invisibility technique?" Hyuk-young was equally puzzled as So-young but also found the scene amusing. Ray had precisely copied Hyuk-young's invisibility technique, making it feel like seeing Hyuk-young's clone for a moment. He truly deserves the title of Holy One. He can recreate a technique just by observing. Hyuk-young replied to So-young with admiration. "Saints should never be compared to ordinary people. Otherwise, we'll only end up with headaches." Immediately after the swordsmanship duel ended, Ray went to the nearby magic arena, where the duel was also taking place. A person who had just won 3 consecutive sword duels was now participating in the magic duel. The novelty of this situation further heightened the audience's excitement. but Ray surprised everyone even more with how he won the magic competition. After the first day of competition ended, Ray had a meal with George and Selena. He couldn't contain his admiration for him. What a saint. I can't believe he won 3 consecutive matches. In just a blink of an eye, you are now the focus of everyone. Especially in the first duel. I never expected you to win with just a twig. I've never seen that happen before. Ray smiled modestly while enjoying the lavish meal. It's nothing special. Any aura user could do it if they practiced. Jiagra laughed excitedly. The magic tournament was also very spectacular. Selena on the other hand was a bit confused thinking about how Ray won the magic competition. He simply tied up his opponent with magic and neutralizing his opponent's magic while punching them to the ground. The scene left everyone stunned as to whether this was really a magic tournament, but since he did not break the rules, the referee still recognized the fight, that win. Although the atmosphere is cheerful, the situation is a bit strange. The dining table is very large, but there are only 3 people sitting, including Ray, Jiagra and Selena. The other princes and princesses are under house arrest, but this place still seemed too deserted for a royal family meal. Feeling curious, Ray cautiously asked, "Sorry for asking, but aren't the queen and concubines present today?" Selena answered his question with a sorrowful voice. The queen and her concubines had a carriage accident. There are many factors that can cause a carriage accident, such as encountering monsters or falling down the cliff. However, with the protection of the royal knights, a carriage accident seemed very suspicious. Noticing Ray's troubled expression, Jiagra added, "It was because of the wyverns." Ray immediately understood the problem. "That reminds me, I heard that there was a wyvern nest recently." Jiagra choked and clenched his fist. Yes, such accidents happen quite often these days. The problem is the wyvern very strong, so the Empire had no choice but to deal with them. Ray quickly said his condolences to George. "Sorry, I shouldn't have asked that." As the leader of a great empire, George had to hide his sadness with a smile. It's okay. It also happened 20 years ago." Ray also realized that this was probably the reason why a similar cause was given when announcing the 5th prince's death. The accident that took the 5th prince's life might have been the same accident that claimed the lives of the queen and the ladies-in-waiting. Regardless, Ray had already made up his mind. Those dragons should be relocated. Accidents like this are becoming too frequent. When the day of the team match arrived, Ray participated in a bet, betting on himself to win, but he didn't consider it gambling. If his victory was certain, why was betting on it gambling? It was simply earning money through his skills. After justifying his actions to himself, he happily went to the location of the final round of the competition. Ray was placed in the red team. To avoid unnecessary contact with the nobility, Jiagra's orders actually isolated him. Of course, Ray liked it that way, because no one bothered him, so he had a lot of time more for yourself. The rules of the team match were as follows. The competition began with teams having members using both swordsmanship and magic. Each team was given a flag, and the goal was to steal the opponent's flag and bring it back to their team's base to earn points. The team that brings back the most flags will win, and the person who contributes the most to the winning team will be the ultimate victor. Knowing the rules, Ray even skipped the strategy meeting with his teammates. Just get the flag. It's so easy, right? Ray learned from real wars that strategy doesn't matter much when facing powerful magic. It only matters when there's an equal struggle. He even considered using an earthquake to shake the entire arena if necessary, but chanting randomly is not the best way. The focus is on using the right magic to achieve the goal. While his teammates were busy building strategies and coordinating magic, Ray just sat there yawning, which made his teammates a little uncomfortable. What's he doing there alone? We're discussing tactics, and he's just nonchalant about it. Haven't you seen his fight? He's called the Magic Swordsman, you know. A small argument broke out among the members when talking about Ray. What? Magic Swordsman? Nonsense. Everyone calls him that because he beat his opponent with just his fist in the magic tournament. The other opponents surrendered out of fear. The chubby swordsman still pursed his lips in dissatisfaction, acting as if a swordsman couldn't just beat a mage barehanded. At this time, a mage in the group personally explained, "You don't understand, this guy." The terrified mage looked towards Ray, who was nodding off. He nullified all the opponent's magic and then punched them. The existence of someone like that is unbelievable. Even when the mage in the group spoke up to confirm Ray's level, the swordsman still grumbled in frustration, because he participated in both tournaments. "So we only have 4 people on our team. What a troublesome guy. Anyway, we have no choice but to follow the plan." They nodded at each other and quickly lined up to leave at the big guy's command. "We'll take care of the front. You'll go behind and look for an opportunity to grab the flag. Let's go." That's a good tactic. The team battle takes place in a small forest full of trees. Except for separate bases, there are countless obstacles along the way. It's not convenient for a direct attack but ideal for ambushes and surprise attacks. After his teammates disappeared from the base, Rei naturally became the one in charge of guarding, although he had been sitting there in a daze all this time instead of actively approaching them to discuss the plan, but seeing them leave made him complain about their carelessness. Rei continued to sit leisurely at the base and thought vaguely about the wyverns. He thought more and more determinedly, I've gone to all this trouble to treat the king, then I should solve the wyvern problem so they owe me more, right? Let's see, how will I deal with those wyverns? While Rei was pondering whether to completely change the weather of the area where the wyverns live to drive them away, or let meteorites wipe them out, suddenly a voice came from behind him. Oh, there you are. Rei sensed 3 people approaching his base, but he ignored them until they appeared. It seems your teammates left you here alone. Rei clicked his tongue and replied, well, because I alone am enough to protect the flag. The 3 men from the blue team continued to smirk. Remember, this is a swordsmanship team battle. Even if you can use magic, are you sure you can take down the 3 of us alone? Give us the flag, Rei mumbled vaguely, who knows? As the man with the sword slowly approached, Rei grinned mischievously. Oh, did you bring the flag? The blue team swordsman immediately panicked. What did you do? Rei shrugged nonchalantly. How could I leave such an important flag at the base when we're all going together? Did you think I didn't notice the mage hiding behind you? It's not against the rules, and the flag is small, enough to hide in my clothes. You're pretty clever. Rei's sharp words made the hidden men jump in surprise. The 3 blue team swordsmen had no choice but to charge forward. Damn it, everyone, attack him. The 3 men attacked at the same time. The swords aimed from 3 different directions seemed unavoidable. But Rei blocked all their swords with the radiant sword he created by enveloping the red flag with mana in a blink of an eye. The sound of the swords clashing was so loud it was unbelievable. Rei looked at them slyly and grinned. I was just sitting here, and you guys came to your own demise. Lucky for you, the opponent's swordsmen only reached the middle level or the early stage of the high level, so they were stunned. Is that a radiant sword? Feeling that the radiant sword alone wasn't enough to create a sense of threat, Rei created small hand-sized fireballs. Immediately after, Rei swung the mana-covered flag around randomly with a mischievous smile. All right, hand over the flag. At that moment, it was unclear whether he was a saint or a thief. While his opponents were stunned, looking at the radiant sword and fireballs, Rei started attacking them. Each of his blows, like a skilled musician, caused a different scream. His opponents were overwhelmed by the intense pain. Even with their mana protecting their bodies, the pain was still significant. If not protected, they would be crushed. They didn't know that even the orcs and trolls in the Holy Kingdom had to endure such beatings from Rei. Not long after, Rei's teammates returned to the base and started complaining on the way. Damn it, what a waste of time. Why isn't there a flag there? What the hell is going on? Well, consider it scouting. Sighs of frustration followed, along with the sound of footsteps dragging on the grass. As everyone anxiously returned to the base, worried that Rei could not possibly protect the flag alone against a group, suddenly they saw thick smoke rising from their base. Everyone panicked and ran back. As they returned to the base, the remaining mage in the group was the only one who cared about Rei before caring about the flag. Hey, are you okay? What about the flag? The red team members were speechless when they saw an unbelievable sight. In front of them were the 3 men from the blue team lying face down on the ground, and Rei was standing there nonchalantly holding 2 flags. He spoke to his teammates. Well, I got another flag, lucky me. The teammates' view of Rei started to change little by little. How did you manage to do that on your own? This competition, it will be easier to win than I thought. The battle between the teams ended in a flash. Of course, thanks to Rei, all strategies and tactics were useless. In the end, what wizard can resist someone who can cancel other people's magic? Just like that, Rei easily won the team battle. Looking at the events and the fireball explosions, it looked more like a raid than a team battle. The final result, Rei was recognized for his contributions and became the highest-ranked winner. The prize was 1,000 gold coins and the right to participate in the basic night school in the capital. When Rei stepped down from the award podium, he laughed heartily as he looked at the bag of money in his hand. It's not a bad reward for what I did. Just at that moment, Giagra appeared with a cheerful greeting. Saint Rei, do you like the festival prizes? Seeing Giagra smile brightly, Rei replied sarcastically while concealing his winnings and gambling earnings. What a shameful tournament. The prize is so small, I can eat it in one meal. That's an exaggeration, unless he dines with pure gold utensils. But Giagra, used to Rei's way of talking, found it humorous and chuckled. Anyway, you're here, why not explore the Empire a little more? There are a lot of interesting things here. Ho ho ho, Rei clicked his tongue and nodded. Well, I had that intention anyway. I still have some things to do. Jiagro was even happier that Ray agreed to stay, no matter what the reason. That's great. By the way, what do you have to do? Ray just chuckled in response with a mysterious wink. That's definitely something you'll enjoy. The next day, without informing anyone and without any escort, Ray went mountain climbing alone. Having other people around would only hinder what he wanted to do. After climbing for a while, Ray noticed the humidity rising. The combination of warm air from below and the moisture from the trees, coupled with this, the high mana concentration made him guess, this must be the area near the wyvern's nest. Ray looked at a bush that seemed to be growing in the wrong place and discovered a magic circle. It seems that intelligent dragons can also use magic circles, so they set up magic barriers with warding instead of putting guards here. Seeing the magic circle blocking the entrance, Ray lightly tapped it to see how thick it was. The thick sound indicated that it was quite sturdy. It seems that intruders would not be warmly welcomed here. As Ray analyzed the structure of the magic circles blocking his path, he realized it was quite complex but not difficult to break. It would just take some time. Immediately afterwards, he transferred some mana into the ward in front of him, calculating the perfect combination formula inside. If I crush everything, they'll at least come out to greet me, right? Before the team battle, Ray spent time researching wyverns in the Lessian Empire. They are an intelligent species, rumored to be very skilled in magic and possess immense power. Because their nest is near the Empire's capital, there are quite a few books related to them. The reason why they chose the Empire as their habitat is simple. The warm climate and the large mountain range behind make it an ideal environment for wyverns to nest. Moreover, the lack of other dragon lairs nearby allows the wyverns to freely wreak havoc without worry. Ray repeated the process of deciphering the ward multiple times, each magic circle quickly becoming simple drawings, but the humidity and his clothes clinging to his sweaty body made him uncomfortable. This is a bit too much. Ray had been continuously breaking the layers of overlapping magic circles for 30 minutes. This ward had more magic circles than he imagined. He stopped, wrung out his wet shirt and felt the extreme humidity around him, waiting for the wyverns to appear. As Ray expected, it didn't take long for a wyvern to appear. It circled above him and roared, "Human, you're the one who destroyed the magic circles, right?" Maybe because the magic circle they carefully created for a month was destroyed easily in 30 minutes. The wyvern was alert and circling as if it was scouting. Ray smiled amiably as he heard the telepathic message echoing in his mind. This ability of the wyvern is similar to the ability of elves who possess the eyes of truth. It's a unique racial skill of the species. They don't need language, they can directly communicate their thoughts through telepathy. Of course, this doesn't mean they can't understand the language of other races, so Ray could talk normally. "Yes, I came here to talk to you." The dragon replied with curiosity. "What are you talking about? What do you want to talk about?" Ray frankly suggested, "It's about your nest. Can you move it somewhere else?" Despite the barrier being broken, the dragon didn't attack immediately. It seemed open to dialogue, a notable difference from a monster's usual behavior. "As for my nest, that's not my decision to make. And I can't leave this place for now, because our magic circles have become too fragile. You understand, right?" Ray nodded, understanding the issue. Although he didn't attack directly, destroying the barrier weakened their defenses. This wyvern wouldn't be able to casually chat in such a situation. After that, Ray started repairing the barrier to show his goodwill. "So, how about this?" He reconnected the broken mana circuits, filled in the necessary areas and improvised on the details unclear. As Ray diligently worked on these magic circles, he not only repaired it but also improved it from its original state. During his time in the fairy village to treat era, he had read countless books about magic circles, so recreating a shield put up by a wyvern was simple. The dragon admired the intricate and diverse effects of the magic circle. "Creating such a complex magic circle, you must have prepared thoroughly to achieve this, right?" The dragon assumed Ray had meticulously studied the previous magic circle's design. He took the opportunity, lying without blinking. "That's right, I've been preparing and thinking about this for a long time. I'm serious about this." After just an hour of restoration, the newly formed magic circle showed significantly denser mana concentration. Ray happily told the dragon, "All right, it's done." The dragon stared at the barrier with sparkling eyes. Impressive, with such a recreated magic circle, your trespass can be overlooked." Ray sighed in relief and continued to discuss the main topic. "Excellent, can we talk now?" The dragon thought for a moment and then warned Ray, "I can take you to my village, but I can't guarantee that you will be safe. Unlike humans, we only respect the strong." Ray nodded. The head immediately agreed. "I will take care of it myself. Just take me away." This is just as good as he wanted. If things don't go according to plan, he can use force. The dragon had no idea that Ray had even defeated a primordial dragon, a creature much more advanced than a wyvern. No one would be afraid of a chihuahua after defeating a tiger. The wyvern was at ease, replied telepathically and flapped its wings. Okay, come to my village. As its giant wings spread out, a terrible menacing aura spread out. Then, the dragon spread its wings and flew off alone to its destination, leaving Ray standing there, dumbfounded. Ray couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't expect it to fly away without taking him along. Activating the mana in his body to chase after the dragon, Ray muttered angrily, "This damned bastard." After flying over a mountain range, the dragon finally landed in front of a place that looked like a human village, at which point it was already dark. The dragon communicated with a surprised expression. "I thought you were just a magician, but that's not true. You run quite well." Ray smiled stiffly. Is he mocking me now? When he was about to eat grilled dragon meat for dinner, the voice of a female dragon rang out. "I smelled a human scent." A larger dragon appeared and talked to the red dragon. "Why did you bring another species to our village?" Ray couldn't hear the conversation between them but could vaguely guess that it was a soldier. "Village soup." The red dragon obediently reported to the guard. "He wants to talk. I thought it was reasonable, so I brought him here." The female guard replied. "Then you're responsible for bringing him here." As Ray was allowed into the village, the red dragon began to shrink, its enormous body reduced to the size of a human, and it transformed into a handsome young man with red hair. The red-haired young man transmitted his voice into Ray's mind. "Follow me, you're allowed in." Ray followed silently, slightly surprised. "So they can take human form too?" "I can feel the presence of mana, but it's different from magic." As they entered the village, the female guard's watchful gaze at the entrance was clear. Ray felt like he was being watched. He wasn't sure if it was vigilance or contempt for considering humans to be inferior creatures. At that moment, the female guard proactively sent a message to Ray. "You don't emit the mana that humans usually possess, so it seems you are very weak. If any of us threaten your life, run to me with all your might." Ray nodded calmly at her words. He understood that her previous observation was concern. It seemed she didn't like to see the strong bullying the weak, but because their nest was the leader decided to stay here, so all she could do was protect the people she saw as best she could. Seeing Ray staring off into the distance, the red-haired young man said, "Come to my house, we'll talk then." Ray grinned excitedly. "All right." The wyvern village shares similarities with the elf village, but it's more primitive. The biggest difference lies in the scarcity of trees. This might be due to the altitude making it harder for trees to grow. Looking at the old houses, Ray couldn't help but exclaim, "It's far different from human villages. It looks quite ancient, and the atmosphere is similar to ancient civilizations." What's interesting is that these wyverns all live in human form. They even build houses and have a lifestyle quite similar to humans. As Ray entered the village, he immediately drew many stares, probably because of the human scent he emitted. Menacing sounds reached his ears. "Look, a human smell. What's going on? There's an intruder here. I'm tempted." Ka ka ka. The attention of the crowd. The wyvern makes Ray feel a bit apprehensive. Is this dangerous? "I just want to talk." Seeing Ray stiffen, the red-haired young man reassured him. "Don't mind them, they're just curious." Then, the red-haired young man pointed to a house not far from where they stood. "That's my house." It was a truly simple house, more like a stable than a dwelling. Ray secretly criticized the shabby house in his heart. "On the way here, I vaguely felt that they didn't care about appearance at all." The red-haired boy didn't notice Ray's disparaging expression but was very generous. "Open the door, come in." Ray followed the red-haired boy inside. The house only had a bed, table and old chairs, but there was still tea and cakes to serve guests. Ray quickly got to the point. "Now let's talk. As I said before, I'm here to negotiate the relocation of your nest. You're a rare species, so can you move elsewhere?" The red-haired young man shook his head. "I've already told you, that's not my decision to make." Ray continued to propose. "Can you take me to the wyvern who can make decisions?" The red-haired young man nodded in agreement. "Maybe, but there will be conditions." When Ray seemed curious, the red-haired young man crossed his arms with determination. "The law of the strong rules the wyvern world. The strong decide everything. If you can defeat me, I'll take you to our lord." This is a typical challenge of the dragon race. Their thirst for battle might have shaped their society, which values strength. In Ray's eyes, applying the law of the strong is convenient, as easy as giving orders to Zeke, so he calmly agreed to the challenge. Ray suddenly chanted the spell, binding. The mana around him began to react and move. The red-haired boy couldn't help but notice that huge stream of mana, but he didn't have time to fight back and was tied up, as if he knew in front of a punch about to land but still got punched. The red-haired young man was surprised when his movement was suddenly restricted. "Bound. You're a mage stronger than me." Ray nodded, pleased with the acknowledgement. "Something like that. Is that enough?" The red-haired young man nodded immediately. It's getting late, but let's go. Ray chuckled with a snap of his fingers. Good, let's go. Release. With that one word, the mana gathered into chains instantly dissipated. His mana control had reached a level of refinement. As he was about to leave the house, the red-haired boy stopped with curiosity. May I ask your name? Ray replied without hesitation. Ray. The red-haired boy nodded firmly. I will remember him. My true name is Karnata. In the language of the wyvern, Karnata means life. Ray immediately felt excited. That's a good name. I will remember it carefully. Karnata excitedly wagged his tail. One day, I will challenge you again. Ray laughed freely. Okay, I look forward to that there. On the way, Ray curiously asked Karnata, we are going to meet your leader, right? Karnata nodded again. Yes, we are going to talk to the Lord. Ray also read about the Lord of Wyverns who highly values strength and everything is decided by strength. He continued to ask Karnata, all I have to do is make that wyvern agree and then you guys will move, right? Karnata continued to nod. No one in the clan dared to disobey the Lord. According to Karnata, the Lord is the strongest wyvern. Ray is secretly surprised that the law of the strong is respected to this extent. The concept of wyvern lord is different from other races, although somewhat similar in that leader, but being easily replaced by a new, stronger competitor is quite strange. Soon after, Karnata stopped in front of a house. We're here. Ray was incredibly surprised to learn that this house was the dwelling of the wyvern lord. Unlike Era's house, who can be considered the elf lord, the wyvern lord's dwelling is quite simple. It's a one-room wooden house with a wooden fence. The windows are ordinary, and there are only a few patches of grass scattered in the yard. Ray hesitated and asked Karnata again, we're really here? This is the oldest house I've ever seen. Karnata replied with a wry smile. That's just their preference. Wait here for a bit. Before entering, Karnata stopped at the door, likely sending a telepathic message to his lord. After a while of waiting, the door of the Lord's house opened, but from inside came a woman's voice speaking with her mouth, not by telepathy. Oh ho, is there someone who wants to see me? A messy-haired girl with a similar build to Era walked out. What's going on? Ray couldn't help but be surprised in his heart. Is this their lord? The wyvern lord glanced at Ray and made a significant observation. You're a rather strange human. Why does your mana feel so unusual? The wyvern lord's eyes were incredibly sharp, even though she seemed to have just woken up from sleep. Ray was startled by the wyvern lord's subtle observation. She noticed something unique about him that others hadn't noticed before. Even Era didn't notice it the first time they met. That's no small thing. This shows that the wyvern lord is of a higher class or at least equivalent. Ray's tension rose slightly. This meeting was definitely not going to be simple. Maybe he should be more cautious. The wyvern lord calmly opened the door and invited Ray inside. Let's go inside and talk. Ray cautiously stepped inside the house. All right. Ray glanced at the interior of the house. It was as simple as the outside, with almost no decorations. The wyvern lord casually said, sit wherever you feel comfortable, but Ray couldn't see any other place to sit besides the two rickety wooden chairs. Ray sat down on the chair and curiously asked, you can speak with your mouth. The wyvern lord replied calmly, I prefer this. Using my mind to speak tires me. Ray immediately felt that she was a dragon with a unique personality. After finishing brewing the tea, the wyvern lord placed the teacup on the table and got straight to the point. I've heard from Karnata. You want us to move, right? Why? Her expression immediately became sharper as she demanded a reasonable explanation from Ray. Ray showed a sincere expression and tried to convince her. This isn't about the Empire's honor. It's just that the number of people injured in this area has been increasing rapidly recently. Not only are they constantly attacked by you, but they are also affected by your magic. After thinking for a while, the wyvern lord nodded. Haha, I understand, but that's how it has to be. The weak are oppressed by the strong. That's the law of nature. Don't humans live like that too, expanding their territory and pushing out the weak? Ray couldn't refute the wyvern lord's logical point. She continued to declare, the strong define justice. This is not just the law of our race, but the law of this world. Humans protect their kingdom with their strength, driving away monsters, but they don't want to be overtaken by a stronger species. Ray recognized the provocation in her words and frankly asked, so, you mean we should drive you out of here with force, right? The wyvern lord chuckled. She replied more casually than expected, indeed. At the same time, she released her mana. In a flash, the thick mana in the room displayed her power. But Ray wasn't surprised. He had considered this possibility before coming here. He also started gathering mana. The surrounding mana resonated and converged towards him. At the same time, Ray asked further, how did you know my mana was unusual? A simple answer was given. My people brought you here. That means they were defeated by you. So, I checked and found that you don't have mana inside your body. I can only guess that your mana is quite special. the situation began to change. Ray was slightly overwhelmed by the scene before him. A crackling sound like burning embers echoed, accompanied by the expansion of the Wyvern Lord's silhouette. The Wyvern Lord's body exceeded its limits, causing the house to crumble and break into pieces. She gradually transformed from her human form into the shape of a dragon. More importantly, Ray observed the large crystal at the tip of her tail. He recognized it as the type of stone used in Cecily's eyes. The density of mana it emitted was quite high. It was the size of 3 heads, so the mana flowing from it was truly powerful. After transforming, the Wyvern Lord declared, "I don't know how you did it, but you gathered quite a lot of mana. Even so, that's still not enough to defeat me." At the Wyvern Lord's proud declaration, Ray still calmly chuckled. "Really? So how about this?" Ray continued to absorb more mana in the space. He absorbed not only the mana around him but also the mana storm from the stone on the Wyvern Lord's tail. Ray's already immense amount of mana became even stronger as he absorbed the mana released by the Wyvern Lord. It was as if he was drawing energy from his opponent. No matter how concentrated the mana she released from the crystal in her tail, it couldn't compare to the density of Ray's mana. The Wyvern group sensed the disturbance and started gathering around them. They gaped in awe at the scene unfolding before them. Then Ray channeled his absorbed mana, now in excess, into casting the spell, Stone Fortress, Extrasensory. Fire. The stones began to fuse together and ignite. They grew larger and larger, ultimately forming a colossal rock so vast that it blocked out the moonlight, making the Wyvern's pupils tremble in fear. Only the Wyvern Lord showed amusement. "Excellent. But you still can't defeat me." Despite Ray's demonstration, the Wyvern Lord seemed eager to continue the conflict. With her declaration, she continuously unleashed various spells. Her ability to use magic was truly amazing. Multiple streams of mana shot continuously at the floating rock created by Ray. The massive explosions shattered the giant meteorite into pieces, scattering debris everywhere. Ray turned his head in alarm to look at the shattered meteorite, but something else worried him even more. It was her own kind, the Wyverns, who were starting to perish under the rain of stones. With panicked expressions, they huddled together, clutching each other's claws to survive. It was a tragic sight. The falling meteorite fragments caused shockwaves, leading to secondary damage. Ray yelled in criticism of the Wyvern Lord's reckless actions. "Stop it. Are you trying to burn everything down?" The Wyvern Lord was also confused because she had gone too far. That one was a little stronger than I thought." Just as Ray was about to give the Wyvern Lord a civics lesson, a cry echoed in his ear. It turned out that the meteorite fragments were falling on a young wyvern who couldn't protect himself. He was crying out in fear. Ray quickly caught the falling debris with gusts of wind and shielded the young wyvern on the ground with a mana shield. The Wyvern Lord saw this and widened her eyes in astonishment. Ray ran over to check on the young wyvern. "Thank goodness, you're not hurt anywhere, are you?" Meanwhile, the Wyvern Lord had returned to her human form. But what Ray couldn't believe was that she ran up and slapped the boy across the face. Ray was shocked and shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" But the Wyvern Lord still showed a harsh attitude towards the young boy. "Shameful. We are wyverns. We don't need anyone's protection." The young wyvern, scolded, felt resentment, trembling and tearful, but he didn't dare to argue with the Lord. Ray couldn't help but argue with her. "Why would you say that to a child who almost died?" The Wyvern Lord coldly judged. "It would be better for him to die than to receive help from an outsider. I don't know what it's like in your weak human society, but it's different here." The weak are destroyed and eliminated. Her cold, heartless words left Ray speechless in shock. But the Wyvern Lord still gritted her teeth, firmly holding on to her beliefs. "The strong will rule, and only the strong will survive. That is our pride. Don't you dare defile it." Then, the Wyvern Lord's angry gaze turned towards the young boy. "What is your name?" The boy trembled and replied, I'm Kurad." Immediately, she made a shocking declaration. "So, Kurad, as the Wyvern Lord, I banish you from the village." Ray was dumbfounded and widened his eyes at her unreasonable action. Then, the Wyvern Lord left the crying boy and turned to Ray. I understand, human. I acknowledge your strength. I will consider your request, but now you must return." Ray glared at her with annoyance. "Wait, I feel like I'm to blame for this. I don't think the boy deserves to be banished because of my actions. You should retract your order." The Wyvern Lord frowned unhappily. "What? You're overstepping your bounds. This is our own business." Ray couldn't convince her with words, so he immediately gathered his mana to prepare to confront her. "Didn't you say the strong will rule?" The Wyvern Lord's voice rang out with disappointment and mockery. You're making meteorites again. You're just wasting mana. Those tactics are useless against me. I'll destroy them again." The flames enveloped the meteorites as mana moved between them. The Wyvern Lord seemed to want to say something else, but her lips trembled and she couldn't speak. The Wyvern Lord felt something was wrong with the scene unfolding before her. The meteorite she had blown up in the air was regenerating, and two more like it appeared, as if the apocalypse was approaching. 3 giant meteorites hung in the air. With a fierce look in his eyes, Ray declared to the Wyvern Lord, "I'm not saying your ways are wrong, nor do I want to change your mind, but because you are the leader of this species, I just want you to reconsider your decision. Whether wyverns are highly intelligent creatures or supreme beings, being hit by one of those meteorite fragments means certain death. Of course, they still want to live. It's the moment where life and death hinge on the leader's decision." The scene unfolding before her made the Wyvern Queen shudder. Until now, only one being could evoke such a feeling in her, and now it has become two. Admiration and respect swelled within the Wyvern Queen's heart. All the discomfort she felt towards Ray quickly disappeared as she detected a familiar figure lurking within him. It was an old acquaintance, Era. Hearing the Wyvern Lord call Era's name, Ray hesitantly probed again. "Do you know the elven Era? What is the relationship between the two of you?" Feeling the surprise and curiosity in Ray's eyes, the Wyvern Lord thinking happily, then muttering, "Yes, it's been a long time. I wonder, natural enemy, sworn enemy, formidable rival, or maybe an old friend. Are you curious? Do you want to hear about it?" Ray was truly curious. As he nodded, the Wyvern Lord continued her story. "Our place was moved to the Empire only recently, about 400 years ago. Before that, Era and I lived in the same mountain range. Neighbors, it was inevitable that we became close. Unlike dwarves and goblins, we had no animosity towards each other." Ray was even more surprised that the Wyvern could live harmoniously in the same area with other races. "Are you talking about the kingdom of Cilia?" Recognizing his thought, the Wyvern Lord chuckled and confirmed, "Yes, Era and I often met as leaders of our tribes. We talked and shared our stories. Finding someone with a kindred spirit, I let my guard down without realizing it." As she reminisced, the Wyvern Lord's face darkened. "The problem was, we became too close, more than we should have been. We let our guard down. Not long after, the human slave traders appeared. They took advantage of our carelessness and planned to kidnap Era's elves. This was an unprecedented event." Ray sighed as he listened. This must have been a serious matter, because the elves live under Era's protection. A brutal act like kidnapping elves for slavery, she wouldn't have been able to ignore it. The Wyvern Lord continued with a tone of self-reproach. "Everything became chaotic, but it didn't take us long to discover the slave traders' actions. So, our two races worked together to face the crisis and fight the slave traders. At that time, humans were stronger. It was the era that humans called the Age of Wizards. Finally, we won and rescued our people, but we suffered many casualties." The Wyvern Lord fell silent, contemplating that time. After a while, she spoke again, her eyes filled with determination. "As a leader, I realize there's no guarantee that such incidents won't happen again. Simply protecting each other will never help us stand on our own. If we don't move forward, we'll only fall behind other species. If we continue like this, we'll drown in this peaceful happiness, becoming slack both physically and mentally, losing all our alertness." The Wyvern Lord's words seemed to be true. Peace isn't always good. Without a sense of tension, even the wildness of the bull will disappear. For species like goblins and wyverns, such elements are crucial. The Wyvern Lord paused for a moment, then said, "That's why Era and I made a promise. If we can't be family, we'll be enemies. It's the best thing for both races." Since then, wyverns have never been friendly to any race. "We stand alone at the peak of power." The Wyvern Lord tried to smile without showing any regrets. "Those beautiful memories ended there. It's just an old story from the past, and I don't regret this choice. Of course, to say I wasn't sad at the time would be a lie. We were very close." Ray then smiled encouragingly at the Wyvern Lord. "When I see Era, I'll send my regards to you." The Wyvern Lord chuckled softly and shook her head. "Haha, no, we ended everything back then. I'm a bit curious about her after our separation, but it's all over." The Wyvern Lord seemed to have many questions about Era, but she tried to suppress them and changed the subject. "Oh, by the way, what's your relationship with Era?" "Initially, I thought you were her son because your hair color is quite unique. Although there are people with white hair on this continent, very few have pure white snow-like hair, but there's no way Era would have a son like this." Seeing the Wyvern Lord lean closer, Ray quickly explained, "We're just friends right now." The Wyvern Lord smirked mischievously. "Really, TSK? Whatever, let's discuss your departure. You've earned our respect now. Besides, I can't ignore a request from Era's lover. By the way, my name is Lilith." As she finished, Lilith continued chuckling, making Ray blush as he reaffirmed, "We're just friends." After descending from the mountain range where the wyverns resided, Rei quickly returned to the royal palace. A grand royal feast was being held in his honor in the palace hall before he left the Lessian Empire. The feast was incredibly extravagant, a scale unimaginable for most kingdoms. Many nobles had gathered, with a large number of attendees. Among them, the nobles who had scattered after the death of the fifth prince were particularly noticeable. They were desperately seeking new alliances, which could be clearly seen at the feast. However, unfortunately, only Selena could attend this feast, as all the other princes and princesses were under house arrest. Emperor Jiagra, after seeing that the nobles had gathered in full, stood up and raised his glass, declaring, "Tomorrow, the saint will leave the empire. I hope everyone here today will never forget what the saint has done for the empire." As he raised his glass, the nobles followed suit. Only then did the feast truly begin. Rei approached the emperor and expressed his concern. "Why are you spending so much money on this feast? Isn't the cost of this feast more than the cost of the martial arts festival?" Jiagra laughed heartily. "The saint is about to leave. At the very least, the empire should do this to show respect to the holy nation." Jiagra was clearly more determined to convince Rei to stay than to save face. Understanding the emperor's intention, he simply chuckled and reached into his pocket. "Thank you for the feast anyway. It's been a long time since I've had a party like this." Rei pulled out a thin piece of parchment with traces of mana burn and meticulous writing. When Jiagra looked at it curiously, he explained, "This is a covenant written in mana by the wyvern leader. As long as the empire doesn't provoke the wyverns first, there will be no surprise attacks." When Rei handed over the parchment, Jiagra tremblingly took it. What is this?" "The wyvern leader, this is really, Saint. I remember I told you this was something the empire should take care of." Rei clicked his tongue. "Yes, everything is taken care of now. What he has done is not only eliminate the wyvern's irregular attacks, saving military expenses, but also opening up a previously unused trade route safely. This is a feat greater than curing the emperor's illness." Dealing with the wyverns had been a long-standing problem for the empire for hundreds of years and not easy to solve. But a person who was not even a member of the empire solved this problem. Facing this unbelievable truth, Jiagra looked at the parchment many times with a mixture of surprise and awe. "Saint, are you a god sent down to earth? How can you be so kind?" Jiagra seemed to have become a faithful follower of Rei. This is not even your business. Thank you very much. I will never forget this favor." Then, he quickly went to draft an imperial decree to announce the good news to the officials of the empire. Seeing Jiagra's childlike joy, Rei couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, I'm sure you would be." When the emperor left, a figure approached Rei. It was Selena. "Greetings, Saint." Rei greeted her cheerfully. "Ah, Princess Selena," Selena said to him with a hint of regret. "I was informed that you will leave tomorrow." Rei smiled gently and nodded. "Yes, it's time for me to go." Selena, a bit confused, recalled the times she had talked to Rei and received his advice on many issues. "I understand, thank you for everything." Rei didn't like being overly noticed, so he simply chuckled. "Thank me for what? I didn't do anything." However, to Princess Selena, his action seemed humble, and she continued to affirm, "Don't say that, you are the benefactor of the entire empire." Selena's admiration for Rei grew even stronger. She completely misunderstood when he brushed off a princess's gratitude as if it meant nothing. She thought he was humble, different from ordinary noble children. But in reality, Rei just didn't like being noticed, to the point that he had even considered abandoning his useless divine power and giving up his role as a saint. Moreover, he actually enjoyed being praised. He had never had the word humble in his dictionary. Thinking about the savior's imminent departure, a turbulent feeling welled up in Selena. She nervously expressed her thoughts to Rei. "I have a talent for magic to the point that I was appointed as the youngest sixth circle mage. So, since I was young, I haven't been interested in political struggles within the royal family. I only focused on learning magic. And therefore, many times I don't even know what happened in the royal family. I lived in fear, running away from the struggle of my siblings." At this moment, disappointment and confusion were evident in Selena's eyes. Her usual calmness was severely shaken after the royal events. Selena's gratitude for Rei increased because of this. "I've thought a lot about how you've helped us and your incredible generosity and kindness. You're a foreigner, yet you've helped so much, while I, a member of the royal family, haven't been able to do anything." Selena's attitude began to change. Her voice suddenly became more resolute. "Thinking back, I've always avoided chaos by reading and studying magic, but there won't always be someone who can protect the empire for me. Hoping for a savior or a miracle won't bring development. That's why I decided not to avoid it anymore. I will join the battle and claim the throne." Rei couldn't help but be surprised as he looked into Selena's eyes, which were shining with determination. She had avoided confronting those who might cruelly kill her siblings, but she had gained the courage to take action. After a moment of awkward silence, Selena chuckled. I've talked too much, I apologize. But I really wanted to tell you about this decision. Thank you for your courage, for saving my father. The Empire will never forget your grace. Rey never considered anyone in the Lessian royal family to be normal except for the Emperor and this second princess. Now, thinking about Selena having to handle these troubles herself after he left, words of encouragement naturally flowed out. I know you will do well, keep trying. Selena blushed at Rey's encouragement. She smiled brighter than ever, her voice filled with enthusiasm. Yes, thank you. That night, although the struggle for power in the Empire had subsided, it had not completely vanished. Even though most of the princes and princesses were under house arrest, the future of power remained uncertain. Those who were willing to kill their siblings to claim the throne obviously had no intention of stopping the war easily. In a luxurious but gloomy room, a stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of Rey's farewell party, the sound of loud shouting could be heard, to the point that it could leak out like cicadas chirping despite multiple layers of soundproof thick walls. In the room, the first Prince Jared was in a fit of rage, smashing things and cursing. Damn it, Saint. Initially, Jared didn't take this Saint seriously, but then Rey overturned the entire court, causing him to direct all his animosity towards him. The curses kept flowing. Saint, 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 that bastard ruined my plan. The throne should have been mine by now. 3 years of house arrest. The bribes from the first Princess Eliza had caused the nobles to run to Luke's side. This house arrest was too much. If this continues, the throne will fall into his hands, as Jared feared. While all parties were gradually weakening in power, Eliza and Luke's faction had been secretly acting. Although Jared couldn't move freely as he wished now, it didn't mean he would abandon his ambition. He kept racking his brain. This can't happen. What can we do? Then, a noble who had been silently listening in a corner of the room suddenly spoke up. I have an idea, sir. This immediately caught Jared's attention, who was at a loss. Speak, let's hear it. With permission, the noble boldly continued. Why don't we take advantage of the wyverns, sir? Jared's eyebrows furrowed slightly at this unexpected suggestion. The wyverns. The noble, without hesitation, revealed the purpose behind it. Everyone knows the wyverns' mountain range is right behind the Empire's capital. A small attack there would provoke the wyverns to counterattack the Empire's capital. Jared nodded seriously. The noble became even more enthusiastic. If the Empire is attacked directly, His Majesty the Emperor won't stand idly by. He will quickly organize an army to respond. Jared seemed to vaguely understand and was slightly startled. So that means, the noble smirked behind his half-face hood. We just have to wait for that moment. We will revolt while the Emperor is busy fighting the wyverns. This strategy will help us avoid waiting through the house arrest period, ending in eliminating the obstacles before us. While Jared was still hesitant about concluding, the noble added the final touch to the plan. We will surely suffer minimal losses, because besides my soldiers, the wyverns will also fight the Emperor's army. We need to seize this opportunity. If we miss it, the second prince might defeat us. If they are also preparing for war, we will be very difficult to counterattack. Finally, Jared nodded, accepting the idea. All right, then I'll entrust you with organizing the forces. Count Cress. At his command, Count Cress smiled subtly. Please leave it to me. I will handle the wyverns perfectly. Jared nodded contentedly. I trust you. Now we know the next step. Gather your soldiers discreetly. We have war funds, so we are in a better position than Luke and Eliza. Conveniently, the Saint will also leave the Empire tomorrow. Then, let's attack the wyverns immediately after. After cracking a cruel smile, Jared's thoughts wandered endlessly. Thinking about the day of his coronation, he was certain that Rey would have to leave, as his pilgrimage schedule was already set. However, Jared had overlooked one issue. This saint was not a traditional saint who always followed divine orders unconditionally. Rey was a saint who could openly curse gods, and perhaps he was the only one in history who dared to do so. The next morning, as scheduled, Rey was ready to depart. After packing his things and preparing to board the carriage with the Knights of the Holy Kingdom, many imperial knights lined up to see him off from the palace. The sight was spectacular, but he only felt relieved that he was finally done and could return to the Holy Kingdom. Although the Lessian Empire was now quite familiar, making Rey feel a bit nostalgic as he was about to leave, he quickly dismissed it and thought about his next journey. Upon his return to the Holy Kingdom, it would be time for him to participate in the pilgrimage. Rey had just reached the city gate, not even having a chance to step into the carriage when suddenly, a loud explosion came from the palace, causing him to turn around. What now? Seriously, right when he was about to leave, another explosion echoed, even louder than the first. Such explosions could easily level a few buildings. Numerous orders rang out as the Imperial Knights sprang into action. Gregory, the leading knight of the royal army, roared, "You filthy, vile wyvern beasts, how dare you attack the imperial capital? Are you so eager to die?" Believing that they were ambushed, it was understandable that he was upset, his words becoming harsh and unforgiving. However, the wyvern felt the same. An elder in the wyvern army shouted back, "Shut your mouth, you arrogant human, how dare you speak so rudely? You are the ones who attacked us first without knowing your place." Naturally, the conversation went nowhere. Both sides considered themselves victims, rendering all their words meaningless. At this moment, Lilith stepped forward, leading the warriors of her tribe. She looked around with cold eyes and released her mana, forming a magnificent aura. "Enough, inform your emperor, I want to speak with him. If you refuse even this simple request, the imperial palace will face its end in its long history." Lilith's even tone sent shivers down their spines. The dragon's natural aura of pressure made even the knights feel afraid and retract their aggression. They replied in trembling voices, "We can't do that, we'd rather die here." They chose death rather than submitting to their most primal fear, but that did not stop Lilith. She closed her eyes for a moment, and when she opened them, she knew where the emperor was. The question was whether she would go herself or be guided. Since they had declared their determination to resist until the end, she had no intention of holding back. Lilith moved her small lips while unleashing her magical power. "Many of our kin have died, our suffering will be cleansed by human blood. We will destroy your buildings and kill your people so they will recognize their foolishness." Immediately, the wyvern warriors launched a fierce attack. As the knights were about to charge towards the wyvern, a powerful voice echoed, "Stop." Ray's voice, imbued with mana, brought the chaotic battlefield to a standstill. "Haven't we made a pact? Do you intend to break it now?" Gregory, seeing his savior, exclaimed, "Holy, Holy One." Instead of offering an apology as Ray expected, Lilith smiled bitterly, "Break it, as far as I know, it was your kind who broke the agreement first and attacked us." Ray stood there, frozen in shock. "What? Wait, Lilith, the Empire broke the pact first, are you sure?" Ray tried his best to calm the situation, but Lilith's eyes still burned with resentment. "If it wasn't them, then who could have sneakily attacked us behind the capital? It seems to be a small group, we couldn't catch them, but we know they mainly use fourth circle magic. I've never heard of any other group in the Empire capable of gathering such high-level mages besides the royal family." Gregory immediately objected vehemently, "That's ridiculous, the royal army hasn't received any such orders." Ray didn't know what to say now. Lilith's claim was clearly logical. Anyone could conclude that the royal family was the culprit, but it made the current situation very strange. He had delivered the mana-written pact from Lilith to the Emperor, and there was absolutely no reason to attack the wyvern unless the Emperor was dead or insane. Furthermore, Lilith had sworn by her mana that if the pact was broken, she would be struck back and vanish instantly, so them launching a preemptive attack was impossible. Ray could be sure that they were indeed attacked first, and the most likely people to have done this were the princes and princesses who were under house arrest. Though Ray didn't fully understand the mastermind's purpose in causing the conflict between the Empire and the wyvern, he felt he could find the truth. He tried to calm Lilith's wrath. "Lilith, please, stop the attack for now." Lilith furrowed her brows, shook her head angrily. "Are you covering for them? I cannot do that. The crime of causing harm to my kin cannot be forgiven so easily," Ray asserted. "It is true that this cannot be ignored, but don't hurt innocent people. I will try to resolve the suspicious points." Lilith responded immediately, "It doesn't matter who the culprit is, regardless of their faction. To us, all the royal family are the same." Not fazed by her retort, Ray changed his tone to a provocative one. "You're being struck and retaliating against the wrong people. You're simply playing into the hands of the real mastermind. Though you see humans as inferior, they've completely outsmarted you." Ray's voice remained calm and steady, but he had touched a sensitive point within the wyvern. Lilith frowned and replied, "So, what do you suggest? Capture the guilty ones and hand them over to us, from among your own kind. Based on this situation, I can't believe the words of a human like you." Lilith's penetrating questions were answered by Ray's firm declaration, "If you don't believe me, I will prove it with my mana." His bold statement surprised everyone, including Lilith, forcing them to suppress their expressions of astonishment. Lilith's eyebrows twitched momentarily before her face softened. The tension in her crossed arms gradually eased. "You're quite brave. You know what will happen to someone as powerful as you if you break your oath, right? Mana is the fundamental component of the atmosphere. Making such an oath means you're betting your life on the bloodshed that the Empire's people may have to endure." Ray nodded in confirmation. "Of course, I know. Just wait until tomorrow. Everything will be clear." "All right." Lilith paused for a moment, then spoke in a somewhat yielding tone. "All right, we'll retreat for now." She took a deep breath to suppress her anger over the mastermind's actions. Ray turned to Gregory. "Thank you, Lilith, and Gregory. Go tell His Majesty, the Emperor, to immediately summon all the royal family and central nobility. Tell him this is a matter that must be handled with the Emperor's authority. Gregory was surprised by Rei's commanding tone, but he obediently ran to deliver the message. Yes, yes, Holy One. It was unprecedented for an imperial knight to become a messenger, but at Rei's word, the nobles and members of the royal family gathered in the grand hall just a few hours later, as if he were the one with ultimate authority over the Emperor. Rei stood in the middle of the hall, looking around at everyone with a cold gaze. Their insane actions had pushed him to the brink of madness. He didn't care about these corrupt royals and nobles, but the people were innocent. The oppressive mana radiating from Rei's body enveloped the room in a tense silence. Finally, he spoke. Now, listen. You all must know about the Wyvern's attack, right? Not just anywhere else, but the Imperial Palace was attacked. Aren't you angry? The palace is half destroyed, yet you remain as calm as if nothing happened. Rei's response was met by the nobility's apathetic indifference. The palace had been attacked, but they showed no sign of worry or shame on their faces, despite it being a clear humiliation to the Empire. Witnessing this disappointing sight, Rei hit his forehead in frustration. If he hadn't intervened, the Empire could have been destroyed. He had initially thought these nobles were well versed in state affairs, which was why he wanted to hear their thoughts, but they simply looked around and did nothing. Rei's anger intensified. He pointed at the pile of papers on the table and ordered, I'm busy, so get this done quickly. You all see it, right? Write down the details of your family's military strength on paper, don't miss a single detail. Of course, the nobles were not easily subdued by such an order. They began to complain bitterly. Even if you are the Holy One, this is going too far. Revealing our family's military strength is outrageous. Besides, you are not even from the Lessian Empire. Let our empire handle this ourselves. The Holy Kingdom should step back. There's a limit to disrespect. The opposition was fierce. The shouts continued, and the number of nobles sympathizing with this atmosphere grew, making Rei increasingly agitated. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, these bastards. Rei sighed and closed his eyes. He had endured enough. When he opened them again, his expression was undeniably colder than before. So what? If you want to die miserably, go ahead. Honestly, what happens to the Empire doesn't concern me. If you want me to leave, I will. Faced with Rei's blunt words, the nobles started to change their tone to a sarcastic one. A Holy One can't say such things. All right, leave immediately. I regret that I can't escort you any further. Meanwhile, Giagra, who had been observing the situation, sensed the limit of Rei's patience. Giagra knew that if Rei left, the Empire would face a crisis. He was a tough ruler who had overcome many crises with his intuition. Therefore, before Rei made his final decision, the Emperor's stern voice echoed through the hall. Shut up. How dare you disrespect the Holy One? This is the Emperor's order. All nobles under the protection of the palace must obey the Holy One's commands. Anyone who disobeys will be eliminated. I swear it in the name of the Emperor. Instinct also told Giagra to keep Rei, so he quickly turned to him with a pleading look. Holy One, please reconsider. However, Rei stubbornly turned away. No, I don't want to do this anymore. You handle it yourselves. It will be interesting to see you all perish by the Wyvern. Facing Rei's adamant petulant attitude, Giagra begged once more. Please reconsider. Just this once, I will teach them a lesson. The nobility had never seen their emperor in such a humbled state. But Giagra no longer cared about personal dignity and turned to shout at the nobles. What are you doing? Hurry and apologize. The nobles had no choice but to obey the Emperor's will and stammered to Rei. Please forgive me, Holy One, I misspoke. I sincerely apologize. Who would dare tell the Holy One to leave? Stay as long as you please. Their attitude changed immediately, but Rei remained unsatisfied and sneered. I don't care. I had sincerely wanted to help, but now I've lost interest. You only treat me like a Holy One when you need me. Just recently, you were so eager to drive me away. Rei mumbled loudly enough for Giagra to hear. Immediately, the Emperor glared at the nobles. No one dared to meet his fierce gaze. It seemed as if luminous swords could shoot out from those eyes at any moment. Terrified by Giagra's murderous glare, the nobles frantically rubbed their hands and begged Rei, what must we do for you to change your mind? What must we do? Rei smirked and answered succinctly, money. The nobles were stunned, unsure if they had heard correctly. They cautiously asked, what did you just say? Rei calmly emphasized the brutal truth. When a merchant misses the right time, the price of goods rises. The more you resist, the higher the price will go. So, hand over the money, all of you. Each of you must give half your fortune. No, all right, I'll be generous. 3/10 of each person's fortune for a year. Hand it over. Rei's declaration blurred the line between robber and saint, causing the nobles to writhe in agony like leeches on lime. Silence prevailed for only 3 seconds before complaints arose. Demanding money is outrageous, too direct, isn't it? If we give up a third of our fortune, how will we live? Or maybe just a tenth. That still seems excessive. Despite their attempts to negotiate, Ray's attitude remained unchanged. He simply let out a mocking smile. Haha, alright, if you don't want to, I'll leave. When I get old and senile, I might act like this. I must remember to never become like that. Geodra's eyes glared at the nobles as if they were about to burst with blood, and Gregory was ready with his sword drawn, feeling immense pressure from all sides. The nobles finally surrendered. Alright, to show our sincerity, we'll do it. I thought you would do this from the beginning. You're truly brave, Holy One. This brazen change of tone made Ray feel like they had faces as thick as iron, but he didn't make things more difficult. He simply restated his request. Since you've decided, we don't have much time. Hurry up, write down the details of each family's military strength and how many of them can be secretly and simultaneously mobilized. The nobles reluctantly began writing on paper, unable to refuse anymore. Revealing their military strength, though with tears in their eyes, was still better than facing death on the spot. Once the declaration was complete, Gregory gave Ray a report he had prepared beforehand. This is the court's annual statistics on the nobility's private armies. Ray accepted it with a quick nod. Good job. Preparing the data beforehand had its own advantages. If the numbers on this list differed from the numbers being declared, those nobles would need further investigation. So, Ray carefully checked, and the discrepancies immediately appeared. Except for a few families with minor deviations, the rest were as if they were trying to create a small nation. Why do you need such a force just to manage a family's territory? Are you planning to rebel? When Ray said this, the nobles were all startled in horror. The crime of rebellion was the most serious accusation, punishable for 3 generations. Dropping such a heavy statement casually, it was understandable that the atmosphere instantly froze. Ray continued to dangle bait as he tossed away the reports. Relax, none of you have any such intentions, right? I thought I could catch the culprit, but this is a mess. I can't find a mastermind. As Ray dangled the bait, the fish, without any suspicion, began to rise from the water in droves. Yes, how dare we, ungrateful for His Majesty's grace, think of rebelling. You mean we can't catch the mastermind after all this time? Didn't you promise that we would catch them just by making a declaration? In the face of fierce objections, Ray just shrugged. The situation is not as favorable as expected. I didn't know there were so many corrupt people in the Empire. Those words could make dozens of people feel guilty. Ray paused for a moment and took a piece of parchment from his pocket. It had a resemblance to the mana contract that Lilith had previously written and given to him. Luckily, we have this. This is the mana pact of the Wyvern Lord, promising to grant us a favor. Let's use this to plead for the Wyvern's clemency. It was just a piece of parchment scribbled on and slightly scorched by the mana Ray had put into it. However, from a distance, anyone could mistake it for a real mana contract. Deceived by his words, the nobles quickly cheered. Truly, the Holy One, there is a reason why the gods chose you as. The nobles were fooled by Ray's confidence. The atmosphere in the hall, which had been gloomy, was now almost bustling. In a tense situation preparing for a war with the dragons, a perfect solution, perfect appeared, relieving all their worries. This is exactly the goal that Ray is aiming for. As the nobles uninvolved in the incident began to relax, those who dreamed of rebellion grew anxious. They had almost managed to draw the dragons into a plan for mutual destruction within the Empire, but now, their opportunity was slipping away. According to Ray's guess, the one who benefits the most from the Wyvern's attack is clearly a certain prince with his aristocratic minions supporting him, eliminating the possibility of the third prince staying out of the fight and the second prince. The prince is being supported. Only the eldest prince is the most desperate and impatient. Ray attempted to stir up anxiety among those eager to win this power struggle in order to confirm his deductions. Afterward, he approached George and discreetly cast a silent spell with a small amount of mana, enough to establish a private connection with the Emperor. While the nobles were lost in their own thoughts, Ray cautiously mouthed to George, "Listen carefully to what I say. Tonight, we must intentionally provoke a rebellion. The perpetrator is definitely among them." As George was about to respond, Ray continued, "Your Majesty, be careful with your lips when you speak. If others discover we are using magic to converse, it will be detrimental." From then on, George attentively listened to Ray's gentle instructions without uttering a word. At times, Ray's plans amazed him, but he cleverly concealed any hint of surprise, save for a slight flicker in his eyes. Having finalized the plan with Ray, George calmly clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the nobles. "Well, it seems everything has been taken care of. We are fortunate to have the Holy One here assisting us, and since everyone is present, I have another important announcement to make. Tomorrow morning, we will hold the coronation ceremony for the Crown Prince. who will succeed me in the future. Although George's announcement was made hastily, no one doubted it. They merely thought that after the recent illness and dangers, the emperor naturally wanted to expedite the establishment of a crown prince. That night, in a secret location within the capital, several figures emerged from the shadows. Those in cloaks began to lament. Things have become complicated. Who would have thought he had another pact with the Wyvern Lord? Jared's voice roared immediately after, showing no restraint. That damned Holy One, is he determined to stand in my way? We don't have much time left. We must do something before dawn, one nobleman replied anxiously, but we can't come up with another plan in such a short time, and preparations will take a long time. Jared yelled angrily, don't remind me. Do you think I don't know that? In a moment of desperation, ambition blinded Jared, prompting him to make the most insane and foolish decision of his life. Let's go ahead with that plan. Assemble the attack forces before, ready to move at midnight. His noble supporters were immediately taken aback. Your Highness, do you mean, but will this? But Jared brushed aside all objections and resolutely ordered, yes, we will attack the Wyvern Mountains again. If the Empire plunges into chaos once more, then the Wyvern Lord will not trust any other reconciliation offered by Ray. The benefits of drawing the Wyverns into the rebellion reignited the enthusiasm of many of the first prince's supporters. Excited by the thought of controlling the Empire, they quickly began acting, unaware that someone was watching their every move from a distance. Hyuk-yong shook his head, observing, it seems he's so desperate that he can't even make a sound decision anymore. So-young also clicked his tongue and shook his head in pity for Jared's limited intellect. He's walking right into the lion's den without even realizing it. Hyuk-young nodded and continued, go back and report to the Holy One. I'll continue to monitor them. So-young disappeared like a gust of wind, leaving behind only the lingering sound of okay. With everything unfolding smoothly as expected, Ray's mood brightened. He had anticipated that the rebellion would progress to a certain extent, but he never imagined they would be so foolish as to choose to provoke the Wyverns again. Their vision was truly pathetically limited. As midnight approached, when darkness enveloped the entire empire, Ray arrived at the Wyvern's lair, traversing the mountain range to meet Lilith directly. She seemed tense due to the recent human attack and didn't appear welcoming. Why are you here? I thought we agreed to meet tomorrow morning. Or have you found the mastermind? Lilith's eyes narrowed at Ray suspiciously, but he couldn't blame her for the natural reaction of being hypervigilant towards humans, even though it's also his own kind that causes trouble first. Ray admitted frankly, I haven't found the mastermind yet. Lilith became even more insistent. Then why are you here? Ray, eager to resolve this quickly, announced, I'm here to tell you that they're about to come here themselves. You'll catch them with your own hands. Even Lilith was shocked and found it unbelievable how foolish those reckless individuals were. What? They dare to return? Ray nodded urgently, setting out a plan. We don't have much time. Hide in the bushes and attack as soon as you sense unfamiliar mana. We can identify and investigate the mastermind as soon as you capture those who attack the Wyvern clan. This is all I can do. I believe it's the best I can do. Will you reconsider attacking the Empire? This was happening so suddenly and seemed so unreasonable that Lilith remained skeptical. Where did you get this information? What about the enemy's numbers? Are you serious? Ray emphasized again, it's reliable information, so it's worth a try. As for the army, I don't know the exact number, but I think it's a small attack force like last time. I'm not lying. Have you forgotten about the mana oath? Lilith looked at Ray with surprise, as if he was insane. No, that's not what I'm concerned about. Actually, Lilith felt strange because she hadn't expected Ray, so powerful, to bow to her. A strong individual bowing before a weaker one was unusual from a Wyvern's perspective. It was something she couldn't understand and had to ask Ray, what's in it for you? Or is it because, I hear humans call you the Holy One? It seems to be true, doesn't it? Ray reflected that he had no faith, even betraying the divine, deceiving, and robbing from bandits, making Lilith's words sound sarcastic. He felt awkward and could only laugh awkwardly. I'll take it as a compliment. After that, Ray silently bid farewell to Lilith and departed from the Wyvern lair. He believed Jared's attacking force wouldn't be large because they needed to preserve their strength for the rebellion. The Wyverns could handle capturing their enemies on their own, and he wouldn't need to intervene. It was also a way of showing respect for them. All that remained was to wait for the dawn to expose the mastermind. Upon returning to the royal palace, Ray immediately summoned the members of the royal family. Just an hour or two later, all the members of the royal family, except for George, had gathered in the hall. Ray's sudden invitation had bewildered some and angered others. Luciella, upon entering, grumbled, seriously, he thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he's the Holy One. There is a limit to arrogance. Then he dares to gather the Empire's royal family whenever he wants like this. Selena, who has always supported Ray, immediately reminded her disobedient sister, Luciella, to be careful of what I say. He's the one who saved our emperor, you should show gratitude and behave like a proper member of the royal family. Of course, Luciella paid no attention to Selena's advice. She glared at her sister and retorted sarcastically, "Oh, how noble you are." Although she was resentful of Selena, Luciella didn't dare to act too boldly, merely gritting her teeth and harboring resentment in her heart. Since when did she start caring about these things? Later, Luciella fell silent, for George's punishment always loomed over her head. If the emperor found out she was disrespecting her sister and the Holy One, her confinement penalty would certainly increase. Meanwhile, beside Luciella, Jared was both angry and worried. Why now of all times? Why is he summoning everyone at such a crucial time? What's that damned Holy One scheming? Jared was, of course, the most nervous, as he had yet to receive any word back from the legion he had sent out the previous night. The time for the rebellion was approaching, and without knowing the situation, he couldn't predict Ray's next move. At that moment, Ray strolled into the room, a cheerful smile playing on his lips. "It's a pleasure to see you all. Are all the princes and princesses present?" 1, 2, 5, 6, excellent, everyone is here. Seeing Ray seemingly at ease, as if nothing serious was happening, Gale asked with a puzzled expression, "Why have you summoned us again?" "We came because you said there was something important to discuss." But, Ray chuckled, remaining unfazed, "Oh, this is actually very important." Then, he nonchalantly began to question, "Which crazy person among you gave the order to attack the Wyvern lair? How stupid to launch an attack on the Wyvern twice in such a short period of time." "That's it, but thank you anyway, because it makes my investigation much easier." Gale's face immediately registered astonishment, and he looked around in shock. "That can't be." Luciella, who was normally taciturn, began to stammer in disbelief. That's, you mean one of us is the mastermind?" Ray shrugged and sneered, "Yes, a madman who had the audacity to gamble with the lives of his people for the throne." While Luciella was naively shocked, Jared, having navigated many political storms, was also shaken by Ray's revelation. Even if he were the emperor's son, plotting a rebellion and pushing the empire to the brink of collapse would inevitably lead to the death penalty. However, as long as no concrete evidence was presented, there was still a chance. So, Jared decided to remain silent, strengthening his resolve to deny everything to the end and by time, hoping to find a way out. But Ray couldn't help but predict Jared's thoughts. In fact, if he had identified the culprit, he wouldn't have needed to bother gathering everyone together like this. This was just a performance to intimidate the culprit. Looking at the sweat on Jared's face, Ray decided to create more pressure. "You will deny everything even if the truth is exposed, right? What a pity. We have enough evidence seeing this." Jared was immediately startled. Others might not have noticed, but Ray didn't miss his fleeting expression. That small change made it clear who the culprit was. Even so, there was no guarantee he wouldn't deny it. In the end, to prevent that, Ray lied in more detail. "The force attacking the Wyvern lair was made up of the noble's army, right? It must have been very difficult to gather the such high-quality magicians. But with mind manipulation magic, they will soon reveal everything." Jared increasingly revealed his fear as he listened to Ray's threats. Getting caught would be a huge pain. It's not just a matter of scolding. After all, this was a major incident. More than half the palace was destroyed. Your head might be displayed throughout the villages to appease the people's anger. Ray's words conjured up vivid imagery, causing Jared to unintentionally visualize himself being beheaded. With the immense pressure of potential execution, the mastermind could hardly act normally. The fear of death was immediately reflected in his eyes. But Ray, unexpectedly, smiled at him and offered a way out. "I've exposed the mastermind, but I don't want to take all the credit. This isn't a holy nation where the Holy One's power is unlimited, and relying only on my strength would be somewhat difficult to imprison the criminal. So, I have a suggestion: confess willingly, that way, we can settle this discreetly, and you'll avoid the death penalty." Simply put, confessing is a way to reduce punishment for someone, in the name of the divine, you know. Meanwhile, I get more credit and please everyone. Isn't that a good thing? Now, I'm the Empire's benefactor. I like the fact that the Empire owes me great favors. Ray's proposal became increasingly compelling as he spoke. Jared's face had already turned pale from the intimidation, and his mind was spinning in fear. Ray's offer was like a lifeline. He genuinely believed that if someone with great merit like Ray pleaded with the Emperor, even if he were captured, he would only be imprisoned, better than being executed. Without the elf's eyes that could see through the truth, no one could detect Ray's deception. Furthermore, the ingrained notion that a Holy One wouldn't lie made the situation even worse. As expected, Jared, sweating profusely, hastily admitted, "It was me. I did all this." Amidst the shocked gazes of his sisters, Jared loudly confessed his guilt. It was I, the first prince, Jared de Lessian, who ordered the attack on the wyvern lair. Please be merciful. As he confessed, Ray's smile immediately turned sinister. Good choice. Well, then, goodbye. There's no such thing as divine mercy, but, as the Holy One, I wish you peace in the afterlife. Ray even kindly gave him a thumbs up with a bright smile, bidding Jared farewell. His words caused an even more terrible shock to everyone, especially Jared, who had just confessed and couldn't suppress his panic. Resting in peace in the other world. What do you mean? Oh, didn't you say just now? Ray calmly shrugged his shoulders. Of course what I'm saying now is different from before. Because I lied. Do you think you can get away with so many charges? By the way, I don't have any proof yet. Thank you for confessing. After finishing speaking, Ray showed a benevolent expression. It's so clumsy that it can really infuriate a deceiver like Jared. Now Ray had Jared's confession. No turning back was possible. Jared's face immediately went pale. He could only blame his own foolish actions. Crimes against the innocent, treason, plotting a coup, betrayal of a pact with dragons who had placed their trust in humans, all those charges deserved the death penalty. As Jared was speechless and in panic, Ray looked towards the hall's entrance and said, "Get him out. From now on, this is the Empire's responsibility." Immediately, the doors swung open, and a group of heavily armored knights stormed in. The knights bowed to Ray and the princes and princesses. Then, they rushed in to seize Jared, who immediately fought back violently. "Let me go. How dare you touch me? This is a conspiracy. It's all this guy's scheme." "Liar, you're the Holy One, so how can you lie? Are you not ashamed?" Ray scoffed nonchalantly. "No, not at all. He. As Jared was about to be dragged out of the hall, one of the knights approached Ray and reported, "Holy One, we've captured all the nobles involved in the wyvern attack. What should we do now?" The knight eagerly awaited new instructions, but Ray merely glanced at him with boredom, as if saying, "What do you want me to do now? Is that not enough for you?" The knight was a little confused and hesitantly asked again after a while, "Holy One." Finally, Ray turned and left with a sigh. "You better report to His Majesty. As I said before, from now on, this matter is decided by the Empire. For now you guys have done well. Keep trying. After all, I'm just an outsider from the Holy Kingdom." When Ray left, the knights behind him all raised their swords to show respect, but Ray just smiled and left the hall. Don't look back. Ray finally left the Lessian Empire after a long time of being attached to it. King Giagra also dealt with those involved in the scandal. Of course, there was no leniency here, only death for those who had no conscience and started a war with the wyvern just for their ambition of power. From now on, issues like reconciliation with the wyvern or reforming the royal family will be solved by the Empire itself. With Giagra's strong leadership, there will be nothing to worry about. After this journey, Ray not only brought diplomatic and economic benefits to the Holy Kingdom, but he himself was granted a title and territory by the Lessian Emperor, but he only found out later. During the next 2 days, Ray left the borders of the Lessian Empire and began his journey back to the Holy Kingdom. On the way, he elegantly relaxed in the carriage to make up for his lost days, tired of the imperial mess. After a long time, the new communication orb lit up. As soon as Ray channeled mana into the crystal orb to connect with the other side, Iriel's urgent voice rang out, "You're late, too late. What took you so long?" Ray yawned and said, "It was unavoidable. What else could I do? Are you busy? Why are you so anxious?" Iriel frowned, scolding Ray's indifferent attitude. "It's not me, but we're very busy. The pilgrimage schedule has been planned." Ray remained relaxed, rocking back and forth in his chair. Calm down, calm down. Gaia said we should enjoy ourselves, right? Anyway, I can follow behind slowly." Iriel was almost speechless with Ray. "Enjoy the prosperity, but don't be lazy." That's what Gaia said. If Gaia heard Ray's interpretation of this, she would certainly protest fiercely, but Iriel didn't want to argue. She just sighed and advised Ray, "It's not that simple. The pilgrimage time is set. The later we leave, the more packed and difficult the schedule will be." Hearing this, Ray immediately jumped up in panic. The time is set. He wasn't afraid of a busy and tiring schedule, but the delay would mean less time in each country, which also meant less time to visit home in the Cilia Kingdom. Motivated by the unexpected information, Ray adjusted his posture to become serious. "Why didn't you say it earlier? I'm going now." Iriel couldn't help but be confused by Ray's sudden change. Before she could ask, she saw an incredible sight that turned her face red. Iriel even hiccuped in embarrassment. Why did you suddenly put the crystal orb there?" At this moment, Ray quickly grabbed the crystal orb and stepped out of the carriage, answering Iriel hastily. Life is always full of unexpected twists and turns. Just a moment ago, he was the embodiment of laziness, but now he was loudly philosophizing about life, making Iriel baffled. But she couldn't speak anymore because she was stunned. Ray had carelessly shoved the crystal orb into his shirt, landing right on his six-pack, transforming into the perfect shape for running. Then, he told the bewildered carriage driver, "I have urgent business, so I'll go ahead. You can slowly return to the Holy Kingdom." After speaking, Ray filled his legs with mana and sprinted towards the Holy Kingdom. Ariel hurriedly disconnected because of the hot images she had accidentally seen. The changes in life were so sudden that they made her shocked and dizzy. But Ray's mind was only focused on returning to the Holy Kingdom on time. Whether Ariel was confused or not didn't matter to him at this point. Ray arrived at the castle in the Holy Kingdom just in time for the final preparations for the pilgrimage to end. Euclid was a little surprised to welcome him. "You're back earlier than expected, Your Holiness," Ray answered without much thought. "Yeah, because Ariel kept urging me. I heard that the preparations for the pilgrimage are done." Blaming Ariel seemed to have a miraculous effect, especially when things didn't go as planned. Euclid immediately stopped asking questions and bowed her head to report, "We are ready to leave tomorrow morning." Ray nodded in praise of Euclid, then summoned his private intelligence agency staff. "Euclid, you did a good job." "Hong Yong, how about the task I gave you?" From the shadows, Hong Yong suddenly appeared. "Yes, Your Holiness, regarding the current situation of the Holy Kingdom. The Holy Kingdom is facing a financial crisis. In addition, the number of monsters in the mountains is increasing dramatically, causing trouble for many territories in controlling them, especially along the Jihal mountain range. Neighboring territories are constantly being attacked by monsters. Because of limited funds, recruiting soldiers makes the people in these territories suffer. The lords don't want to deplete their granaries to help the people, so taxes have been increased. Most of the necessary expenses to support the army protecting the territory are now borne by the people." Ray was very surprised to hear this report. Everything had deteriorated rapidly in the short time he was away. Speculations also arose about what Hong Yong just said. Increased taxes. Didn't the capital send aid to the territories? Seems like it's corruption. Ray slapped his forehead and said to Hong Yong, "Those bastards. Make a list of all the corrupt lords. Cooperate with Euclid to deal with the corruption in the territories. I might not be able to come back for a while because of this pilgrimage." Hong Yong immediately nodded. "Yes, Your Holiness." Then Ray turned to Euclid and asked, "How is the academy?" Euclid brought over the communication orb with a disgusted expression because of the face that appeared inside. "There are no major problems at the academy. The medical institute has expanded beyond expectations, and coincidentally, we just saw a connection signal from Zeke through the crystal orb." Ray excitedly replied, "Really? Connect it for me." Zeke, as soon as he was connected, called Ray with a pleading voice. "Your Holiness." Ray knew Zeke had suffered a lot from being robbed of the communication orb by Ariel, so he immediately asked kindly, "Long time no see. How's everything?" "Everything's okay on your side, right?" Although Zeke was crying, he still reported in a firm and enthusiastic voice, "Yes, Your Holiness, following your orders. I'm still closely monitoring." Zeke didn't even finish his sentence before the Lich suddenly cut in, pushing him aside with an equally heartfelt voice, "Your Holiness." Seeing the two fanatical fans vying to talk, Ray immediately had a bad feeling. "Huh, you two are together." The Lich ignored his question and began to sniffle, expressing his admiration for his idol. "I've read all the books and notes you left behind. They're incredibly detailed, with a vast system of information, both beautiful and accurate. How did you acquire all that knowledge?" The dispute over the right to speak with Ray took place immediately, with Zeke yelling, "How dare you interrupt me? Get out, you bastard." The Lich immediately flipped Zeke the bird and replied, "You're the one who should get out." Then, he turned to Ray with a puppy dog face. "Your Holiness, I swear to dedicate my whole life to you. Please teach me more." "No, please teach me everything you know." Zeke immediately used force to push the Lich away and shouted into the crystal orb, "How dare you? Are you crazy? Your Holiness, I want to learn more than this idiot. If you intend to teach someone, please teach me." As expected, the dispute erupted on the other end of the line. The only thing that reassured Ray was that Zeke was still following the Lich closely. Feeling that there was no point in continuing this conversation, Ray coldly told Euclid, "Disconnected." Euclid replied enthusiastically, as if she had been waiting for this, "Yes, I'll do it right away." Then, Ray sighed wearily, thinking about the troubles that kept appearing, and sluggishly told Euclid and Hong Yong, "While I'm on pilgrimage, be careful." Hong Yong knew he wasn't in a good mood, but could only silently pray that things would get better. "Yes, I wish you a safe journey, Your Holiness." The next day, the Holy Kingdom's pilgrimage party moved quickly from early morning and headed towards the First Kingdom on the journey, Cilia. Ray didn't know that Ariel had deliberately chosen his homeland as the first destination on the pilgrimage so he could go home early. on the carriage carrying Ray and Iriel, a bright, cheerful voice rang out, "Wow, the weather is great." However, in response to that cheerful voice, Ray's face stiffened in bewilderment. Beautiful is beautiful, but why are you here?" Ray frowned and looked at Fia, who was smiling brightly around Iriel. The cheerful girl didn't seem to pay any attention to the awkward expressions of the other two people in the carriage but continued to passionately express her feelings. "I'm excited. I really like it. It feels like going camping away from home." Seeing that Fia was chattering away, forgetting to answer Ray's question, Iriel explained instead, "Each pilgrimage has a family that gets to participate." Fia finally remembered and continued, "This time, it's our family's turn for the pilgrimage. That's why I'm here with your holiness." Ray saw her playful manner and wanted to go crazy. "I mean, why are you here, on the same carriage with us? The pilgrimage has several carriages, right?" Fia immediately put on a puppy dog look and begged Ray, "I'm so lonely sitting in the carriage alone. Hick, let me sit with you." Ray had to compromise a little in the face of her whining. "Sit for a while, then go back to your family's carriage later. It's crowded here." Even when Ray looked at Fia with an unhappy expression, trying to chase her away, she still smiled brightly and begged, "Come on, don't be like that. I even prepared this." As he looked at the things Fia had prepared, Iriel's face instantly turned pale yellow, the color of ripe mangoes. "Fia, this is..." Fia excitedly placed a tray of tea and pastries in front of Ray and Iriel with a cheerful voice. "Yes, tea and pastries for the whole trip. I made the tea myself." Just looking at the appearance of these treats was enough to make people drool. However, Iriel quickly turned to look out the carriage window as if trying to avoid Fia's sparkling eyes. "Okay, thanks, I feel a bit nauseous." So Fia quickly picked up a cup of tea for Ray instead of giving it to Iriel. "So, please, your holiness." Ray saw Iriel's strange reaction and refused cautiously, "I'm not thirsty either, I'm okay." Fia saw that her kindness had been rudely rejected, so she immediately put on a puppy dog face and pleaded, "Come on, just one sip. It's my heartfelt gift. It's a specialty of mine. If it's not good, I'll get off the carriage." "Okay." Ray finally compromised. "All right." Ray raised the teacup, carefully inhaling the aroma before taking a sip. It had an excellent fragrance, comparable to what Iriel had brewed for him. If the taste matched the aroma, it would be fantastic, but Ray was still very cautious because of Iriel's unusual reaction earlier. Seeing Ray gently sipping his cup of tea, Fia excitedly raised the teapot with eyes filled with expectation, offering to be ready to pour him more immediately. "How, it's delicious, right?" Then, nothing happened. Fia ended her one-sided joyful conversation in tears. Her kindness could only be buried deep in her heart. As soon as she saw Ray's reaction after drinking that cup of tea, Fia sadly realized her place and automatically returned to her family's carriage without anyone needing to say a word. Just based on that, it was enough to understand what kind of expression Ray had shown regarding the taste of that tea. Meanwhile, inside Ray and Iriel's carriage, a chuckle involuntarily escaped from Iriel's smug face. Now Fia must understand the answer. Ray was still haunted by the taste and kept sticking out his tongue. "Who dares to call this black tea? It's like pouring mud into your throat. It's hard to say any praise when you've just drunk poison." Ray couldn't help but get angry at Iriel's indifference in not stopping him from drinking that tea. "This is why you didn't drink it, right?" Iriel kept smiling. "Someone has to tell her the truth." "Thanks." Ray quickly used mana to cleanse his taste buds. Iriel laughed even harder. "It's good to have these interesting things. Otherwise, I'd be dozing off the whole journey." What about the pilgrimage? You're not planning to manage anything?" At this time, the carriage had arrived at one of the villages on the border of Cilia Kingdom. Iriel looked around at the scene outside the carriage and said in a dull voice, "Although pilgrimage is quite an important thing, but there would be nothing to do in the first place. Most of the injured or sick could be treated for free by the priests and clerics in the group, but that also meant that it was not yet the turn of the saints to do so. We will just chat inside the carriage until the pilgrimage is over." Ray felt resentful and grumbled, wasting his time on a journey where he had nothing to do. Then why does the holy saint have to participate? So it's all just for show. Iriel was accustomed to pilgrimages like this, so she still smiled brightly, precisely, to build that image. As they arrived at the next village, a sudden loud commotion came from outside. "Please, help." The knights slammed on the carriage brakes while exclaiming, "You can't suddenly rush out and block the carriage like that." Ray heard the loud noise and curiously looked around. It seemed like something was happening outside. At that moment, in front of the carriage, a skinny man was holding a skinny child in his arms and pleading, "I know doing this is wrong, but, your holinesses of the Holy Kingdom, please, the situation is urgent, please heal my child." The knight leading the pilgrimage party saw this and said to the priest behind him, "Don't worry, Goddess Gaia will take care of the child. Priest, please heal the child." The priest, receiving his first task of the pilgrimage, happily stepped forward. Yes, let me see. After sitting down next to the pitifully emaciated child, the priest reached out his hand to the little girl and used holy magic to treat her, but despite trying several times, he still couldn't make the child recover. The priest, after trying 3 times, started to frown with concern. Strange, the holy magic isn't working. The knight also came forward to observe the little girl's face once more, then sighed. Is the child's condition too serious? Unfortunately, we've done our best. I think you have to give up on this child. The conversation made the middle-aged man carrying the child turn pale. No, please. I've clung to life, only hoping for this pilgrimage. My whole life I've waited for this moment. Hick. But the priest couldn't do anything, so he could only shake his head. The man was in despair. Ray, observing the situation from inside the carriage, opened the door and walked towards the man and the child. Please step aside for a moment. Let me take a look, he said. Iriel followed Ray's lead. The priests and knights were all taken aback. The Holy One. Even before Ray began his diagnosis or treatment, the man's tension eased when he saw the Holy One in person. He burst into tears of relief. Oh, Holy One, you will personally treat my daughter. Thank you, thank you. Ray remained silent and calmly checked the child's condition. The child looked about 5 or 6 years old and very frail. When Ray pressed his finger against the back of her hand, there was no fat under the skin. The muscles in her arms and legs were atrophied, indicating exhaustion. Her short, unkempt hair was extremely dry. When gently pulled, a strand would easily fall out. Considering the swelling of her skin, timely treatment was crucial. To ensure this wasn't an acute illness, Ray asked the child's father, "Did this happen suddenly?" The man, flustered, shook his head. No. Ray sighed after completing the examination. As expected, it was simply a case of protein deficiency. No wonder the priest's holy magic had no effect. He then told the knights, "Sir Commander, please prepare a meal. Make sure it has plenty of meat." The child's father was taken aback and asked Ray, "Thank you, Holy One. But why should she eat now?" Ray explained simply, "The child is protein deficient. She needs a diet rich in meat for treatment. If she eats well, she will recover naturally. From now on, please make sure she eats more frequently." The middle-aged man's face darkened at Ray's words. "But we can't afford to eat meat regularly." It was clear this meant they couldn't afford meat. Ray felt a pang of sympathy. It wasn't a serious illness, but proposing a basic solution was still challenging. If they had the means, they wouldn't have faced malnutrition in the first place. Ray offered a comforting smile and suggested an alternative. Then use various kinds of beans. Soybeans, black beans, broad beans, chickpeas. Anything will do. They're not a perfect solution, but they're quite good as a temporary measure. Replacing regular meals with beans will help the child recover much faster, but you should still give her meat occasionally. Listening to Ray, the child's father quickly nodded and mumbled the advice to himself to remember it. Ray emphasized with a firm voice, "It's all for the child's well-being. Even if it takes extra effort, try to include meat in her diet." Okay. At the same time, Iriel gently approached and used her holy power to soothe the swelling on the child's skin. With the flow of holy magic, the edema disappeared. Iriel's divine power was always surprising to Ray. The child's father saw that his daughter's face was better and immediately shouted with joy, "Great, the swelling has disappeared." He then quickly knelt down and repeatedly bowed his head to Iriel and Ray. Thank you, we will never forget this kindness." Iriel replied with a gentle smile, "It's nothing, we're just doing our job." After giving the poor father and daughter a hearty meal, Ray and Iriel returned to the carriage. "All right, let's head to the Cilia Royal Palace." The carriages rolled on, and many villagers along the way waited to be healed. The priests used all their abilities. Whenever a priest became exhausted, Iriel's blessings continued their work. Empowered by her seemingly endless divine power, they continued their pilgrimage smoothly. Aside from sleep, they spent nearly all their time inside the carriage, a perfect setting for Ray to transform into a lazy slug. However, he wasn't as lazy as anticipated. Throughout the journey to the Cilia Royal Palace, Ray always had a worried, thoughtful expression. This was because too many villagers sought help, exhibiting signs of malnutrition. This wasn't just a problem for local lords, it was an urgent issue that the Cilia Kingdom had to address. What good was a prosperous capital if people in other areas were on the verge of starvation? Seeing Ray keep frowning since the first time he saw the poor father and son, Iriel couldn't help but curiously tilt her head and wonder what he was thinking that made him look so worried. Ray sighed and turned to Iriel with a sudden, seemingly unrelated question. "How much money can we mobilize in the current situation?" Iriel pondered for a moment and began calculating. "Let's see. Maybe about 20 platinum coins. but why do you ask that? Ray seemed a bit disappointed when he heard that and asked Ariel again, is that all? There are no more coins left. Seeing Ray's dejected expression, Ariel softened and added, I also have my own money, so it's about 27 in total. Will that be enough? What do you plan to do with it anyway? Ray's eyes lit up immediately. Whoa, you carry that much? That's enough. 27 platinum coins. We'll use it all. Ariel saw Ray's unusually cheerful expression and immediately cautiously asked, that's enough. What for? Why do you ask that? May I know the reason? At this moment, Ray's voice suddenly became even more unusually gentle. Hey, Ariel, lend me that money. As soon as he finished speaking, he even offered a sweet, flattering smile that oozed charm, like a male escort. If someone only saw the scene in the carriage without knowing their identities, they might even think Ray was being kept by Ariel, a wealthy woman. Ariel, understanding Ray's intention to borrow money, became even more bewildered and exclaimed, What do you plan to do with all that money? Ray pointed to the scene outside the carriage and explained, the Cilia kingdom is facing a severe financial crisis. Because of this, many are malnourished and starving. Look around, the skeletons summoned by mages look better than this. If we ignore this, it's no exaggeration to say they will die. Do you think humans should die because of this? Ray's words quickly touched Ariel's heart. She immediately agreed without hesitation. You're right, helping those in need can also be considered part of our pilgrimage. I'll help. Ray replied excitedly, Great, I'll return the money as soon as we get back to the Holy Kingdom. Ariel replied with a radiant smile, No need, don't mention it. Ray, taken aback, widened his eyes. You'll give away a large sum like that? Ariel asserted with conviction, Of course. Just like you are a holy one, I am a saintess as well, so please, let's not talk about borrowing money for such a purpose. Hearing these beautiful words, Ray replied with a sincere smile, You truly are a saintess. Following the guidance of the Holy Ones, the Holy Kingdom's pilgrimage caravan stopped. They bought ingredients from various regions and prepared simple meals, attracting villagers wherever they went. The warm aroma of food spreading in the air made people's delight undeniable. They drooled, gathering around large pots as knights and priests served them meals. A large number of villagers rushed to the food distribution site. Those who were hungry and thirsty appeared from all directions. Tears mingled with cheers from all sides. Even the capital couldn't provide enough aid for its people. In this place, more people died from hunger than from disease. The compassion the Holy Kingdom displayed was like a long-awaited rain, reviving their weary bodies. Moments like this made Ray feel that being a holy one was worthwhile. Finally, the pilgrimage caravan arrived in the Cilia capital. The elegant castle with white bricks and a green roof was somewhat different in size compared to the Holy Kingdom. Salonia Castle in the Holy Kingdom pursued simplicity, luxurious yet modest, but the Cilia royal palace before them was the embodiment of extravagance. Although it looked prosperous, it only highlighted the capital's indifference towards the welfare of people in other areas, leading to such dire circumstances for the people. Normally, people wouldn't build an annex near the king's residence to avoid danger, but the pilgrimage caravan was invited to stay in such a place, making Ariel both surprised and suspicious. What is this? What do you think the Cilia king wants from us? After settling their luggage, Ray and Ariel were invited to meet the king of Cilia. Diagard welcomed them with a radiant smile. I have heard about your assistance to the people on your way here. I am deeply moved by the Holy Kingdom's kindness. I have also heard about your achievements in the Holy Kingdom. Holy One, tonight, I have prepared a feast to welcome your pilgrimage. So please enjoy it. As Diagard narrowed his eyes with a sly smile, both Ray and Ariel felt a shiver. The Cilia king's unusual attention towards a nation struggling with financial difficulties and significant damage from continuous wars like the Holy Kingdom was strange. Perhaps he had discovered something advantageous in the Holy Kingdom. When they were out of Diagard's sight and returned to the annex, Ariel couldn't help but sigh. He even hosted a feast. If this is all intentional for some purpose, it's truly scary. Ray agreed. I know, it's strange. He's not the type to be so welcoming. He must want something from the Holy Kingdom. Feeling the heavy atmosphere, Ariel changed the subject. Anyway, our pilgrimage in this country is over, so we have some free time. That meant they could now freely do whatever they wanted during their stay in the Cilia kingdom. Thinking about meeting his parents and even Era, Ray's mind wandered to a flower garden. I'll go out for a trip. Ariel had anticipated this but pretended not to know. Where are you going? Visiting home. Ray didn't want to say he would meet Era, so he replied vaguely, something like that. What about you? Do you have any plans? Ariel pondered for a moment and shrugged. Not really. I'm just planning to rest with Fia. Ray expressed regret for her. Isn't that too stifling for you? Why don't you explore the capital city for a while? I've been buried in work every day, haven't I? Ray's concern made Ariel slightly flustered. but she gently shook her head. This is good enough for me. I just want to focus on resting properly while I can. Iriel contemplated for a moment, gazing towards the distance with a weary look and offering a strained smile. Since becoming a Holy One, have you ever thought about leaving everything behind and running away? Just leave everything behind. It was the first time Iriel voiced an idea that contradicted the rules she usually followed and taught Rei to remember. It seemed that being a Holy One, for someone like her who had no family to rely on, made life even more pressured and difficult compared to Rei. Rei silently observed Iriel's lonely figure and sensed the deep sadness in her heart, not to mention that his mentality was somewhat more open since he had crossed over from modern-day Earth. The mere fact that he had a family to return to made a huge difference in his mood compared to Iriel. Regardless of how many tiring tasks he had to shoulder, he had a place to go back to. She didn't. At this moment, Rei thought that words of comfort, encouragement, or expressions of sympathy would only make Iriel's mood even worse, so he began to smile cunningly, agreeing with her idea of running away. Of course. He then acted furiously, criticizing the deities without holding back. Honestly, what kind of gods are they? They're so demanding, make us do this and that, give us a little bit of holy power, and then they never show their faces again. They exploit our labor to the bone. Iriel was astonished by the harsh criticisms, which could be considered blasphemy against the deities, coming from a Holy One's mouth. Although she knew Rei wasn't a devout follower, she had never imagined he would be so bold. On the contrary, Rei was certain in his heart that he was helping her voice the grievances she had always been afraid to express due to fear of taboos. After venting Iriel's anger, Rei skillfully steered the conversation towards a positive direction. But you know, as a Holy One, healing the sick, using funds to help the suffering people, when I get to do those things, I'm actually happy to be a Holy One. Or maybe it's just me who feels this way. Anyway, I'll go ahead. Iriel was truly encouraged and agreed with Rei's perspective. That was the greatest benefit of seriously fulfilling their roles as Holy Ones. Initially, she couldn't understand why the deities would choose a strange person like Rei to be a Holy One, but after witnessing the joy and tears of the villagers, she changed her mind. Perhaps Gaia had chosen him to be a Holy One so she could witness these moments. Iriel felt gratitude in her heart, realizing that it was thanks to Rei that she got to see such moving scenes. They had accomplished things that even holy power was useless for. After Rei left, she revealed a radiant smile as she bid him farewell. Me too, have a good trip, Rei. Rei quickly packed a small bag and dashed out of the Cilia Royal Palace. No time for escorts or any other arrangements. Rei sprinted through the forests at an astonishing speed. After many hours of haste, he began recognizing familiar paths. When his beloved home appeared before him, a smile spread across his lips. Phew, it's been a long time since I came home. Walking on the familiar path, Rei was filled with emotions. It felt like his first time being discharged from the military. The familiar aroma grew stronger. By this time, his mother must have finished preparing lunch. With the intention of surprising his family, he had concealed his presence. The invisibility technique he learned from observing Han Yang's skills was executed flawlessly. Rei cautiously approached the house, silently opening the door, trying not to make the slightest noise. However, immediately greeting him was a sword rushing through the air. With a sharp hiss, the air seemed to be torn apart. Startled, Rei quickly raised his hand and used simple shield magic to repel the sword, but the attack didn't stop there. Immediately after the sword, a pile of plates was hurled at Rei. The plates flew in such a precise arc that there was no space to exploit. They were also thrown with a large amount of mana, too dangerous to break and too risky to dodge without damaging the door frame. With a bewildered voice, he cried out, "Stop throwing plates at me." Ale stopped her hand as she was about to throw another disc. Insane, who was about to cast a spell, also stopped the spell. Is it Rei? The ability to stop casting magic midway once again reminded Rei that he is a respected magician. Ale calmly carried the stack of plates towards the closet. I thought it was someone else. He had to make a noise when he came in. This kid. Sane quickly rushed over and hugged his son so tightly that Rei almost suffocated. How long has it been, my lovely son? Are you a good saint? Rei immediately smiled brightly. I just stopped by while on pilgrimage. Do you have any food at home? I'm hungry. Sane happily swayed her hips with happiness. It was great, just in time for her parents to prepare lunch. Let's eat together. Just wait a moment. Mom will prepare it right away. Rei smiled brightly. Yes, but Ale suddenly showed a proud expression and changed the subject. First of all, go upstairs. I bet you will be very surprised. Haha. After finishing speaking, Ale even curled his lips as if he was boasting about his achievements as a man. Being pushed up the stairs, Rei wondered what could cause such a reaction from Ale, but he couldn't guess, so he just reluctantly went upstairs. When he reached the second floor, Ray felt a new small presence in his childhood room. Half curious, half expecting, he opened the door and saw an astonishing sight. A cute baby lying in the crib made Ray say, "No way." Seeing her son's reaction, Ale even more arrogantly raised her face to the sky. "Ha ha ha, surprising isn't it? You must be shocked very much because of this. I have a sister, what do you think? I'm surprised." Ray just looked at Ale with indifferent eyes. Why does he want to surprise me so much? But I have to admit that this time somewhat surprisingly, the idea of having a younger sibling was actually quite touching for someone like Ray who grew up as an only child. The feeling that the 16-year age gap between Ray and his sister is becoming a testament to the inseparable bond between his parents. Maybe that's what makes Ale feel proud, but Ray ignores it. That arrogant father and knelt down next to the sleeping baby, stared at that small form and washed his hands with magic. Ray gently pressed the baby's cheek. The softness was unbelievable. The feeling was similar to when he pressed Aira's cheek. Disturbed, the baby started to move in discomfort. But Ray was good. He tried to press his sister's cheek again. Even though her cheek was not a doorbell, he still pressed it like that. Suddenly the little girl grabbed Ray's finger. Ale immediately exclaimed with excitement, "So cute, she used to be so small, oh my god." She held my hand, but Ray turned back, feeling confused. I don't know if my sister held my hand because she wanted to greet her brother or because she didn't want to have her cheeks poked anymore. After that, the answer was quickly announced. The girl cried loudly, her face wrinkled to show her discomfort. Ray then realized that she was angry. Even when the girl cried, Ale still just looked at the children playing together with satisfied eyes. Well, it's only natural that being teased by someone constantly makes you feel uncomfortable. When he heard the baby crying, Ray remembered something and hastily said, "Ah, sorry, it's so soft." The memory of Ale rubbing his bearded chin against his cheek, he was no stranger to such fierce resistance. Father's words carry no weight now. When he had also tried to crush Ray's with his high-performance mixer beard, Ale was not aware of the problem of. As for herself, she continues to chatter. She's as small as a pea, but very determined, just like her when she was little. They're really brothers, haha. Even though I felt a bit sorry for my sister, those cheeks were so soft, the touch was irresistible. At that moment, Sane looked into the room and called Ray father and daughter. "Hey, Ale, I'm coming again. Are you bothering SIA again? Go downstairs now, lunch is ready," Ray exclaimed in an excited voice. So her name is SIA. Hearing her mother's complaint about being a bother, Ale must have been here all day teasing the baby. Ray could almost sympathize with the discomfort rising in her sister's heart, so she winked at her. "Before you leave, girl, I'm sorry for teasing you. See you later, SIA." After that, Ale and Ray went out of the room with a conversation about what he did as a saint. "So, how is the Holy Kingdom? Is there anything fun?" Ray could only laugh while reminiscing the terrible event he had to face. Nonchalantly, "I'm asking if there's anything funny. Actually, there are some interesting things." The two men left the room without knowing that a pair of big round eyes were watching them with a questioning look. The first thing SIA saw when she opened her eyes was an incredibly beautiful young man that made her unable to look away, but his teasing action made her really uncomfortable. Finally, when she was left alone, she could close her eyes. This house is so noisy. When the three of them sat down at the dining table, countless diverse dishes were waiting for them. There was almost no space left on the table. They ate with bright smiles and warm conversations about interesting events that happened to them, spent while away from home. Sane and Ale were both happy to be able to meet their son unexpectedly, even for a short time. "Luckily you are still healthy. I am very proud of you, son." While eating dinner and adding a little spice to the dishes, during the incident in the Holy Kingdom, Ray hesitantly asked something that he had been curious about for a long time. "And by the way, I was curious about this one thing. We are not a normal family, right?" That single sentence made Ale and Sane's smiling faces gradually stiffen. Even their gestures were no longer comfortable and natural, like what happened a few seconds ago. Both Ale and Sane didn't want to admit Ray's doubts, so they acted like they didn't understand anything. "What do you mean?" Ray replied frankly. "Since I was little, I've wondered why my parents weren't surprised to know I'm a magic swordsman. In a normal family, this would be a big shock." Of course, Ray's mother, Sane, was an extremely talented high-level mage, and his father, Ale, is a swordsman who has reached the level of sword master. This is not a typical normal family, but after all they should have a little shocked reaction. On the contrary, they had easily accepted that Ray was a magic swordsman. After a moment of thinking, Ale and Sane both answered, "Let's see. Because we taught you since you were little. Ray is also smart." Yes, clearly both of them are ignoring the boss. On this topic, as if they were hiding something, Ray could only continue to question. So why did the two of them have to live in seclusion in this remote place with that much talent? After glancing at Sane, Ale sighed. Finally this day has come. His sentence ended with a heavy tone. Perhaps he had carefully considered his words. Sane also said with a pensive voice that was different from usual, my mother always mentally prepared herself every time she saw rays. Eventually this matter would come to light one day. It's best if we say it ourselves. While Ray was still bewildered, not expecting that the incident seemed more serious than imagined, Ale declared with an extremely serious attitude, Ray, our family, has heroic blood. The first time Ray heard this new term, he was both surprised and curious. Heroic blood, come on out, Ray. According to his father's words, Ray was led to the lawn in front of the house, where a pleasant breeze blew. Looking at his parents' faces filled with sadness, Ray suddenly felt restless inside. Finally, they were planning to let him go. What do I see? After that, Ale began to emit mana from his entire body, making Ray feel like he was witnessing a huge waterfall falling down. This amount of mana was almost equal to the holy magic bestowed upon him by the goddess Gaia. He could even easily suppress someone at Iriel's level with this amount of mana. Ale's mana moved smoothly as he chanted a spell that created fire, water and rock. It was a sight both familiar and strange to Ray, but the magic user was not Sane, but Ale. Moreover, the movement of mana was even smoother than his mother's magic. The fact that Ale could use the 3 spells was a big shock to Ray. This was the ability to perform magic at a high level that not many magicians on the continent could do, yet he had always I thought my father was just a simple swordsman. Ray's eyes looked at Ale in surprise and confusion. He knew magic, moreover his mana was superior to anyone I had ever met. All this time, he had been hiding this mana, but why should that be? This surprise has not passed yet. Another surprise has come. While Ray has not yet had time to ask about the new questions that have arisen in her heart, Sane has acted again. She jumped up from the ground, but not with magic but using the skills of a swordsman. Then, Sane suddenly slashed into the air. The movement was simple but seemed to tear the space. The sound of leaves being shredded mixed with the sound of strong wind blowing along the path of the sword, the aura stretching along each path, the blades glide. The sword wind at this level once again made Ray dizzy. When Sane landed on the ground, in her hand was an aura sword, a clear sign of a high-level sword master. Ray's mind staggered for a moment. What is going on? Could it be father, the one who I thought being a swordsman was actually better at magic, and my mother, a high-level magician, actually had the superior skills of a sword master? Ray rolled his eyes and looked at his parents with a complicated expression. Are both of them magic swordsmen? The silence of his parents was confirmation of Ray's guess. After a while, Sane spoke up in a sad mood. Heavy, let me tell you a story that happened a long time ago. Since time immemorial, saints such as Ray have been able to convey the will of the gods. They are endowed with considerable divine power, allowing them to converse with the gods. Along with the transcendent race, the saints were able to protect the world from danger. But the problem arose when the superior race that was supposed to protect this world suddenly disappeared for unknown reasons. The saints were too weak, and the gods did not intervene in the human world unless necessary. Only when unexpected events occur do they communicate through saints. These saints can hear the gods but do not have enough strength to face unexpected events there. Just like 300 years ago, when the invasion of spirit magicians was foretold by the gods, but the powerless saints were unable to stop it, so the era of magic ended 300 years ago. At that time, the gods had no choice but to choose 12 potential people and bless them. With the power of the blessing, they defeated the dead spirit master, and were known as the 12 heroes of the past. When Light disappeared, Ale and Sane were both descendants of those heroes. Ray's expression turned sour after hearing the story. Wait a minute, the blessing of the gods, what exactly is that? He felt puzzled because after becoming a saint, all what he received was just a holy magic that was not very useful. Sane immediately explained, the blessing is passed down through generations, giving us excellent abilities in all fields. Born with the ability learning and concentrating far beyond normal people. In addition, our lifespan is longer than normal people, can live up to 500 years, and we will become stronger as we get older. Ray became more and more curious. 500 years, so besides us there are still other people with heroic blood, right Mom? It was strange when Sane suddenly interrupted Ray's curiosity with his tone tough. Yes, but still. Ray, I hope you don't come into too close contact with them. Mom and Dad ran away from that lineage and stayed here. It's a terrible place, like a place for the dead. Ale also added in a low voice, bitterly, even though the gods have blessed us with a long lifespan, living a life that requires continuous intense training for over 300 years to deal with unexpected events, living such a long life without its own will, humans are essentially dead from the beginning. Sane once again warned Ray, I know you will inevitably be curious, but they are extremely dangerous, so our parents have kept this secret from you until now, even though Ray really has many more things to ask, but see the worry in his mother's eyes. He could only obediently take a step back. Yes, I know. Ray now understands his family's situation, but thoughts about the heroic bloodline still linger in his head. Why was a hero like me chosen to be a saint? This family is the same, as a representative of God, acting in situations where a saint cannot cope when the world is in danger, so why the heck is there a need to be a saint when one already has heroic blood? Ray stayed at home for a day, and by the afternoon of the next day, he was reluctant to leave. Sane said goodbye to his son in a sob. Ray, take care, remember to eat and drink well. If anyone bullies you, then write a letter home. We will come and deal with that person. Ray said goodbye to his parents with a bright smile because of their lovely words. Haha. I know, next time I have a chance I will come back. Ale and Sane saw Ray out of the house and waved to him with a loving smile. His parents' admonitions about heroic blood still rang in his ears, but that didn't stop his mind. We turned towards it. Ray runs while thinking sinister thoughts. Heroes are gifted with talents in all fields and longevity far beyond human limits. Moreover, they possess the ability to concentrate, learn and remember. Outstanding. What kind of monsters would be created if people like that gathered in one place and spent their lives practicing swords and magic? But how perfect. People like that would be ideal for research medicine, if they possessed the same medical knowledge as me thanks to the talent blessed by the gods. Then medicine would be much more advanced than the modern world. Ray looked up at the sky with a sly smile as if challenging the Gaia god who always didn't answer his questions. The heroic blood of the monkey, if destined to have a life like being dead, then I will take advantage of the blessings to the fullest. After all, don't the gods see us as just a convenient tool to promote our names? In return, I will live a profitable life, using the name of the gods. Then Ray was filled with a feeling of confidence that he would use the honor and name of the gods without any hesitation. Although Ray's parents didn't want to reveal any information, he could find out for himself. Maybe Era, who had lived a long time, would know something, so he ran straight to the forest where she was staying, both to visit her as originally planned, and to ask about any concerns. On the edge of the forest, near a large boulder, Ray discreetly released a little mana into the surroundings, enough for the elves to notice his presence. He then calmly sat on the boulder, waiting for about 10 minutes before a familiar voice spoke. You're late. Era appeared with her long, flowing white hair and a charming smile, teasing Ray. You've been in this land for so long, why did you only think of me now? It's been a while, hasn't it? No, not that long, but it feels like it. Is this what it feels like to miss someone? Seeing Ray still laughing and not trying to appease her, Era coldly snorted. Why do I have to be the one to meet you first? Ray quickly tried to fix things. Of course not. I was going to go inside and find you. I thought someone else would greet me into the village like last time. Seeing Era's frowning face finally relax, Ray cleverly changed the subject. By the way, how did you know I came back to Cilia? Era mischievously smiled and pointed to the back of her left hand, where there was a mark connected to Ray. Didn't I tell you? This is proof that I'm always with you. Ray stammered, confused, looking at the mark on his hand. This thing has that function. You never explained to me what it is. It was clear that he felt it was unfair that Era only vaguely explained it as a sign, when in reality she could know his location anytime, anywhere. Ray's confused face made Era chuckle. Don't worry, I don't know everything you do. I can see your circumstances, what you say, and your expressions, but the magic only works in two cases. One is when you're in danger, and the other is when you think of me. So when you talked to the king of Lessian about the woman in your heart, you were thinking of me, right? Haha, Era asked teasingly, not in line with her usual demeanor. Her slender hands moved closer to Ray, taking him by surprise. Everything was exposed. Ray never thought the mark on his hand had such a function. He certainly didn't expect Era to blush and shyly smile, constantly teasing him. But, you told Lilith that we were just friends. I guess I have to try harder. Ray felt his face burn and hastily changed the subject. I think things are fine as they are right now. By the way, Era, do you know anything about the heroic bloodline? Era pondered for a moment before answering Ray's question. Heroic bloodline, you mean those blessed people? I know a little about them. They received 2 blessings from God Prias. Your humans call them heroes. Ray felt even more curious. Prias, another god. But there was another detail that caught Ray's attention, too. Isn't there only one blessing from the gods? Era nodded and continued to explain. Yes, with the first blessing, the blessing of potential, the god bestowed upon them potential far exceeding that of ordinary people. With this, they deserve to be called heroes among humans, because they can become stronger with just a little effort. However, this would not end the war with the demons. That's why the second blessing was bestowed, the blessing of exchange. But it's cruel to say it's a blessing. Those who receive this blessing gain power and experience by killing others. Maybe that's why only one hero is born in a village. Ray listened intently and felt a chill run down his spine. This wasn't a hero, but a savage killer. Even the hero who killed others and survived to fight the monsters was probably not in a good mood. He couldn't believe something like this happened. How could this be called a blessing? Era pondered for a moment and answered, for humanity at that time, it was still a blessing. Thanks to it, they were able to defeat the monsters. But why are you suddenly asking about this? Of course, Ray knew the goal was to end the war with the demons, but why did they have to become stronger by killing each other? This was still something that bothered him. Putting that aside, Ray told Era about his family. My parents said I was a descendant of the heroes. Era was surprised by this information. Wait, at that age, with this level of strength and resourcefulness, there's only one answer. Descendants of the heroes. Era finally understood why Ray was so exceptional in many ways. She thought it was all thanks to the blessing, not knowing that one of the main reasons was because Ray had transmigrated from another world. Seeing Era space out for a moment, Ray was concerned. What's wrong? Era nervously shook her head because of the random thoughts that came to her mind. Nothing. So, your strength comes from your bloodline. Before, I knew something was not right, but I never thought it would be like this. Before Ray could ask if Era knew the location of the other heroic descendants, she took the initiative and revealed, I know a village in the western continent where the descendants of the heroes live. If you're interested, it wouldn't be a bad idea to visit them sometime. Ray, having obtained the information, laughed with joy. Really, thanks, I'm actually looking for them. Seeing the sun about to set, Era felt a little sad as she said goodbye to Ray. You're on a pilgrimage, so you must be busy. Go back. When you return to the Holy Land, we'll talk again. Ray smiled, with a mixture of regret and shyness. Yeah, I feel bad that I only got to see you and then left. Era smiled back, with a hidden meaning in her words. It's alright, we have plenty of time, don't we? She knew that people with the heroic bloodline live for at least 300 years, so there was no lack of time for them to chat. Ray, innocently, without thinking deeply, just replied with a bright smile. Alright, then I'll come back later. Watching Ray's back as he left, Era suddenly felt a sense of anxiety. Gaia and Prias, the reason why Ray became a saint, could it be? No, it can't be. I hope it's just my imagination. Leaving the elven forest, Ray crossed a large hill. The further he went from the pleasant rustling of the forest, the more vividly his memories returned. The feeling of walking on this path was still as vivid as when he first arrived. The scenery hadn't changed much since those days. Leaving Era behind in the forest, filled with longing, Ray headed toward the palace of the Cilia Kingdom. Unlike his previous hurried return home and visit to Era, the journey back to work made his steps more leisurely. If he saw a restaurant along the way, he wouldn't hesitate to stop for a meal and bask in the sun, saying that God Gaia had taught him to enjoy this prosperity. With this leisure, Ray returned to the Cilia Palace after the sun had completely set, leaving only a few faint rays of light. Iriel immediately confronted him with an angry look. You're so late. Why did it take so long? Ray quickly tried to soothe her. Sorry, it's been a long time since I came home, so give me a break. Along the way, I also spread the word of the gods. Iriel continued to grumble, standing with her hands on her hips, as rigid as a diamond. Honestly, you need to be more careful. I've prepared everything. Get on the carriage. Ray's brain immediately interpreted everything positively. Haha. I knew it. You're always so thoughtful. Iriel simply clicked her tongue and let it go because of Ray's innocent smile, and explained the itinerary. The next pilgrimage will be to Prias, located in the western continent. Ray immediately noticed that this name sounded very similar to the god Era had mentioned earlier. Oh, Prias, is that a kingdom too? Iriel, stepping into the carriage, briefly explained. Yes, Prias is also a holy land, like our Gaia Holy Land. The Holy Land of Prias is a kingdom that worships the goddess of hardship and trials, Goddess Prias. Her followers strengthen their faith and achieve enlightenment through countless trials and tribulations. Previously, Ray had never heard of this. It was surprising to learn that there was a holy kingdom not only in the east, but also in the west. He wondered if they selected saints there just like in Gaia. As if reading Ray's mind, Iriel directly confirmed, Goddess Prias has never chosen any saints. That's why they're not very famous in other countries. Ray, with his dislike for Goddess Gaia, a shameless god who had entrusted all her duties to humans, immediately felt a fondness for Goddess Prias. A more hard-working goddess than ours. She must be more respected than our goddess, who devours our labor every day. But why do we have to go on a pilgrimage there? As far as Ray knew, pilgrimages were usually just short visits to places near the Gaia Holy Land, so going to another continent, especially another Holy Land, was unnecessary. Iriel had to explain, because Goddess Prias is the sister of Goddess Gaia, the closeness of the gods is reflected in their followers. Family members visiting each other don't need a reason, right? Ray nodded in agreement, acknowledging this logic. As the carriage began to roll, Ray fell into serious thought. What a coincidence, in the Western continent, I might be able to find some information about the heroic bloodline. To be able to live a life without regrets, I need a lot of information. And so, Ray and Iriel had completed their first pilgrimage in the Cilia Kingdom and were starting their second pilgrimage towards the Holy Land of Prias. To reach the coast, they had to travel by carriage for 3 days. On the last day of their journey to the seaport, Ray asked Iriel again about the itinerary. When we get to Prias, this pilgrimage will end, right? Iriel cheerfully nodded. Yes, then we can end the journey comfortably. Ray felt relieved because he could freely search for the Village of Heroes right after completing his mission in Prias. He also frankly told Iriel about his plans. Well, when we get to the Western continent, there's a place I want to visit. Iriel tilted her head curiously. Oh, what is it? Where is it? Since Ray hadn't been able to find the location of the village yet, he changed the direction of the conversation. His face suddenly became serious. I haven't been able to pinpoint it yet, but by the way, do you know anything about the heroic bloodline? After hearing Ray's summary of what he learned from his parents, Iriel couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. No way, this was the first time Ray had seen her so excited. Iriel carefully confirmed the information with her eyes wide in disbelief. Ray, are you saying that you're a hero created by Goddess Prias and at the same time a saint chosen by Goddess Gaia? How is that possible? Ray couldn't explain this either, so he just chuckled. I'm finding this exciting too. After remembering the characteristic blessings of heroes, Iriel suddenly looked at Ray with deep suspicion. Wait, why do you want to find the village of the other heroes? Oh my god, I can't believe it. You're planning to devour them all, aren't you? Ray immediately shouted, defending his innocence. Of course not. What the hell are you thinking? Iriel finally looked at him normally. Well, then what are you going to do? Ray suppressed his frustration at talking to someone as dark-minded as Iriel and took a breath of fresh air outside the window to regain his composure. Then he muttered, the medical academy? Iriel asked again in a daze. What? Ray clicked his tongue and said in a sigh, I'm going to bring them all to the academy and make them medical professors. Seeing Ray's face, it didn't look like he was joking. Iriel squinted her eyes as if he always had unusual ideas like this. Ah, right, it does sound like you. Just when Ray was starting to feel bored, the smell of the sea wafted through the air. The carriage stopped and they both quickly got off at the dock. We've arrived at the port, we'll talk about that later. The sea quickly appeared before them, instantly lifting Ray's mood. A sound of admiration escaped his lips as he looked at the sea and the bright sunshine shining everywhere. There was a different atmosphere here. The port was quite large, the buildings were light-toned, and a long pier lined with pale brown wooden planks added charm to the place. The bustling port streets with a cool breeze also seemed like an ideal place to live. Ray and Iriel exclaimed in turn, oh, this is an impressive port. Yes, it's really a beautiful place to visit. After everyone loaded the carriage and supplies onto the ship, the vessel was ready to depart. Looking out at the sea from the deck, Ray leisurely watched the ship move out of the port. His heart beat fast as he saw the ship cut through the waves. With the sunshine reflecting glitteringly on the water, the scenery looked like a beautiful painting. The pilgrimage had to travel by boat for 15 days to reach the western continent, but after only a week at sea, the priests were very seasick, even using divine power to soothe the seasickness. The violent rocking of the ship still made their minds dizzy. Even Ray and Iriel felt tired. When the mainland appeared before them, the pilgrimage had to continue traveling by carriage for 3 days, even though the gods they served were sisters. For the followers of God Prias, welcoming guests directly from the port was a luxury. Finally, after nearly 20 long days, they arrived at the Holy Land of Prias. At first glance, there were many tall buildings, at least 3 in the center of the Holy Land, but no one in the pilgrimage group had the energy left to appreciate these tower-like structures. The past nearly 20 days had made Ray weary. His body wasn't tired, but he couldn't avoid feeling mentally exhausted. He sighed to Iriel. How long did it take us to get here? I'm exhausted. Iriel wasn't much better, but she had been here many times, so she just had a resigned smile on her face. You can't be tired now. Then Iriel shivered and rubbed her hands together. Goddess Prias, goddess of trials and hardship, in contrast to the faith and prosperity of Goddess Gaia, those who follow Goddess Prias also see trials as a faith. So you'd better prepare yourself. Having finished speaking, Iriel's face became gloomy. as if she was about to die. A warning full of fear coming from someone as usually unflinching as her was truly noteworthy. Rei frowned slightly. Adversity and hardship. It sounds like the followers will have to suffer. Goddess Gaia rules over prosperity, so those who follow her enjoy prosperity. Is that so? While Rei was still trying to understand what Iriel said, the castle door opened. Welcome. We welcome the saints of the Gaia Holy Land. We will guide you on your pilgrimage from here. The faces of the female followers of Prias were covered by white cloths, making their movements more difficult, but even without seeing their faces, Rei could tell how gaunt their hands were. But he didn't pay much attention to it, and he didn't realize that a warning was hidden in every detail around him. Rei innocently sighed in relief. Finally, I have a chance to rest. Just then, the female followers made a shocking request. First, although we know you are tired after a long journey, we must pray to Goddess Prias. Please kneel on the spot. Looking at the serious appearance of the female worshippers with their hands clasped and unable to help, dizzy, what? Suddenly, as Rei glanced at Iriel, ready to complain with his eyes, he saw her bowing her head and kneeling in resignation. The people from across the sea were forced to kneel and pray right here. Hey, Iriel, is this really okay? What are you doing? What's with this attitude of submission and obedience? Ha, damn it, this is crazy, Rei exclaimed, his voice laced with disappointment as he knelt down beside Iriel. The curse marking the beginning of hardships and trials was instantly chanted by the female devotees. Oh, Goddess Prias, the benevolent saints from the holy kingdom of Gaia have finally arrived. Please, always bestow upon us vigilance and help us grow through hardships. We sincerely pray that we can take strong steps forward in this pilgrimage. May you grant us great enlightenment, even as we face difficulties alongside your holy servants. These short prayers conveyed the full scope of the journey Rei was about to face. Taken aback by the prayer, Rei almost exclaimed in surprise, face difficulties together. They are the ones who should face adversity and overcome it. Why would they expect us to endure hardship as well? The female devotees politely guided the pilgrimage. We will lead you to the annex. The guest room for the saints is next door. Meanwhile, Rei was still in shock. He turned and whispered to Iriel, what does that phrase mean? Even as we face difficulties alongside your holy servants. Iriel stood up and followed the female devotees leading the way. She whispered an explanation to Rei. Originally, we didn't need to make a pilgrimage to the holy kingdom of Prias, because they are also a holy kingdom like our holy kingdom of Gaia. We don't need to help anyone while on pilgrimage here. It's simply an exchange for the benefit of the two sister goddesses. This exchange is about empathizing with each other's commandments and understanding each other better. Rei immediately laughed as if he had just understood an interesting problem. Aha, so that's the hardship they're talking about. However, his smile quickly disappeared, replaced by a gloomy expression and a decisive turn. I want to leave this place. Hardship, my ass. This nonsense needs to end. The 20-day journey here was already arduous enough. As he turned to leave, Iriel quickly grabbed his shoulder with a strong shake of her head. Her voice carried a weight that was impossible to ignore. No, you can't. Where do you think you're going? When Rei pretended not to hear, Iriel glared at him with a wicked look. If you leave like that, I will never forgive you. I will torment you in ways you can't even imagine. I've helped you so much, and now you're going to abandon me. This is a problem that Rei couldn't refute. After all, Iriel had handled all his duties in the Holy Kingdom. This time, he thought he had to participate to repay the kindness he had received. He sighed reluctantly and went with Iriel. All right, I owe you too much, but exactly what do we have to do to overcome the hardships they mentioned? Iriel breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. The thought of having a companion to go through hardship brought her some comfort. But a heavy feeling quickly enveloped Iriel's mood as she thought back to unpleasant memories. She still shuddered as she mentioned examples of trials in the holy kingdom of Prias. For instance, being forced to fast to understand the hunger of those who are starving, or spending a whole week in a dark cave to appreciate daily conveniences, or maybe being thrown into a hot spring to ignite fervent faith. Yeah, basically like that. Rei was completely stunned. He had never thought that a saint would have to endure such trials. For Iriel, who was always protected by Gaia and lived in prosperity, the arduous goddess Prias must have been a curse. Conversely, the devotees of the holy kingdom of Prias enjoyed hardship and challenges. Rei concluded that Prias's holy kingdom was a gathering place for those who enjoyed being abused, and he wanted to run away from this cursed place even more. As a new day began, from early morning, the guides came to meet the pilgrimage as expected. The feeling of uneasiness grew stronger as they were led away from the guest house, entering a forest blocked by towering trees, seemingly impervious even to a gust of wind. In the dark forest, where even sunlight couldn't penetrate, the female devotee bowed her head and introduced, "Here, we've arrived." For the next week, the saints will endure the hardship of consuming only what you can find in this forest. Of course, you are strictly forbidden from using any holy powers. Both Ray and Iriel silently observed the desolate surroundings without a word of complaint. Before leaving, the female devotee solemnly wished Ray and Iriel, "We have no duty to accompany the saints here, we are only here to guide. We will perform our own rituals elsewhere. After a week, we will leave this place and endure hardship in another place. May difficulties and adversity always be with you." Upon hearing this, Ray clenched his teeth inwardly. It was truly a difficult blessing. After the priests and devotees left, Iriel stretched out gently. "Since this is the first trial, they've given us something easy. With our experience, we should be able to handle this situation." Ray nodded in agreement. "Well, we've already performed a similar ritual during the baptism, let's see what we can find here." First, Ray told Iriel to search around for a source of drinking water. While she began exploring the surroundings, he looked around the trees in the forest. Unfortunately, even though he diligently searched everywhere and even climbed trees, he couldn't find any edible fruit, except for a few small and scarce wild berries. There was only grass here, but these types of grass weren't inedible. The problem was that they were extremely bitter. It took 2 hours for Iriel to come back, didn't it? She sadly shook her head. "There's not a drop of water here, we'll just have to endure it." She sighed in frustration because even when suffering through Gaia's rituals, they at least had fruits and drinking water to sustain themselves. The arduous journey had clearly begun, but as Ray carried out a few small bowls, Iriel's drooping eyes suddenly lit up in surprise and joy. "What's all this? How did you manage to make such delicious food?" Ray was full of pride as he looked at Iriel's reaction. "Why are you so surprised?" Even without water, I mixed some herbs together and some water-retaining roots. It both neutralizes the bitterness and provides enough water for the soup." He felt that cramming knowledge about edible plants and their properties into his head while hiding in Era's library was the right decision. Not only that, Ray also used his survival knowledge to surprise Iriel with something else. "In the evening, you can sleep here. I've spread out some soft leaves, and if you bury a hot stone in the ground before sleeping, it will be a little warmer. At least it's better than sleeping on bare ground." Iriel immediately looked at Ray with eyes shining with admiration. "You really can do everything, can't you?" Ray modestly accepted Iriel's praise and pulled her down to sit beside him. "As for drinking water, if it's only for a week, we can endure it with this kind of food. All right, let's eat." Contrary to expectations, aside from being slightly thirsty, everything else in this trial was more pleasant than expected. Iriel even seemed to enjoy relaxing all day after bearing so much weight as a saint. The place offered coolness, escaping the hot weather, and the towering trees brought a rustic beauty. If Goddess Prias saw the two of them at this moment, she would likely grind her teeth in anger at their comfort. After the scheduled week, the haggard female devotee came to find Ray and Iriel. It was clear that this devotee had endured both mentally and physically throughout this time, so she greeted the saints with a disheveled appearance. "Saints, it's time to return, you've endured a lot." Before she could finish her words, she saw Ray and Iriel in a state completely opposite to her own. The female devotee was stunned, even feeling admiration in her heart. Was it because they were saints that they could be like this? Ray and Iriel were fine, except for being slightly dirty. This was no surprise since they had eaten and rested well. Ray greeted the female devotee with a bright smile. It wasn't that difficult. The relaxed response of the two made the female devotee start to wonder if they had secretly hidden food with them. The first trial had ended without much effort. The female devotee couldn't find any loopholes, so she could only guide Ray and Iriel back to the guest house. "This way, please. I will escort you back to your room to rest." The first thing Ray did when he returned to his room was to take a bath. Immediately after his body was clean, a sense of refreshment surged, and all fatigue seemed to vanish. At this moment, he finally had the mental clarity to think about investigating the village of the hero that Era had mentioned. Ray mumbled as he looked towards the window. "Faithless envoys, are you there?" Immediately, two dark figures suddenly appeared in the room behind him. "Present, sir, awaiting your orders." Ray stroked his chin, looking at the night sky outside the window, and commanded, "Investigate the lineage of heroes in the Western continent. Report even the smallest details you find." The envoys replied, "As you command, holy sir." Their voices hadn't even faded before the figures flickered and disappeared from the room. Ray's expression immediately turned sinister. With a cunning smile, "No matter what the gods created them for, they've been created nonetheless. So, I'll make good use of their benefits." Ray's smile grew more sinister as he thought about his plan, making anyone who saw it shudder, wondering if he was a saint or a villain. But in any case, Ray's goal was considered noble. If he could mobilize the forces of those with the blood of heroes to the medical academy, he hoped that he could develop medicine and healthcare systems throughout the continent. bringing a better life to the people. They would no longer have to rely solely on holy power and magic for healing.